Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 69. And so the title for this episode is France and Poland flirts with the idea of sending troops to Ukraine and Trump is back. And of course, this is an open mic. We don't necessarily have to talk about this. We can talk about anything. So yesterday I just went to watch the Dune 2. So I love that show, the movie. So that makes me very excited. So anyway, so I'm going to drop the link for you guys to join. And for those that are watching on X, on Twitter, you can come over to the YouTube to watch because it's much better over here because Twitter live stream sucks. And for those that are watching on Telegram, you can also come, but there's only 2% watching over on YouTube. So anyway, we're gonna put this come over to YouTube to watch. So anyway, I'm going to drop the link for you guys to join. The link to join is also on YouTube and Rumble. It will be pinned on the live chat on. For Rumble, I can't pin. So no, that's too bad. Because don't blame me, blame Rumble. And I go to pin anyway. It's going to be on YouTube. So I'm going to pin it over here. Okay, I have dropped the link to join over in the YouTube's live chat. It's now pinned, and I also drop it into Rumble for those that want to join and chit chat about geopolitics, politics, war, military stuff, anything, even culture. Just come on, if not, be silent forever. Anyway, okay, so hi, Vito.
Hello. How are you, Wyatt?
Yeah, okay, so let me put on my earphone.
Yes, and I think your sound is strange today. It was better on YouTube than on StreamYard. I don't know why.
Hello, Shadowy. How you doing,
Hello.
man?
How are you?
Good.
Hey.
I'm looking forward to today since we're gonna fucking start out blasting Newland. I think that's gonna be cool. Or whatever, but she's definitely on the block to get chopped.
I totally forgotten about her.
I know.
She's so
I think
not
that's
important.
kind of what she's hoping is we'll all forget about her, and then like in a year or two, she'll suddenly reappear on a book tour and doing speeches about how she did everything she could.
Going to Taiwan
So,
to visit the country before it becomes
For
China. Taiwan is already China, but become part of the. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo. Hi, Archimedes.
Hey, this is the post-Victoria Newland party, right?
Yeah.
The witch is dead, right? Well, I mean, she's not dead. She's resigned. She wasn't fired. She was resigned.
In honor of Victoria Newland, we'll crack open a Bud Light.
Resign sounds like she gave up. I resigned. No, she gave up. I mean, how to not give up? No, the situation looks like shit. No, everywhere is like shit.
She did everything she could. She really tried.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting to see that she's left. I mean, she's really the figurehead of this whole thing. Everybody talks about Victoria Newland. When Victoria Newland visits your country, a color revolution is sure to follow, right? And so she's really caught a lot of public flack. And part of me thinks that, this actually doesn't mean anything. It's just them realizing that this name Newland has gotten too much, public perception, and they need to put her back in the shadows. You know what I mean? Kind of like
you don't think
George
it's just that
Soros
because she feel too old to all this crap? I think she was very old.
Was she?
No. I mean, when we get a few more people in here, I'll give you my take. I don't think she's too old. I think she's
62.
Cunning. Yeah, she's
too old.
She's a sly fox, is what she is.
Okay.
And not to mention all the adrenochrome. I mean, she's got.
And don't forget that
years
it's not
at minimum.
because she leave a political function that she decided to stop her activist action. She could really work for her brother-in-law who has the ESW Institute for Study of War. So she could work for that.
The Kagans, right? They're
Exactly.
Exactly.
The brother-in-law.
The Kagans. Yeah, there's a couple of different Kagans. There's Alina Kagan. I think Robert Kagan. I'm not too booked up on this, but
isn't Elena Kagan the Supreme Court?
You're thinking of someone else.
Yes, there is no link. The link is with Newland and the Kagan.
So
they are in the same business.
So
I think her supply of androchrome was getting thin because she definitely changed over the years.
Yeah,
but I said,
George L. Orwell.
When you do, when you live an ugly life and you do horrible, ugly things, maybe it just rubs off on you and becomes you. I mean, because she did look like a nice lady back at one time, but now she.
No, so the question was: is do you think she's a true believer or just a hypocrite and greedy?
Probably a little both. Because you got to be pretty evil to sit around and make money off of fucking over countries and exporting your global homo agenda. I mean, they obviously make money at it. I mean, like Archimedes says, when she shows up, you're going to have a color revolution, and then all of a sudden you're going to be buying weapons or needing weapons from, who? Oh, the United States will help you. I mean,
and you have a new
she's
NATO
bad
base.
News. She's the bad news bearer.
I think that she had a personal vendetta against Russia too. I mean, she was just check out her early life on Wikipedia. You'll see that she was comes from people from the Russian Empire who left it. It also says some other things, by the way. But if you go and you check that out, it kind of makes sense that there would be some kind of link there that was anti-Russian from the start. That she has some kind of family history of being anti-Russian. And I think that's the case with a lot of the people that are in charge of America right now. They're anti-Russian, not out of strategic reasons, but just because they personally hate Russia. You know what I mean? For whatever reason, they really, and especially Chrystia Freeland, who's still around. I think she was the finance minister of Canada, but she was also extremely influential in this whole Ukraine debacle.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just get to my point with Victoria Newland since we're, there's not a lot of people in here yet, and then everybody else can pile in. But my whole take on it is Victoria Newland is the figurehead of this whole debacle. She's the figurehead for a lot of what's gone wrong in various places around the world, especially Europe. And like a typical politician, she's been there for decades. She has tons of connections in the military, in the business sector, in the diplomatic sector. And you got to figure a bitch like her gets heads up and warnings ahead of time from everybody else. She's like an insider trader. She knows when it's time to cut and when it's time to run and when it's time to hold and when it's time to sell. And Victoria Newland is a piece of shit. And she resigned because she's getting out now because she knows Ukraine has lost and she knows it's going to end very badly for Ukraine in the West. So she's leaving now so she can distance herself over the next year as Ukraine falls apart and collapses. She will fade into the background and she will disappear. And then after the election, and if things maybe work out in Ukraine where there's a peace deal and stuff, maybe she'll start showing up and talking about how she did everything she could for Ukraine. But Ukraine just couldn't execute what we did. So exactly. She's a total shitbag. Basically, she's an insider.
I think, Bone, you have something. I think they are going to blame Ukraine for everything. Because the Western world is perfect. If there is a problem, it's because the Ukrainians are too much like Russian.
Yeah, so and what I'm basically just saying is she's got a heads up. She's got the tip. She knows it's time to cut and run, and that's what she's doing. She's not being fired. If she was being fired, they would blame her. They would throw her under the bus. They would probably link her to the Zelensky shit and all that. But she's being allowed to resign and walk away. So that tells me that she's cutting and running because she knows the deal's up and it's going to collapse and fail. And she doesn't want to be associated with it any more than she will be. And that's my take on her. She's leaving because she's a scumbag and she's selling. She's shorting Ukraine to save her reputation. Let's put it that way.
It reminds me of Hillary Clinton. Because in her first term as a Secretary of State, then after that, you have the Libyan situation and everything. Then she left the position, and then for 4 years, she stay away, and then after that she can come back to run for president. So it could be something similar to this. Hi, FCS.
What's up?
Should I get
maybe Victoria Newland will run for president?
Should I stay back? I don't know.
That would be a good one. The special Biden replacement.
Yeah,
that would be very fun.
I believe she's going to Africa.
Maria hasn't given up. She moved to a better place.
That's an interesting point, right? There's going to be another set of color revolutions, right? Maybe somewhere else. They're done with Ukraine. Got bored of it.
I believe she's going somewhere hot right now, and I think she's going to Africa. Just watch.
Man, I don't know about that. She's got to disappear for a while and rehab her reputation first before she reappears like Jesus.
What she could be doing is she could be doing what Zelensky's having done, right? They're kind of rearranging the deck of cards. They're not necessarily changing who's in charge. They're just kind of shifting around what's going on.
Yes, she could just continue to do some kind of lobbying, but externally from the government.
Because maybe her assignment has changed. So rather than now you operate from the open in public, now you're going to have to, she have to start to work covertly. Now she will be like going underground. She'll be like going behind the scene.
Because there's like this idea of some people, I don't know, like some people are saying she's going to go into the military industrial complex, right, as an executive, using the knowledge she has from the government to help whichever company she's going to be an extremely valuable asset for whichever company she joins because she's going to have those connections. You know what I mean?
I have a question.
You're right, Alan, because I've seen her. She does have some big assets now. After all those years,
she used to be hot when she was younger, dude.
No,
it's crazy.
No, my point is, since the Maidan in Ukraine, what was she until 2022? What was she? Because after the Maidan, she
was in your mom's house.
She was where?
In your mom's house.
No, she wasn't. I talked to her once. She wasn't there.
If she was in your mom's house, I'm mad at your mom for not beating her ass. She's
preparing for the next Ukrainian presidential election. She wants to become Ukraine president to replace Zelensky. Newland. It's a joke.
No, you know, I
say it's a joke, but who knows?
Well, FCS, you know, where is she going to go next? I mean, you say Africa. Where in Africa specifically? Because I also have another theory about if she's going to go in a country where she would go next. But I'd like to hear what you have to say about why she would go to Africa.
No, for me, the reason I'm saying that because right now, for some reason, I feel like Africa is getting hot again. There's a bunch of this leave the West, go towards Russia kind of movement going on in Africa. I can see her basically getting involved to kind of sabotage that movement. But my main that just me throwing shit out in the wind. But I don't really believe that. But person like Newland, they're chaos merchant. So they're good as bringing in trouble. So she's like
that color revolution.
So definitely, and right now, and I can see a lot of shit moving in Africa. I move around a lot in this place, and what they need is somebody like Newland to come and just fuck shit up, like Nigeria.
Let's be respectful and call her by her actual family name, Noodleman. Okay, thank you.
But yeah, my question. I'm very serious about this question. Where was she after the Maidan till the war started? So she because in my calculations, it completely disappeared.
I don't think she was in public office, was she? Or I could be.
She was probably in the State Department, but probably just in a background role, which is probably where she's going to go now, like they said, and do covert bullshit or advise behind the scenes. Maybe take a sabbatical, but they could still call her.
Yeah.
You know, she's going to disappear. I guarantee you, she's going to hide out while this shit falls apart.
Most of you, Susan Rice. Susan Rice was like Newland back in Africa. But but she was like the same thing Newland is doing in Ukraine. That same thing Susan Rice was doing in Africa, just fucking shit up. Even the one of the Nigerian opposition leader got murdered. She's believed to have been the one that killed him because they were served the same tea, but he died a few hours later.
Yeah. Wyatt, can you put up this one message about hot topics this guy put up? That would be a good thing for us to kind of
hot
review.
Topics. Where? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. That one.
This one.
Yeah.
Those would be really good points to cover, I think, at least to start off with. If you guys have any thoughts,
I'm gonna post that back into the. Let's finish up on Newland first, but I'll post that in the chat so we can
as well.
I also have some other topics to look at as well.
So
go on, Wyatt, please. Sorry.
There's a job opening, right? The NATO chief is going to change, right? What if she's going to run for it?
That would be fun.
Because it's like they cannot let the Estonian, the Estonian girl take over, right? It's like then the whole world will go into World War, right? Because the Estonians will like, yes, let's kill the Russians, and then the whole world will go crazy. You lose control. They need to have someone with a grip to take power of NATO.
Especially since 30 to 40% of the Estonian population is Russian.
Yeah, I have no idea why Baltics wants to go to that direction. Not wise. I feel like
very simple weapon that Putin could use against Estonia and the other Baltic states is to ask the Russian population to move back to Russia. So immediately they would lose 20 to 40% of their own population, and everything is going to collapse in the Baltic state. So
in another war,
a pacific way to destroy a country.
No.
Steve Buckley, you're in the backstage. Do check the private chat. So
that's a cool name.
So why so quiet? I'm lost. What happened? What do you want to say?
I want to say something.
Okay. Yes, Paul.
Victoria Nuland is not the devil. He was by pointing and disappointed. Victoria Nuland was a statement of the part of the USA. Now that Victoria Nuland is on the background, I think the US gonna shift the politics from Ukraine and let the European take the hit.
That's a good point.
It's possible.
I mean, it could be. But she's not diverse enough. She's not a gay black Jew.
Well, she's a Jew.
Is my sound okay? Different Bluetooth, so Okay, good.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, better.
If I may say about Vicky, she's such a cute Vicky. I mean, there's actually bad development, even worse by Duran analysis. They did some interesting expose how Blinken was her friend, but it was actually they were given some period of time in order for Ukraine-Russia project to go on before allowing it for the China orientation to switch. And that period is over, it seems like. And now they want to switch to China, while she was so aggressive in not allowing that switch. So that's why basically she was fired. She was fired, and she said they say it's a resignation or no retirement, which is actually not allowing it to come back into a different position in administration. So she's going for the open door, revolving open door, to go probably for to work for a MIC, MIC, and this is about orientating U.S. and Western efforts towards China, which is just a disturbing development. I would say, if this is correct, what Duran and some Western, real politics analysis start talking about, pretty dangerous.
Before we get into all that, we did have a couple main points in Ukraine we wanted to cover. Hi, Steve. If you guys wanted to go around the panel, we could probably cover. What was the first one, Archimedes, we put up here?
There's a few things.
Transnistria. Yeah, Transnistria.
Yeah, Transnistria is a good topic.
Yeah, let's start with you. Let's go
I think it's pretty interesting to think about what's going to happen in Transnistria going forwards, right? A lot of what people are saying with regards to Newland resigning is that, well, maybe the West is sort of pulling out of Ukraine, and maybe we're going to see this the Russians take over a lot more land very quickly, right? So I think that the Ukrainians are realizing that things are about to collapse there as well, and they might do something desperate, right? Like take Transnistria. Personally, I don't think it's very likely. I don't think that there's too much upside for the Ukrainians to do that, but a lot of people have definitely been bandying that about. So I wonder what you guys think.
Well,
I think it's not going to happen.
I think let's try to keep
first,
it.
The front line.
We can cover everybody. Then I think
we can let Shadowy start. He's at the top.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, you're good.
I just wanted to add that I think it's not going to happen because I don't think Ukraine is going to fall quickly. The trajectory of the war is making the thing advance very slowly. Every time the Russians try to go faster, they have losses, basically. And some commander officers make a big mistake and all these men were killed. So things are going to advance very slowly on the front line. That's what I think. And secondly, about the Transnistra situation, I think it's more a political and diplomatic situation than a military one. And I don't think Ukraine is going to invade anyone. They have just too much problem with trying something like that. So, Von, your turn.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I could see it being tempting to Ukraine because they could probably get a victory out of it over the Russians, maybe, but they'd probably lose all the ammunition. And the only reason I think the Ukrainians might even think about trying it is it would be the only case where they would have superiority over a Russian force because they would be able to operate under their own SAM umbrella, their own artillery, their own attack helicopters. The Russians wouldn't be able to do anything to help them really unless they wanted to do some suicide jet run across half of Ukraine to save them. So I think they're probably just talking a lot of shit just because they're losing, so they're trying to distract. Because, I mean, yeah, it might be a PR victory, but what are they going to get out of it? Well, more than likely, all the ammo gets blown up as soon as they move, and they probably will take a lot of casualties because there are shit tons of people there that'll probably fight besides the small military force. But, I mean, that's the only reason I could see them going for it maybe is because they'd have the advantage and they think they could get something on the news for PR, but, you know, they could fuck that up like they have everything else. I mean, there's no reason to assume that all of a sudden they're going to use NATO combined arms tactics effectively against Transnistria when they couldn't do it any other place. So I think it still hangs out there, but I honestly don't think that they're really wanting to do that. I think they're just trying to throw a bunch of shit out there and, you know, maybe bluff the Russians.
I don't think they could really attack. It's at the moment Transnistria is officially recognized as being part of Moldova, so they can't. Even though, they would basically be attacking a sovereign state, and it would just cause too much shit.
Who's there? Are you saying Russia couldn't or Ukraine couldn't?
No one. That's the big thing with Transnistria. It's a grey state. Technically it's part of Moldova. So anyone that attacks it is attacking a sovereign state. At the moment, Russia is.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Yeah.
I wonder if Victoria Newland might want to go to Moldova, and Transnistria might be the new Donbass. You know.
Paul.
So the
sorry.
Okay,
sorry. Go ahead.
I want to say something. In 1991, there was a war between Moldova and Transnistria. So if the Ukraine attacked Transnistria, de facto they gonna recognize that Transnistria is a different country. So that's why I think is a problem if the Ukraine attack Transnistria. And on the other hand, if the Russian they gonna come to the Transnistrian border, the Transnistrian they can say they are independent and they will join the Russians. So it's another problem. It's another type of thing. And also in Transnistria there are Russian troops, so it will not be a war between Russia and Transnistria.
Okay, Jury.
It will be a good opportunity for Ukrainians to get Russians closer to NATO surveillance and all of it, information capabilities to get them in more invested into Transnistria if they were to attack. If the Ukrainians will take over in Transnistria, so it will force Russia to come in. That will get them in closer, even get more reasons to, get NATO against Russia, like fully more mobilized. That's one option. Another option is a really good, reason to improve logistics through Transnistria. Now there's a really difficult one-way ticket because of the farmers and everyone is blocking over their western access to Ukraine. So there's a really good road going through Moldova, which will be beneficial for Moldovans to use their roads for financially. I mean, if NATO was using it for logistics too. To Ukraine, transferring weapons and so on, specifically because of the F-16s are in Romania. They will be easily reaching through there. So now they cannot fly over the airspace of Transnistria. That is problematic. So it's like a really big defensive line, a long one and narrow one that it prevents so much logistical lines into the Ukraine. Of course, the Ukrainians are opening possibilities to take over those that Kinburn Spit and all that tips in the Kherson over there. Actually, the Odessa region that are. Going into from Kherson, southern Kherson, into the close to Odessa, from where the Russians can prevent any use of Odessa's port as logistics. So this will be opening more and more logistics line to Ukraine from the west. That's what I see importance of taking over Transnistria, having more options. So that's my thinking on it.
Yeah, my view is it comes from what happens in Ukraine. If Russia have a successful battle in Ukraine and seize Odessa, I can see Transnistria easily getting the Ukrainians.
Well, we would only see Odessa. I don't think we would see Odessa being captured in a battle necessarily. I think,
and that's what I'm saying. It depends on how Odessa falls.
I think it would end up being done
whether negotiations or true battles or whichever forms it
I would
goes.
say negotiation.
Yeah, then if Odessa is on
negotiation or special operation,
it can be easier to get Transnistria on board than currently the current setup. I remember last year when Ukraine, there was this news about Ukraine trying to attack or Transnistria, and what Paul said makes sense, because if Ukraine had attacked them, even the Moldova government had mentioned that if they do, they would defend their territory against Ukraine. They mentioned that back sometime last year. So for those reasons, I don't see Ukraine attacking Transnistria. I don't see Russia getting involved in Transnistria. It depends on what happens in Odessa or this whole Ukraine fiasco. That's just
I think you could just generally say southwestern Ukraine, right? Southern Ukraine. What happens there?
I wanted to add something about Moldavia and Transnistria. Basically, if Ukraine decide to attack Transnistria, they are going to attack Moldavia, and a lot of countries around the world, especially in the global south, are going to consider that Ukraine is attacking another country. So the few reputation that Zelensky and the Ukrainian government had is going to be lost. And for some more or less neutral European country, it could be a good occasion to just left Ukraine, because immediately Ukraine changed its own statute from we are invaded by to we are invader, and that's not the same thing at all. So some country could decide to just use this pretext to stop supporting Ukraine. Toby, your turn.
Thank you. Yeah, you bring up an interesting point, which is countries that are concerned about being invaded by Ukraine, because I saw recently a YouTube by a Hungarian politician. He's the leader of the Homeland Party in Hungary, and he's been receiving death threats from the Ukrainian militias because he supports the Hungarians inside Ukraine. And he posted a video as part of his video of a Ukrainian militiaman saying, if the Russians beat us, we're just going to march into Hungary. They can't possibly stop us. They've only got 30,000 troops, and we're going to have 500,000 heavily armed men with lots of combat experience. Now, if anyone's got any brains in Poland or Romania or even Lithuania for that matter,
is this why they're closing the border?
It's more than closing the border, right? The real security threat is that the Ukrainian militias cut and run and decide to go set up shop somewhere in Eastern Europe, because it's not clear that there is a big enough force to stop them. And, if you were feeling evil-minded as a Russian, just for the shits and giggles, you might think it's funny to drive 500,000 heavily armed Ukrainian nationalists into Poland to see how they enjoy those apples. Putin could do a Castro and just empty his prisons and insane asylums onto Lithuania and say, here you go, here's all your freedom fighters. So, there's a real security concern with what happens to the Ukrainian army if and when peace breaks out and how it breaks out. And I think that there's got to be a real concern from the Eastern European nations about that. All right, that's my point on that.
I wanted to add something. I think the most dangerous situation.
I wanted to.
Sorry, Alan, go.
Say one thing. No. I'm going to let you talk. But Toby, and just to the whole chat, Wyatt told us to keep trying to think. Apparently, you guys started this list last week of when you're done talking, call out the person who you want to speak after you, so we can kind of keep things orderly and kind of going straight without having to all talk over each other. So for example, all right, thanks, Toby, for talking. Shadowy, what do you have to say?
I think that the situation that you were speaking about is more for just after the wars. When Ukraine is going to lose, and they are going to lose, the question is going to be very important for what all the soldiers are going to do. Most of them are not nationalists. They are not crazy guys. They're just going to come back to their family. But a small part of them are really crazy guys. And this guy, I think what they're going to do is just join the organized crime. And we are going to have a very large influx of Ukrainian war veterans very hardcore guy, very crazy guy, who are going to try to make criminal activity all across Europe. Next one, so Archimede?
Yeah.
Or Julie, I don't know, sorry.
Go ahead. I think Uriel or Steve wanted to talk.
Yeah, I was just saying with my theory about what's going to happen is Odessa is probably going to end up as becoming where they all end up. I see this ending very badly, and Odessa will probably end up like Transnistria, I think, towards the end. And you will get criminal cartels basically moving in. All the ex-nationalists and that will sort of end up in Odessa, and I think you'll see a second grey state, of Odessa, and all your smuggling and everything will be running out of there rather than Transnistria, which is where it is at the moment. That's my impression for where this is going to end in Odessa.
And if Ukrainians would attack Transnistria, it will be with cooperation with Moldovan army, not people, of course, because people would be against it. But anyway, another one of the another tragic European values are that the leadership doesn't ask population what they care about, so they do their own, like war with Russia. So we shouldn't talk about what people think, because it's their government, our governments are ignoring us, obviously, and so this will be coordinated Moldovan and Ukrainian attack on Transnistria to take over, because it will be helpful for Moldovans, and we see they're taking control of Gagauzia, which is autonomous region south of Moldova. They're trying to take power over this autonomy, so that they can use it for transportation. So it seems like they're setting up everything in order in Moldova in order to do this action in preparation for this coordinated action against Transnistria. That's my guess, And they're bribed now that UK is actually saying they're gonna, use the frozen Russian assets for the loan as a guarantee for the loan to Ukraine. I mean, they already probably distributed this private Russian frozen assets. They are ready to take it and distribute it among the governments in Europe. I think that's my thinking. So that's why they're so gung-ho against Russia, ready to destroy their own future for the money. Just the reason.
Motivated.
I kind of want to move the topic a little bit forward, talking about France. But if anyone else has anything else to say on Transnistria, please go ahead. I think Alan and Steve and Paul wanted to speak. So,
Alan?
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying that with the using of Russian assets, it's not quite the way people think, because what it is the bank will just use that as collateral to issue loans. So, like, they won't actually spend that money. It's just held as cash, and then you can, use your Glass-Steagall limits to actually lend that money out 10 times to create revenue, basically. So they hold $200 million worth of Russian assets. They then lend Ukraine $1 billion. That's how I see them using that money.
Well, isn't that even? I mean, at that point, then that 200 billion is underwriting a whole that 200 million of assets is underwriting a whole 1 billion of loans. Then, right? I mean, what they really don't want then is for that 200 million to be repatriated by Russia somehow. Or by those Russian citizens, given back to those Russian citizens, because now that entire 1 billion is on the line for that 200 million, if that makes sense, right? So if I think that's just going to make the division between the Russian people and the West even worse, even more dangerous. I think I kind of see this whole conflict as sort of escalating, and that's a big step. That's escalatory. But we're also seeing the geopolitical escalations, right? We're seeing how France has really been talking a lot of shit, and I think it's kind of interesting that France is the one who's talking the shit, or specifically Macron. But I've got more to say on that, but I'll let Vaughn go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm tracking this right. So basically, that the assets that are frozen, they're lending out however much money they want against that. Is that basically because they're counting on in the end keeping that money that they loaned out against? Okay, so it's a basically fucking dumbass gamble.
Yeah, if I can listen, I wouldn't believe too much about the economic chatter. Like, a lot is being said in the media by a lot of different people, and sometimes it's easy to forget that 99% of these people can't do what they're talking about. Probably 85% of them are really dishonest and trying to push a narrative. The sanctions have been an unmitigated failure. Just because even when the Americans say that they're going to do something, it doesn't necessarily mean they will. And as far as seizing Russian assets goes, I don't think that matters at all to the Russians. What are you going to do? Seize some oligarch's yacht? Seize his British property? Like, seizing their assets in the West, it's the least of their concerns. And I don't think it's going to happen because it lets a nasty cat out of the bag. Because if people start seizing assets left, right, and center, there's no end to that. So I think it would be extremely difficult to get any court in any country to enforce it, because, the judges are going to be giving each other side eye saying, okay, so what happens when this gets reciprocated? It breaks a whole bunch of good laws is the point. So I think that that's all basically just chatter. And on the subject of just chatter, we can probably talk about France more, but Shadowy, I think, had his finger up.
I think it was Alan first.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't like him, so I was going to pick
Alan?
you.
Okay. Sorry. So I want to say something about the.
No. I just wanted to kind of double down on that. Like, it's probably likely by this point those oligarchs who are at risk of having their assets seized in the West have already remade their money that would have been lost 2, 3, 4-fold since the beginning of this conflict.
And I want to add about these topics. All this is going to do is to show all the Russian wealthy guys that the better place to put their money is not in Europe or USA, it's in Russia. In Russia, your money is protected. If you park your yacht in Sochi, it's not going to be seized. That's a Putin sentence. And that's all. They are going to basically help the wealthy guy to support Putin. That's what they are doing. Vaughn or Paul, maybe?
I want to speak about Transnistria. Transnistria is a territory that is not they are not Moldovan people there. They are Russian people. He was allocated to Moldovan by Stalin, and in Transnistria was all the industry of Moldova. So Moldova without Transnistria, they have a problem. They don't have industry. And before the war, if the truckers who move things from Moldova or Ukraine or Romania, they put the trucks on the Transnistria, because if they are war in Moldova, the merchant will be stolen by the mafia from Moldova or by the mafia from the Ukraine. So Transnistria is a very secure zone. And also about the problem with the Ukrainian nationalists. I think maybe the Polish close the border, but maybe they want to obtain a concession from the Ukrainians, or maybe they are afraid that the war gonna break the Ukrainian army, and because I do not think the war is gonna the Russian fight the war from territory. They fight the war to destroy the army, and I do not see the Russian occupy all the Ukrainian bit by bit. I see they gonna fight until the Ukrainian army is disintegrated. This is what I'm saying. And also about they say something about Odessa. Odessa is a very important port in the Black Sea. So I don't think Odessa is gonna be the same like let's say like Transnistria. I think Odessa we gonna remain a Russian territory. This is my impression. And about the 20 billions, I do not. I want to say another one about the 200 billions. I think the 200 billions is not so important. The important of 200 billions is the answer from the West. Look, we did something to the Russian, and the Russian they want to show. Look, the West, they are not trustworthy. They don't put the money in the Western banks. So I think this is about the $200 billion. It's not very important. It's important from the prestige of the European and of the USA.
So that concept of your money being safe in the bank is, you know, it's not as though that's true in Russia or China, right? You know, if you're an oligarch and you put your yacht in Sochi, I don't think that it's true that it's not going to get seized. You know, I think if you get on the wrong side of Putin, your yacht will get seized. It's just that the West had this pretension.
He'll punch you in the heart.
Say again?
He'll punch you in the heart.
Yeah, he will. He'll throw you out of a window, right? Yeah, so I mean, I think that what's going to happen is that the West is going to lose that status as sort of the global merchant, you know, empire that anybody can go to and feel that they are that more important than any political affiliation is the rule of money, and the sanctity of the banks and the bank accounts. Instead of that, the West is going to become again an embattled empire amongst others, right? And the West will see fit to take the assets of its political enemies, just as Russia and China are doing. And we're going to get into that position where there is no neutral party making money independently of any geopolitical considerations, except I don't know, maybe in Dubai or something, but certainly not anywhere in the West. You know, and yeah, go ahead, Vaughn. But I do want to say more about France, but go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I kind of agree with Toby. I mean, I do hear a lot of talk, and I hear all the threats about, you know, seizing the assets. But I don't understand all of it, but I understand there's quite a bit of pretty heavy-duty retaliation financially that can go back and forth. Like, if you take X, we can take B, and nobody really wants that. So it's a lot of talk and bluster because it sets a precedent, you know, like you can't trust the West now because if they don't like you, they'll take your shit, and we won't.
That cat's already out of the bag, right?
And we do have a super chat
in the first place. Yeah, it's a good super chat on the topic of Transnistria. Can Russia maybe let Odessa become the new Danzig corridor to Transnistria? Can Ukraine give up secure access to the Black Sea? How can this at all be negotiated? Yeah, I think that's really what the West is afraid of. I mean, they'd like for this war to just go on and kill as many Ukrainians and as many Russians as possible without having to lose access to, without having to destroy the country of Ukraine. You know, they don't want it all to become conquered by Russia. And if they lose Odessa, then Ukraine ceases to be a viable state at all, right? I think that the West will be quite happy with losing the currently occupied territories, but not for Odessa.
Toby?
Okay, so the thing about Transnistria is that is Russia's seaport access to Western Europe, right? If you want to move a lot of heavy equipment and a lot of ammunition into Western Europe, going up the Dniester River, of which the Transnistria is across, hence Transnistria, you go up that river, right? That's how you get from the Volga through the Black Sea up into Western Europe. That's why there's a massive military base there. That place is basically a fortress. That's why the Russian army have got so much ordnance parked there, and that's why they've got troops there. It's unlikely that Russia is going to give that up. That would be almost like giving up Crimea or Kaliningrad. As for Odessa, Odessa is a bit of an international city. It's partly Greek, partly Russian, partly Romanian, and, you know, probably, I guess you could say partly Ukrainian, but I think it will side, insofar as it gets a choice, it will go with the winner. you know. And I think that in the end, the way this plays out, this is to answer the super chat. In the end, I think what Russia are going to push for, well, they've said denazification, right? What does that mean? Well, that means that the people in Ukraine get to vote without being told that they have to be Ukrainian nationalists. So reading between the lines, that means that if areas of Ukraine vote to secede, they will be allowed to. So the Hungarian area, which had a referendum back in the 90s, right, they will be allowed to secede and join Hungary. Lvov would be allowed to secede and apply to join Poland. Kharkiv and Odessa, if they wanted to, could secede and join Russia. I think that's the Russian plan. I think that's what denazification means, because it's hard to see what else it means. And I don't think the Russians have a military plan for Odessa in the same way as they don't have for Kharkiv. The Russians don't plan on killing a whole bunch of people and destroying cities that they then occupy. You know, why would they need to? They're doing just fine. They've destroyed Ukraine's economy. It's an absolute basket case. If Ukraine can't get their air defense going, they're going to get absolutely pasted on the battlefield moving forward. You know, White's been reporting on all this increased air power. Russia's doing just fine without having to then, you know, have the headache of taking cities like Odessa and Kharkiv. They'll get those in a political settlement eventually. So I don't see any military action there. And I think eventually it might take 10 years before the dismemberment of Ukraine through referendum comes about. But I think that's the strategy. Force a peaceful settlement so that Ukraine is basically free for everybody to leave, and then watch them all leave and go back to their respective homelands. Because Ukraine's just a patchwork put together by the Soviets. It'll come apart at the seams if it's allowed to. And Vaughan.
So whose turn is it, Vaughan?
No, it's Vaughan. Oh, actually, I think Nanya. And then Vaughan. But Nanya?
Anyway.
Well, no, everything Toby just said I agree with. I think that's probably how it's going to play out. I think that the potential for a Black Sea Danzig was probably there a year and a half ago, but I don't think the Russians are playing anymore, and I don't think they're willing to negotiate on anything. So that window is now closed. I also think that the second part of the question, you know, can the Ukrainians, you know, survive not having a Black Sea port? Well, they're going to have to. They're not going to have the option to negotiate. I think ultimately they'll be dictated terms which they'll accept. And I agree with Toby. I don't see the Russians going into Odessa. I think they'll just play the political settlement game. I also think part of that political settlement will be Transnistria, because I don't see the Russians wanting to play this game anymore with anybody. So if you're Russian and you know, believe that you're Russian and you think that you want to be part of the Russian Federation, which Transnistria does, they'll link up with them. They'll have the referendums that Toby mentioned, and that's how they'll be kind of absorbed into the Russian Federation. So that's kind of how I see it playing out. What do you think, Vaughn?
I think Shadowy's next in me.
No, I think it was you, Bon.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, I agree with some of what Toby said, and I agree with Nunya's point, especially on the fact that the Russians are beyond negotiations. I mean, if Ukraine wanted to keep the Black Sea port, they, you know, in Odessa, they probably should have negotiated before the war started. And then as the war's progressed, they've continued to do things to make negotiations more and more difficult. The United States and the West has also done that. And I don't believe the Russians feel any obligation to negotiate for Transnistria, Odessa, Kryvyi Rog, Mykolaiv, Kharkov. Those cities will all be under Russian control, regardless of negotiations, probably before negotiations, because the whole point is the Russian army is going to kill every single Ukrainian soldier that stands in their way until they don't stand in their way. And then they will drive to Kharkov, and they will drive to Odessa, and they will drive to Transnistria and Kryvyi Rog. They will drive wherever they want. And then if someone wants to negotiate with them, maybe they'll take the call. There's no reason for Russia to stop doing anything they're doing. It may take another year to get to that point, but the Ukrainians have pissed away all their opportunities and off-ramps. And you know they have, because Newland's gone. She took the last off-ramp. She took the best one, probably, the one that pays the best. Everyone thinks Zaluzny got fat paycheck, $62 million to take an off-ramp. God only knows what that bitch got. But yeah, I don't see any reason for Russia to stop killing Ukrainians until they can literally get what they want with minimal effort. I mean, you're right. They don't want to destroy cities, and they don't have to. They can just set up outside, and those dumbasses will go to like moths to the flame and die. And someday there won't be anyone left, and then they can just walk in. I think that's what they can do too. And in the meantime, they could do political referendums and all that stuff too. But the whole point is to kill these guys off and get what they want.
I think they are going to. It's my turn, I think. Okay, I think they are going to negotiate with Ukraine, but the base of the negotiation is going, we want that, and that, including Odessa. And that's not going to be negotiable. So that's going to the preamble to any negotiation. And the Ukrainian is going to refuse for a few, I think, years. And in 3 or 4 years, or they are no longer to be any government in Ukraine or any soldiers, or they are going to cede and to concede Odessa to Russia. For me, it's like that. Another scenario, and it was Walker ID, is the disintegration of Ukraine. Basically, the Kiev government ceased to be obeyed by all the oblasts in Ukraine. And each oblast governor decides to do what he wants. Because since he no longer receives any money from Kiev, and just had to give money but receive nothing, he decided to basically act independently. That's the disintegration scenario. And in this situation, we could have some kind of operation like we had in Crimea, where the Odessa governor and authority invite special forces from Russia to control the situation in Odessa.
Just real quick,
I think it was Paul or Yue, I don't know.
No, it was me. I said I'm for long time ago. Yeah, go ahead, Juan. Say quick.
I just wanted to say real quick. I mean, if given the opportunity, I believe Russia is about to teach the West a very, very harsh lesson and show people what you should have done is negotiate, not go to war, and why negotiations are always better than war. And unfortunately, it's going to be a very harsh lesson. A lot of people are going to die to teach it.
That's not a lesson Europeans can learn, really. They are unable to learn, so I know it. But what denazification means, I think Putin himself has explained it. Because they actually put into the law that is Ukraine is not allowed to negotiate with Russians as long as they're on Ukrainian territory. So the Putin said that denazification means that they could put in a constitution anti-Nazi laws that to prevent any celebration of insignias or celebrating Bandera, the Shostakovich and so on, all those insignias from Ukrainian past, Nazi past. So that's what
like
actually means,
Constitution.
placing it in a law, putting it into the law that it bans it and punishable, of course. So that's what it is. Of course, that will immediately prevent any celebration of it. The next one would be Paul, right?
I think so.
Am I right?
I want to correct Toby. There is no navigational channel on Republic of Moldova. There is no logistic on Transnistria. The only navigational channel has Ukraine. Romania winning the international court because Ukraine made illegal channel by the Danubian river that crossed Romania and go to the Black Sea, and to the border of Ukraine. They make some illegal work there. And about the net justification, we Romanian have a lot of Romanian in Ukraine. There are Ukrainian citizenship, and Ukrainian make the law that they can go to school in Romania to Romanian language, and also the other minorities like Russian, Ukrainian, and also. So in 10 years, Ukrainian changed the legislation that put the minority in a difficult spot.
Yeah, thanks. Just back to Transnistria quickly. A lot of people misunderstand what this place is actually like. They think it's like a Russian, like the Russian government is controlling them, but it's actually not that. It's the Russian Communist Party that controls Transnistria. They're not particularly pro-Russian. They have it's more that they are pro the Russian Communist Party, and it's also essentially it's a mafia state. Apart from that. So it's not really the Russian peacekeeping troops there are sort of a 50-50 really. It's really they're the more communist sort of motivated troops from there, and they're the ones that are allowed there.
I think you need to explain to the viewers just I mean, or maybe for even posterity's sake. I'm not saying that everyone's stupid, but there's an understanding like in the West of what communism is versus like what the communists.
I mean, we're talking Soviet Union. Transnistria was the first republic that basically broke away from the Soviet Union, not because they wanted to join the West, but because they wanted to stay communist, and that's the regime that's still there.
Well, what I'm saying is there's a different communism, right, from what we would call communism in the West, right?
Woke that's still Soviet. Like you look at the
old style communism,
old style Soviet Union communism. That is still there. Like, but on top of that, it's pretty much non-functional, and all their external economy is the black market. So it's
what's your source?
So is that basically like a hardliner republic thing?
Well, how do you know this, Steve? What is your source for this?
Oh, you can just look all this up. There's plenty of videos on YouTube and all that. You can go to Wikipedia and all that. It's not that hard to find. But yeah, it is basically still running as a communist state. It's basically still being run like the Soviet Union, but it's completely dysfunctional. Their economy is dog shit, and basically it's used now mostly as a money laundering port. And also North Korea, if they want to send stuff into countries that are embargoed by it, they can actually ship it to Transnistria. It gets lost and just reappears over the border into other countries. That's what Transnistria is. And I think that is essentially what is going to happen to Odessa eventually, but not, it's going to be the other way around. Like Odessa is going to end up being pretty much a mafia state run by Western powers. That's my
Steve, I would disagree with you on that, because Odessa operates as the key port that Russia, if this is a goal that Russia wants to achieve, Odessa would operate as the key port for the export of
it's useless for Russia. Like honestly, the location wise, that's why they're building up Mariupol. They don't need Odessa. Odessa is the mouth of the Danube. All of their trade is, or the 20-odd countries up the Danube River, and that's why it's so pro-Western. Like that's where all of their industries. I think Paul and then Wyatt.
I want to say that Odessa is very important. We see the drones, the British drone that attacked the Russian Navy. So Odessa is very important.
This is true.
So I don't think they're gonna be like Transnistria. The Odessa gonna be part of Russia. This is my impression.
So I just want to know, it's still on the Transnistria thing, but I'm going to add on a bit on what I seem to be observing. There is some very unusual thing happening in Moldova right now. There is a lot of NATO activities, despite they are not in NATO. There is a lot of talk the current government is getting more and more pro-West, anti-Russia. The election, the current leadership actually disregard the election in the autonomous zones where they are majority pro-Russia, and and they are trying to disqualify the winner of these zones, and this is going to be very bad which is why now you have these leaders from these autonomous regions now appealing to Russia for help, and which means that we might see a fracturing of Moldova in the near future. Look something like Georgia. The situation in Georgia is very similar, and Moldova seems to be in this crossroad, in this very weird crossroad where the populations can't decide what they want to do, and it's like a mini Ukraine, but they have a Transnistria problem, and NATO might be preparing people for a possibility of a war in Transnistria by saying that they're going to go into Ukraine, because once you go into war with Transnistria to help Moldova get rid of the Transnistria problem in order for them to join the EU or the NATO, then you will get involved into the Ukraine war, and I think this is all probably linked in that kind of way, and I find it rather scary what is happening in Moldova, because there's totally zero need for Moldova to do whatever they're doing. So no, like they could have just continue to get cheap gas from Russia and everything, but they decided to go pro-West and totally without meaning, without reasons. That's what I'm trying to say. So anyway, I'm going to swap out for Virgin. You guys continue from what I said.
And he didn't say who was next, but if I can go next. Listen, there is a river there, Paul. It's called the Dniester. The thing is, Steve, the reason I asked your sources is because the story that Transnistria is this Hollywood villain state doesn't make a lot of sense. The reality is that Transnistria was a Soviet strategic stronghold, much like Kaliningrad. That place is a fortress. The reason that it doesn't have an export of warm puppies and flowers is because it is supported by the Russian military, because it is a strategic ally in the region. Moldova was created because the Soviets took that land from Romania, right? And they settled a lot of Red Army soldiers there after the Second World War. That's why you've got a split in the population now. A lot of them want to go back to Romania. A lot of them want to stay friendly with Russia. And that split's actually pretty even. So that's why that's a volatile place. But Transnistria is not some comic book villain, failed state that doesn't know what it's doing. It is a major military strategic location, and you've got to ask yourself, if it's such a joke, if it's such a comic book villain, well then why didn't Ukraine march in there? And the reason that Ukraine didn't march in there is that
it's part of Moldova. It's because it's part of Moldova.
Yes,
they
for
can't.
political
It's political reasons. There's no other reason for it.
I agree with Steve on this one.
They can't. They'd be invading Moldova if they invade Transnistria. That's the point.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the history of Transnistria you actually know, or what your sources are. You said Wikipedia and YouTube, but what I'm trying to explain.
Can we keep the European microstate hate and arguments out of this?
Yeah, we can.
We can do that in the voice chat to the open mic speakers lounge, right? Yeah. But we still have 12 topics we have to get to that one person asked an hour ago that we haven't even gotten to.
Yeah, we should move on to France and Macron's Bellicose.
I think
position.
With all due respect, Toby, I don't think there's really too much to be said, because that could just be argued to be fluff. It could be political fluff from a European vassal state that the US is being
Do you want an explanation to me about this declaration? I could just explain you. The Macron declaration about the invasion about the war in Ukraine and so on. It was because the previous weekend, Macron has a huge public relation disasters during the farming convention, where basically he has to use 200 special anti-riot unit policemen to help him to enter the convention, and at least 2 times this number to move out the convention, because the farmers who were in the convention just wanted him to go out and wanted to throw him everything that they have in his face. So it was a huge public relation disaster for him. And this declaration is unique. The only goal of this declaration is to hide the public relation disaster of the previous week. That's all. It's just French internal political things. Don't read anything else in this declaration, in this speech. So now we could speak about something else. And Toby? Yes?
Well, about France. Well, I thought it was kind of interesting that France would make the statements they did when they did. The context is that
internal French stuff. Nothing to do about Ukraine. I'm sorry, Toby, but that's the truth.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll shut up then. And listen, Shadowy, if it was internal French stuff, then he wouldn't be talking about Ukraine, because Ukraine's not in France. The reason that Macron went on the world stage and said that he was going to deploy troops and that nothing was off the table in Ukraine is not an internal French issue. That doesn't make any sense. So what is the international context? The international context is that the Senate can't...
Make sense.
Can you please stop, Shadowy? Just let me talk, and then you can say your thing. The context is that the Senate hasn't been able to send any money to Ukraine. They can't get their bill passed by Congress because Speaker Johnson won't do it. You've also got a colossal goat fuck going on with German intelligence, and Scholz coming out and saying that he doesn't want to give long-range missiles to Ukraine. You've got Ukraine getting pushed out of Avdiivka and all kinds of shenanigans going on with Zaluzhny. It's pretty obvious that what Macron was trying to do was put forward conditions for negotiating a peace. In other words, he wants Putin to come to the table now and negotiate a peace. And I think that is generally the feeling throughout Europe. And why would they want that? Because they fear that Ukraine is going to collapse, right? That's why Macron is bluffing. I mean, he's bluffing because he hasn't got troops to send there anyway, right? But he's trying to put forward the position for NATO. Now, Shadowy, I know that you want to explain everything from the point of view of French domestic politics, but if it was all about French domestic politics, he wouldn't have been speaking about Ukraine. Ukraine is an international issue.
That's exactly why he speak about it. Because he wants to divert the mainstream media attention from France to international. It's a basic politician stuff. He don't want to speak about the French situation. He wants to speak about the world situation, not the French situation. Because France situation is a disaster for him. We have election in a few months, and he is going to be blasted by this election. So he wants to speak about everything else except the French situation. It's just public relations stuff.
So what I'm hearing is that it's a non-issue then.
Exactly.
Well, then if it's a non-issue, we'll move on to the next topic. You guys see that video of the Bradleys?
Let me just add some short things to Transnistria issue. It's not so irrelevant, you know. Transnistria is basically a big obstacle for the NATO logistics into Ukraine, into the Odessa area. There was this bridge in the south which has already been attacked, so it's not easy to get things from Romania into Odessa, and else they have to move a lot of the stuff that they would need for fighting there south from the northern parts of Ukraine, and then also. If you think about it, if Ukrainians would go into Transnistria, and they have been invited, as far as I have read, by the Moldavian Prime Minister to
do that, they have free hands. Then if they occupy the territory. Sorry?
Voyan, your camera is frozen. We can't see you.
What was that?
Oh, it's me. Yeah, well, it's I see myself moving on the camera.
We don't always see
just
you.
Let me then. Let me then finish with the sentence. You know, if Transnistria would be taken over by Ukrainians and Moldavians, and Russia would need more than a year or two to get there, basically this would be then territory under Moldavian control. And if Russia wanted to take it back, it would have to invade and not be invited by Transnistrians. It's a different issue. And then Russia would have no excuse to have a big part right to the right of Transnistria, as to the north of Odessa as a zone that they would have to take as well. I will leave and join again if I have a camera issue.
Just turn your camera on and off.
See me now?
Nope, same thing.
I will leave and join again. See you guys.
All right, thanks, William. Well, we had another topic, didn't we? Vaughn, did you want to touch on that? Vaughn, did you want to touch on the maybe some more of the Ukraine conflict stuff? I know you and I like to go off on some of that. The Patriot stuff, the possible Ukrainian counteroffensive, the impact on the Abrams, I know, is definitely going to be something you've got something to say about, right? The use of Abrams.
That's last week.
We've seen them. We've kind of figured out how they've been deployed now, right? They're not deploying them mass on the front. They're deploying them to a specific line on the front, right? We're seeing them sent to the Berdychi, right? And then holding that position. And we're still seeing it work, right? I think it's safe to assume there's probably not 3 Abrams in Berdychi, but they've seen 3 losses, but there's definitely more operating in the region. And if they're effectively holding back a Russian advance, then that's noteworthy.
I mean, they could be doing good. It sounds like they might have saved the day, but they lost 3 of them. And I mean, I just find it annoying. You know, I'm glad the Ukrainians still control the territory, and I guess technically the Abrams are still recoverable, which is good. But I mean, it's just bullshit because you send these tanks down there, and it wouldn't matter if it was an Abrams or a T-55. You got no air cover. You don't really have any good ISR, it seems like. You don't really have a whole lot of artillery to support. You don't even think to bring any infantry along. Or the one thing that pisses me off is the first one, the guy just driving around with the hatches closed. When the fucking whole area is full of drones of all kinds. And you don't even have a guy up in the hatch just looking around, just in case something shows up. And, well, you saw the history. The legend began. The money was rolling.
Does that play into
in that bunker like Tony Montana with the money just going?
Do you think the Russians are also using their advantage? I mean, how many Ukrainian air defense systems have we seen go down this week?
I'd say at least a half a dozen pieces of different systems.
Mm-hmm.
If you count a few radar dishes, I think there's been a couple launchers hit. I don't know, maybe a half dozen pieces of air defense systems, maybe 1 complete Patriot system, and some pieces of a NASAMS. I don't know.
And the HIMARS.
And the HIMARS.
That is the first more or less clear footage of HIMARS actually getting hit. Like for real, the last one, like last year, was like, it could be the rocket carrier, it could be the HIMARS. But this time around, there is
I think that's one of the. I remember that way back when, in the old DPA days, when you had that whole video where you overlaid the HIMARS body over the satellite footage and all that, trying to figure out if it was the first HIMARS or the 6th HIMARS. But yeah, I'd say, they've lost a couple of those. I mean, and the other thing is you see them concentrating on artillery too. And then the random FPV drones and the Fabs, it's like, I don't know, they're dropping so much shit. It's kind of hard to
Fab strikes in the last 3 days is unprecedented. We've seen, I think the average per day strikes was between 10 and 15 Fabs per day. Now we're seeing north of, I think, 60 or 70 all across the entire front line. Yeah, sorry.
If they don't get a hold of that, they're done.
Upgrade, go ahead.
Yeah. To add on to what you said, I heard they starting to produce even more Fabs. Now that's why we see the increase, right? Because honestly speaking, we see the Russian side increasing their productivity on all of the weapons that they actually need to fight the war. And we see a decrease of the Ukrainian NATO equipment. When you send your best tanks to fight over a little village near Avdiivka, then you know something is not going well. And even if they hold them there, that means that they had to reinforce massively because they were getting routed. And like Sirski always do, he sends people to the meat grinder. So it's not a new tactic from the Ukrainians. It's basically the same thing like happened in Bakhmut. Just the Russians have even more equipment, even more men, and the Ukrainians have less. And to add on to the talks before about France, I totally agree with Shadowy. It's in France we just talk about that it's actually a diversion from the internal politics of France. We have I think it's European
election
things going on.
European
and
Parliament election.
Exactly. So he really wants to deflect to play the big guy when France has 3 days of artillery in their back. It's ridiculous. Nobody takes him seriously anymore. That's why he's irrelevant, and that's why France is getting irrelevant in the international stage. And the Ukrainians, I don't know what's gonna save them, but it must come much more than was done in the previous years to actually do something on the battlefield. I mean, one ship in Turkey will not solve the issue of the war. You know, he's there in Turkey, gets a ship. Yeah, great job. What are you going to do about it? You know, it's useless. It's useless.
Right. And Toby, you made a good point that if we see the upscaling of the Fab strikes, the air strikes, this is going to kind of, were you kind of getting at a kind of cascade effect across the front line that we could see a really, really significant change on how the war's fought? You're muted.
You're still muted, Toby. So are you, Upgrade? Oh my!
Are you? Why is controlling everybody and muting everybody?
I just wanted to say that he's muted. That's it.
While we wait for the boomer to figure out how to unmute himself, Nunya, go ahead.
Well, regarding Macron, if his idea of deflecting from a domestic issue is to tell the French population that they're being drafted, if that was his deflection, then I got to change my opinion of him. He truly is dumber than Trudeau, if that's the case.
Yes, you are right.
with
no,
respect
Biden
to,
is the dumbest.
With respect
USA
to,
#1, we have the dumbest.
We have the dumbest leader. Come on, guys. Trudeau can be second, then Macron.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
With respect to the bombing, I think we're just going to continue to see it. You know, the Russians are pushing all along the line of contact, and I think somebody said it earlier. Like the fact that the Abrams are even out, that's not a good sign. It means that there's not a whole lot left. So I think you're going to see just a continued push from the Russians, and Ukrainians will have to retreat because they don't have a whole lot left to defend with. I'll move it on to Toby.
Yeah, my view of the airstrikes, that the Russian Air Force entering the war with those bombs, the thing is they're an order of magnitude larger bangs than artillery. Bourne can speak to this. They're now, I saw that they're bringing out some even larger Fabs, 1,500 kilograms of high explosive. You know, if you drop one of those on a troop, location, you do a lot of damage, like a lot. And it doesn't matter if they're dug in or not either. So if the Ukrainians can't get a hold of that, if they can't stop this from happening, then they are in worlds of hurt. And I know that everybody likes to see the war as a game of risk, and that, you know, there's always this celebration by the Ukrainians that Russia has been defeated because they're not marching all the way across Ukraine. But Russia is probing all across the line. And as soon as the Ukrainians bring out their reinforcements to hold the line, you're getting all these Fab strikes. This is whack-a-mole or whack-a-hole or whatever it is, right? Like, they're just drawing them out and smashing them with air power. If Ukraine can't get a hold of that, if Ukraine can't get some serious air defense in theater, I think it's just a matter of time before their army breaks. And it was like Vaughan was saying before, if they break the Ukrainian army, they just drive to Kharkiv, they just drive to Odessa, and the army flees into Poland. And that's, I think, so yeah, the air power that we've seen recently, White's been highlighting it, that's the Wunderwaffen, right? That's the Wunderwaffen. That's the game changer. You can't live with that kind of stuff. 1,500 kilo bombs coming down on your position, it's not cool, hey? That's why they invented air defense.
No, the title 1,500, 500, 250, they're not really necessarily accurate, though. The entire bomb weighs that much, but it doesn't actually have that much explosive in it.
It's still got a lot. There's not much else to it. I would like to go to Vaughan instead of Jour, but Jour was next, so I guess we have to tolerate him.
They're actually right now developing 3,000 Fab gliding kit. That's what they're developing. That's a big step up. They're talking about it. They developed another bomb, 300 millimeter, with a gliding module. I mean, immediately installed, and with capability to launch it from the Smerch 300, but 300 millimeter pipe with a rocket, a tiny rocket attached to it to give it a trajectory. But now they're talking about actually putting that rocket attachment on bombs that are being dropped. Those bombs, 300 millimeter bombs, that are being dropped from airplane. So you have this rocket.
They already have.
I mean, yeah, tiny rocket attached to the bomb pipe rocket or whatever bomb. Yeah, they say call it gliding bomb, which is about I believe about 300, something over 300 kilos. I'm not sure what's the weight of it, but that's actually giving it more capabilities to drop it from far away, safe from the SAMs or air defense of Ukraine. And I think the most of the activity, most of those drops, Fab drops, are dependent on how much Ukrainians have their Patriots or SAM systems near the front line. So their Russians are hunting them as soon as they show up as a preference. Now they're saying that it becomes because of the importance of the Fabs on the front line. Now they're seeing it, how it's important to keep it up, to have it available. And in order to have it available, they have to destroy every air defense capabilities of the Ukrainians near the front line. That's what the first target. It's not Abrams anymore. It's the AD, Ukrainian AD near the front line. And so I think they're gonna give some bonuses for that, raise the bonuses and reduce for the Abrams, most probably for the Western tanks. I think they're talking about realizing the importance of having those Fabs available. Another thing about the Abrams is, as we've seen from the last the last year, that gamer guy leaks of NATO plans, we see that the armaments, due to logistics concern, are situated within a brigade. So they have particular setup of what Western weapons they have within one each brigade. So this is what is dependent. So we see all the Abrams with one brigade attacking one area. We don't see them in other places. So this is how it works. Why it's only like 3 and 5, reportedly 5 Abrams on one spot. That's it from me. Next one will be One, but then upgrade.
Yeah,
right?
I was just gonna. I think it's B, then upgrade, or maybe FSC. I couldn't tell if he had his finger up. I was just gonna say to Toby's point with the whack-a-mole. I saw a story, I think it was last week or the week before, and with these increased Fab strikes, especially the big ones, it's specifically targeting troop concentrations and reinforcement deployment points. So, I mean, that's obviously, like Jura said, you know, you knock the air defense out of an area, then you just obliterate the reinforcements as they move up. And, you know, now they're, I mean, think about it. They're taking a 60, probably 40-year-old bomb they've had in the inventory. Some guy in a barn slapping it together, welding some fucking frames together and putting some wings on from the RC club. Some nerd at the high school got a GPS kit and slapped it on the nose. And then the rocket club had a leftover solid rocket motor on it. Now they got a fucking cruise missile Fab, GPS guided fucking cobbled. I mean, you know, I mean, it's just, and the thing's devastating because they were talking about how they specifically target those points. You saw that video last week where that multi-story large building got hit by a single Fab and it was completely engulfed. Every floor, even the basement, was blowing out. So, and that could have been an entire battalion worth of guys sitting in that building. It was big enough. So, I mean, the Fab thing is definitely, that's another real game changer. That's what a game changer looks like, a Fab that flies around. I even heard they got ones with 2 wings. Wait till they have the biplane, the triple wings like the Red Baron, flying 100 kilometers with a rocket motor on it.
Yeah, but they're really slow. That's the thing about them. They're really slow. Like any air defense at all could take them out. They only travel at like 200 kilometers an hour.
Oh, I'm sure they've shot at them and shot them down here and there, but
it's the thing I can't quite understand. They must have really degraded the air defense.
I mean, it's got to look like a fucking barn coming at you on a radar, but
no, that's not how air defense works. Air defense doesn't work like that. Air defense is designed for specific targets, and the missiles that fire at aircraft have got what's called an expanding chord. So basically, when they detonate, they have like this link of integrated shrapnel that goes out in a big circle, and it's designed to cut a wing off or to cut a plane in half. It's not designed to hit a tiny little target. They're not tiny. Steve, do you know a lot about?
Yeah, my dad was in the Air Force, but I'm saying these things are really.
They're not designed to shoot down bombs, Steve. They're not. I'm not saying it can't be done, but you need a specific type of weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I think last week we discussed it somewhat, and it was agreed that there have probably been shoot downs of some of those larger glide bombs, but it seems like they're relatively undetected because they don't, you know, obviously sound doesn't matter to a SAM, but I'm just saying, you know, maybe if it's not tweaked right or it's not set up right, it's not going to detect it, just like they have to make adjustments to detect storm shadows and HIMARS and everything else.
I mean, I'm
sure they know what one looks like, but maybe it's hard to shoot at, like Toby said.
They're made of steel. They're traveling at 200 kilometers an hour. They are really easy to shoot down. It's just that the Ukrainians just don't have the air defenses, obviously. Like, anything could shoot these things down, but they just don't have the air defenses. I think that's what
I wouldn't say they're traveling 200 kilometers an hour, dude. I mean,
yeah, they are. That's what they're going to be ending up, because like you wind drag and all that, you're going to be traveling at about that. You won't be going any faster because they don't have anything to.
Hold up, I got my physics-tism is kicking in now. I got to actually calculate the terminal velocity of a Fab.
Well, what would you use to shoot it down, Steve? What weapon system?
Seriously, flak could shoot that down. Like you've only got
anything. I wouldn't want to be close enough to that motherfucker to shoot it with a flak gun.
Yeah, you got 3,000 meters, 4,000
If you shoot
meters.
the wings or the guidance system, it's going to miss the
you're,
target.
you're assuming you're hitting it at 3,000 and not 2,500, 1,500, 750, 500,
The point is,
100.
you don't have to take it out. You just got to make it miss the target. You know, it's and that's even the most rudimentary shit could take these out. I mean, if you had basic Russian systems like
It cannot be done. Stop with these things.
The
They
problem is
cannot
there
be
is just
done.
too many of them.
Are you talking about Fabs? I mean, Steve, are you talking about Fabs?
Steve,
What
well,
are you
we need to
talking about?
back up. Well,
It's
Euro, I'm
really
sorry.
confusing.
Euro,
That's really,
one second. Euro, one
it's
second.
really
There was a point I
fast.
wanted to make.
The
Steve,
Fabs are
you're
dropping really fast.
mistaken. No, I made this point. I want to finish up on it. Steve, your assertion that they're hitting 200 kilometers an hour is hilariously wrong.
No, he didn't say that.
He said 200 kilometers an hour. Do you understand how terminal velocity works and gravitational potential energy works?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so do you understand that something dropped from 40,000 feet is going to exceed well over 400 miles per hour? What's that in kilometers per? Almost
no. If
680?
it didn't have wings and it was aerodynamic, just dropping, but it has wings. That's what's it's getting.
Okay, so you subtract another 100 miles an hour from that.
You got to understand the reason it's getting the range.
It doesn't matter. The fact is, they are not stopped. Okay,
the wind speed.
Ukrainians are not stopping that. That's the main point is there. Everything else does not matter. Even if an air defense could kill them, they are not doing that.
Yeah.
They try to stop planes that carry them. That's how they're trying to stop. They're not shooting the Fabs directly. They're trying to shoot planes, F-34s, that have to drop them from like about 10-kilometer height, or maybe at least 6-kilometer height. Higher you drop it, farther it will reach. And they're dropping it at the sufficient speed to get a gliding.
Did you guys
ability.
never go like to a physics
So it's
class
not
where
just-
you dropped something and you had to measure how fast it went down?
Come on, you're interrupting me again, Alan. Stop it, Alan. You're interrupting me again.
Euro, I will interrupt you every day.
No, stop it. Stop it. Okay. No, you don't know what I'm talking about. So this is it's dropping and it's getting the speed in order to get gliding capabilities. So you need to drop it from the high velocity and high altitude to get as far as possible away from the enemy AD. That's what Ukrainians are trying to do, to shoot Su-34 that are dropping those Fabs. They're not trying to shoot Fabs directly. It's possible with Iron Dome, maybe. With Iron Dome might do it, but Patriot maybe occasionally, maybe out of 5, 1 could do it, but not much better odds.
It cannot be done.
It's not really known. They're not trying to do it anyway directly.
It cannot be done, man. It cannot be done. If you want to go to be a billionaire, invent something to destroy the Fab. Okay, it cannot be done.
I think we can all agree that the Fabs are
They are
huge
not
from
doing it.
the Ukrainians. So
if they can or cannot, that's not the problem. The problem is that they don't do it. So sorry.
yeah, we can all agree on that. I think the Fabs are a pretty big problem for the Ukrainians, and that they can't shoot them down, because if they could, they would, right? And there would be not everywhere footage of actual Fabs hitting targets everywhere on the battlefield. So, and also a big point is the Ukrainians by themselves know that it's a fucking very dangerous weapon, and that a lot of casualties gets from these bombs. So what they do, they try to put the air defense more near the front line, and that's where we start to see the pictures of actual destroyed air defense. Because if you want to actually hit the planes who are behind the contact line, you need to advance them a little bit further than actually in the safe zone, right? And then the Russians see them after they shoot down. That's why we had some reports that the Ukrainians shot down some couple of planes not so long time ago, right? And like, okay, maybe it's exaggerated how much was shot down, but some of them for sure were shot down because they actually put the air defense more near to the battlefield. And that's where they get hit by the Russians with whatever, right? So they have multiple possibilities to actually hit them. And I think we shouldn't too much fight over if it's possible or not. The reality of the battlefield shows, and the picture shows, and the video shows. That's why we have geolocations. That's why we have actual footage. It's one of the most videoized war ever, I think, which you can see what's happening on the battlefield. And it's not happening. They have no air defense. They really, really, really need the air defense. Really, really, really.
Yeah, I think... I think it is possible to hit it, Fab. There's many possibilities to hit it. I just don't think Ukraine has the means or the desire to go after the Fabs. They want to hit better targets like the airplanes that brings them in. But to hit a Fab, if you can hit a drone, you can hit a Fab. Yeah, so to hit a Fab, I don't think it's the problem. I think the Ukraine just don't have the means, or they don't want to waste resources.
Yeah, exactly.
When they can hit 2 S-25. Which is better win than a hitting the Fabs. Then for how long? I think it was Paul. Paul's fingers was up.
I think this subject might be changed. The problem I see here that the West already lose this conflict. The problem if you bring another weapon, American weapon, let's say F-45, the Russian gonna bring down the F-45, and then they will lose. Let's say the prestige of being a very powerful country. This is the problem. What weapon the West bring, the Russian make a weapon is very cheap and it's very good for war, like Fab. The Fab is very cheap, very good for war. American Patriot, very expensive, not so good. So
in the context of the war, so long they have the media, they'll always be the best. Even if it's proven on battlefront, Russia have defeated them. They have the media, they have their propaganda to always prove they're always going to be the best, no matter what the outcomes is. So,
but I think the Western weapons are actually good, but there is not enough of them because they get destroyed. That's the problem. If you have 1 to 10 artillery, then what you're gonna do, even if you destroy with the best weapons 3 of them, there's still 7 left, and then you got destroyed, and then you have 0 to 7. It's simple mathematics. That's why I really don't understand our leaders who really don't want to see the reality. If you have 140 million or 120 million, how much the Russians have, and against 40 million, that's just a mathematical fact that after a while, even if you put all your troops, all the population against it, it's gonna finish badly. And it's not just about manpower, it's also about the economical power. And they're dependent 100% on the West. If they don't get money, if they don't get weapons, they are toast. 1 against 1, they are toast. So they hold that long because we also provided them actual military equipment who is actually competing with the Russian things, but without it, they will be crushed. They will be crushed.
I want to say something. Remind you of the Serbian war, where the Serbian army destroyed a U.S. Plane that was the invisible plane. The American put down that project because the plane was a wonder weapon. It wasn't one wonder weapon. The U.S. make with the Romanian exercise, and in that exercise they bring the famous F-45. We Romanian use Soviet radar, the old Soviet radar. We saw that motherfucker in all direction. American didn't believe me. How the USS radar can do that? Yes, can do. And the old radars, the Soviet radar, believe me, American weapons are not that great. If they bring F-45, they're gonna lose that plane.
I'm not saying they are better. I'm saying they are not that bad like everybody's saying. They have great technology.
Too expensive. They're too expensive. They sell to Japanese, the Korean, that plane. They're wonder weapon. They're not the wonder weapon. This is what I'm saying. They're gonna lose the prestige. They're gonna lose the client. They don't gonna be the biggest power. This is the problem. If they bring F-35, they're gonna lose the faith to that. This is what I'm saying.
Oh, in a war, you're gonna lose equipment. It doesn't matter how good it is. We are not in sci-fi movies where tanks have shield around them, and when the fucking rocket hits, it doesn't explode. You know, it's reality that even a fucking Soviet equipment can destroy Abrams tanks, HIMARS, and so on. That's what is happening. So I'm not saying it's above or not. It's war. If you have more weapons, it doesn't matter if it's shit. If it can destroy, then it will achieve his goal. And his goal is to kill and to destroy, not to be nice and shiny and have a lot of buttons which you can push and then it goes automatically. That's great. That's a good thing. But if you don't have enough of it, then it's gonna come a moment where they're gonna break. And that's what
I want to say, understand that thing. I agree with you, but the thing is that American sell that technology very expensive, and they say it's the best technology. Nobody can hit that plane. Nobody can do so. If they do the technologies against the Russian, they gonna lose sale. This is what I'm saying. I don't say the American don't have a good weapon, but the prices are too big.
Of course, but it's business, right? So they sell the weapons with, you're not going to go in a business meeting and sell your project and say it's shit. You're going to say it's the best fucking shit you're going to buy in the earth. And then you're going to buy it because it's not just about the equipment, it's also about political wise, right? Sorry, I have
I'm agree with you. This is what I'm saying.
Toby.
Shadowy, you're next.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the F-35 that a lot of people don't understand. The F-35 is an exceptional airplane, okay? You have to understand that. It's not an airplane which is built for a long war, like we are seeing now. It's an airplane which is built for a one-night battle. If you use as a test case Israel, they are using their F-16 to bomb Gaza, but one time every 2 months, each 2 months, they use the F-35 to put a strike in Syria. Okay? That's the job of the F-35, to make one strike every 2 months. Okay? And they are the best airplane in the world to do that. But if you want to use them every day, you are going to burn them in 1 week. So... Next one is Toby, I think.
Yeah. Can we change topics from shitting down Fabs to Newland? Newland resigning. I thought it was big news for you.
That at the beginning of the stream.
We already talked for 1 hour.
Let's hear your take.
No. If I missed that, I missed that. That's cool.
You can give your take, man. I mean, we were trying to wait anyway, so you might as well.
Well, did you guys talk about who's replacing her?
No. Brett.
Okay, so I think his name is John Bass. So he's a newspaper editor. He's called Mr. Exit. He's the guy they used to get out of Afghanistan. He's the guy you call in when you're leaving, right? He is the protege of a guy called Talbot, who's a old school money American who's chummy with the Europeans. Talbot is from the Brookings Institute. He's like this John Bass's guy's rabbi, and he's written some interesting articles about the end of NATO in his past. His big deal is he hangs out with a lot of Europeans who want to create the new European security architecture, and Talbot's deal was to try and recreate whatever replaces NATO in such a way as to keep America in as a big player, and also to keep Russia at a minimal level. But the fact that this guy John Bass is being sent to Ukraine is kind of interesting from a political point of view. It suggests an inclination to pacify the Europeans, but it also seriously suggests that the Americans want to wash their hands of this. And I think that, you know, this is also the context of Macron talking about, you know, making big threats and the rest of it. I think that NATO and America and Europe are desperate to negotiate. I think they want out of Ukraine. And I think that part of the reason is I think they've lost control in Ukraine. I think after the failed counteroffensive, I think Ukraine's gone a bit militant. And I don't think that there's much confidence in NATO about what they can achieve there. So, yeah, I think that's what I thought was interesting about the Newland situation. But since you guys have already talked about it, I'll shut up and go away.
Yeah,
Archimedes, you look like you're ready to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to kind of build on that. I think it is possible that that America is ready to exit from Ukraine. I mean, it kind of is lining up if you think about where we are, you know, in time relative to the election, which, you know, of course, is very, very relevant. Ukraine is not really a strategic thing for the U.S. You know, I think that, and it's also not really, you know, a liberal values thing either, right? It's simply a matter of personal corruption, right? Primarily, I think there is sort of a, you know, a real strategic side of things, and also a, you know, a sort of a media sphere, liberal values, brainwashing type of thing going on. But primarily, it's about the person of Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and his personal corruption, right? And that's a huge issue in this upcoming election. I think that Joe Biden and you know, when I say Joe Biden, I really mean the puppeteers, or, you know, Weekend at Bernie's him, you know, holding him up while he stumbles through talking. Those people want to get out of Ukraine because they know that they're going to lose the election. I'll just bring this up briefly. I know this is a total tangent, but just to, you know, this week we had this Supreme Court ruling, unanimous. And this might be a bit of a change of topic to get into, but, you know, it shows that that the Supreme Court ruling was to allow Trump to be on the ballot in Colorado, to disallow Colorado from having the ability to take Trump off the ballot. So, you know, I think that the momentum is in Trump's favor at the moment. Biden wants to get out of Ukraine. Victoria Newland wants to get out of Ukraine. I think that we're going to see that happen in the next 6 months or so. I'm going to pass it to Vaughn.
I don't know what Upgrade's going to talk about or Jur, but I was saying when we're done, we could maybe just go over the F-35 rumors of them operating in Ukraine, you know, to identify SAM sites and what we all maybe think about that real quick. But everyone else can go first.
I was just going to say quick.
Upgrade Jur, Toby, Paul. Paul's in, I think Upgrade Paul.
Steve's before me.
Okay, so I will go then. Yeah, I'm not so sure that Biden will go out of Ukraine, because if he goes out of Ukraine, it's even worse than what's happening right now, because Trump gonna blame him. He's gonna blame him. Look at this guy. He cannot even put two sentences together, and now he give half of Ukraine to, and he bought through Afghanistan and so on. I mean, like, that's gonna be a bigger disaster than actually holding the line, right? What is currently happening, right? So I'm not so sure that they will go out in 6 months. I think it's gonna go until they really see that it's not possible anymore. It's gonna be a breaking point.
They're going to put the blame on Trump.
They can, but Trump was the president who gave the most weapons to the Ukrainians, which is a very good defense for him. So he can say, look, listen, everybody's telling me I'm a big Putin friend and stuff like that, but I give the most weapons to the Ukrainians. Without my weapons, maybe there will be no Ukraine anymore right now. So I'm not so sure that Biden really want to go out. And the 9-0 ruling is not something special. It happens a lot of time, and it was obvious, right? You cannot, a state cannot decide who can be president of the United States. If it would be like that, then Texas, next time a Democrat gets elected, they will say, oh, we don't want that dude, right? And then it's gonna go fucking ballistic, and no president can be elected anymore, because there will never be a unanimity of all states, which is the perfect. There's no perfect president for both sides, because the United States is divided in two parties, and it's so difficult for them to get actually together and find a solution. You saw Johnson also, to go back to maybe to just what Biden said. You saw also when they were talking about Ukraine, that he was nodding, about sending more money to Ukraine. So he's actually a little bit of a hostage about that, because maybe Trump told the other guys in the Republican Party to actually not vote to send more money. So it gets worse and worse, and it gets an issue in the election year.
Yeah, I was just saying, if anyone watched the State of the Union address, I mean, the idea that America's trying to pull out right now is bullshit. I mean, he just totally led off from the first words were, basically, I call upon everyone, we are under attack, our democracy. I mean, there is no fucking way that Biden and the current administration is going to reduce spending to Ukraine. They are going to push it through as any way they can. And if he loses the election, they're going to use that, that last 30 days option where they can push stuff through as a president. He'll push it through. Like they're going to get their 63 billion of cash, hook or crook, this year. It's going through. The only thing is there's no weapons to give them. That's the big downside. They can give them the money, but from what I understand, they just genuinely don't have the weapons to give. Yeah, there's 3,000 Abrams tanks sitting in storage, but none of them run. I mean, they're all sort of half-built, waiting to be reassembled and redesigned and stuff. I mean, there's just nothing to send at the moment without mobilizing. I think we're up to Toby, yeah?
Yeah, so... Well, you say that they're pulling out all the stops, but actually there's $4 billion worth of presidential money that is not being sent to Ukraine right now. So, Steve, the 60 billion in that bill is actually spent by the Senate, whereas the president's office has their own budget. And there's $4 billion. This has created a bit of hostility between Ukraine and America that the Pentagon won't release to Ukraine. And it may be because of what you're saying. The Pentagon said, we need that to replenish our own stockpiles. But the idea that the Biden administration is doing everything they can for Ukraine is that's for the cameras, man. That's not real. But with regard to what Archimedes was saying about the 9-0 ruling, that case wasn't ever really about whether the states had the authority to implement Section 3 prohibitions against insurrectionists. It was a Democrat play to try and establish in the public mind that Trump was an insurrectionist without actually putting him on trial as one. And the objective was to set the stage for Congress to vote on the issue of Section 3 and get rid of Trump in the event that he is elected. This is where the decision was interesting, because the GOP majority judges, I mean, it's crazy that we talk about the judges as their political affiliation, but that's where we are. They pointed out that there is precedent for this and that there has to be due process, and that if Trump is going to be charged as an insurrectionist, then that should be done at a trial. And then following that, he can be dismissed by Congress. He can't just be dismissed in a straight up and down majority vote. And there's a lot of, and the Democrats went against that. They said that there was no need to talk about that. Curiously, Judge Barrett,
they passively agreed to it. Basically, that was it. They didn't.
Please, Steve, have you read the judgment, Steve?
Yes, I have thoroughly.
Okay, all right. All right, I'm sure you have. So the thing is, the Democrats said that the court should not talk about anything that isn't necessary in order to make the decision. Judge Barrett sort of agreed with that. But it's kind of interesting, because if the Democrats do try and get rid of Trump by a straight majority vote in Congress instead of charging him, because there's still laws on the books in America that put someone on trial for the federal crime of being an insurrectionist. But if the Democrats skip that and go straight to a majority vote in Congress, that's going to set a precedent where any president can get dismissed without trial just by a straight up majority vote in Congress. That is as chaotic, if not more so, than states kicking people off the ballot, which is obviously chaotic. So there's a little bit more to that decision than meets the eye, but I don't know what the next topic is, but I think
Upgrade.
Nunya.
Yeah,
Upgrade had
Nunya
some
was
stuff
next.
to say, and Nunya too, on this.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to comment about Biden's speech and what Toby mentioned about it being just, political lip service. I kind of agree with that. He led off with it. I think they are attempting one last kick at the can of trying to get that $60 billion. Like, they really want that money, but I just don't see the political will there. So I think he led off with it, and I think you just won't hear about it again. I think this is one of those things, and I said it last week, when we lose somewhere, we just quit talking about it. And you're going to hear less and less about Ukraine because we're just going to stop talking about it. And, let's just put it this way. Zelensky's wife was invited to that State of the Union address, and she turned it down. And the way she turned it down was telling to me. I mean, you hear in the media, one of the things that I heard was she doesn't get along with Navalny's wife or something along those lines, which may be true. I don't know. But what she said, I am going to be meeting with orphans. And, that kind of hit me as if to say, okay, US, you've killed all of these kids' parents. So I think I'd rather be with them than I would with you. That's kind of how the conspiracy theorist in me read into that kind of statement. So bottom line, I think that there's a lot of tension right now between the Ukrainians, the Americans, the Europeans. And I think it all comes down to our leaders, and I said this last week, we're sobering up and we're realizing that we've lost this one. And now they're just scrambling, trying to get out of it. And they're just trying to get to November. That's it. How do we get to November? And after November, everything will be magically healed for us. That's the thinking right now. So upgrade, sir.
Juan, you were in front of me or after me?
Go upgrade.
I think you were in front of me.
You're the most polite man in the world.
Yeah.
Just speak, man. I believe in you.
Okay, thanks, man. No, I don't know if they're really just
put up a finger while Upgrade was talking last time, so that's when I started putting up my finger when he was talking last time.
Okay. Upgrade is the second most polite man in the world. Jure is the first most polite man, so you can go next after Upgrade.
Nice,
yeah, exactly.
Jure is a very angry man.
Just quickly, just give me.
Yeah, I can be. I can be angry.
You're kind. Thank you very much, Sean. No, just to Nunya, I don't think it's just really lip service. I really think they believe they can still win this, with enough money, enough political pressure, with enough somehow, some miracle happens, because actually, if you talk about how they can achieve this goal, most of the time you hear nothing because there is not a lot to say about it. It's true that they say things just to say it, but I think they really believe deep inside, even without having facts on their side, that they can do it, that they can actually hold him as long as possible, to actually put him at defeat. Because what is the goal here? It's not anymore to win, it's to save face, right? Somehow to get it that you don't get humiliated in front of the entire world. And I think they can't realize or understand how to do that. And it's also very difficult to go from full war mode to diplomacy. It's very difficult to switch this thing like very fast, because how are you going to explain to everybody now that you're going to talk with Putin, which you said he was Hitler? And
well, And Upgrade, I
next
agree.
baddie of the world and want to kill everybody.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I would just throw in one point before throwing it over to Vaughn. I agree with you. I think that our leadership, part of this right now, is they don't know what they want, right? They thought that the sanctions were going to do everything, right? And right now, part of this whole process of them sobering up and realizing that they lost, they need to figure out, okay, well, what's next for us? And what is it that we actually want? I don't think they know that. So they keep doubling down on stupid, right? Anyway, sorry, Vaughn. Go ahead.
I think Jur was ahead of me, wasn't he?
Oh, sorry.
Well, I wanted to. I'm going to be short because Toby said already. Because Toby said already most of it, what I wanted to say about Supreme Court decision about without sentencing, that they cannot vote on allowing the elected president to take the office. That's kind of, yes, that's reasonable, but also what's the point of accepting him if he's in jail due to the sentencing, right? Yes, it's possible to be in jail while being president. Theoretically possible, but that's funny option. But yes, what I wanted to say mostly is that this is the future of the political discourse in the United States. Congress voting on accepting elected president or not, president-elect or not, into the office. This is the future. This is where we're going for the 28th, maybe. This is just crazy, but won't go ahead now. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I mean, like Toby and everybody else covered it good, but basically the Supreme Court decision comes down to there's a procedure. Trump had to be impeached, tried and convicted by the Senate, then kicked out of office, and then he would be subject to criminal prosecution or criminal liability. But because they impeached him, they failed to get a conviction, therefore he's not guilty of anything. So the court basically said, you cannot kick him off for something that he didn't do just because you think he did it. The court determined he didn't do it. The court, the Senate, the trial, they had a trial. You saw they had all the trials and hearings and everything, and they didn't make their case just like a regular case, and they failed to get a conviction. And the court upheld that it's like you can't punish somebody for a crime they didn't commit. Basically, that's the bottom line. They want to punish him for something that he was legally acquitted of doing.
That is true, but it's not actually what they talked about in the case. Are we going to talk about the F-35s?
Yeah, we need to a little bit.
Get into it.
But Shadow and Paul first, I guess.
I wanted to add something about the idea of negotiation. Is it my turn? I think it is. I wanted to add something about the negotiation. I don't think there is going to be some real negotiation. I just think that the Russian diplomat is going to give a paper with the list of the demand to the Ukrainian diplomats, and the negotiation is going to be about the color of the pencil that Zelensky is going to use to sign the document. And that's all. Okay? Basically, it's a total surrender. You decide nothing. That's because to make a negotiation, you need to have trust between the two parts of the negotiation. And there is no trust. So, no negotiation. I think it's a turn. It's a Paul turn. No.
I wanted to say that it's not important you discuss about the Trump, about the impeachment and something like that. It's not important. The most important thing is that the world look at the USA and say this is not a liberal state. This is like, let's say, a dictator in Africa state or something like that. What they say, you impeach your opponents exactly like Putin says. This is not good for America. Even if Republican Biden has right or Trump has right, this is not important. The important is the projection. The projection, international projection, is not good for the US. This is what I wanted to say.
Yeah. What I was trying to get at earlier was what Upgrade mentioned about saving face. when it comes to the West withdrawing from Ukraine and so letting Russia take over, it's easy. The same thing they did in Afghanistan, they can do it 10 times again in Ukraine. They don't care about saving face. They care about getting, that goal was to destroy Ukraine. Ukraine is destroyed. They could easily walk from there and let Russia do as a place of Ukraine.
So why they are still there? Why they're still helping them if they don't want to save face?
Okay,
if they don't want to save face, they could just drop them. It's
Why-
just Ukraine. Nobody gives a shit.
They spent 20
No,
years.
it's not like that. It's not like that. Ukraine is very important. That's why everywhere in the world, anybody knows Ukraine, because it's a very important topic. It's between
No.
two superpowers who face each other through Ukraine.
The
That's
reason
why it's so important. And the risk of having a change of the entire structure of the world, how we saw it since the Second World War, can change. That's why it's so important. That's why they want to save face. Because if they just give up Ukraine, it will be a huge blow to all the Western countries. That's not a joke. Everybody can feel it. I can tell you in Europe, we can feel that shit.
I don't think
People are in the streets, they're talking about this shit. It's not like we don't give a shit. We don't care. It's really, really important point. We shouldn't just throw it away like it's nothing. It's a very important moment in history of the world. That's something we're going to write down in history books.
Yeah, the same way they
Don't
convince
throw it
you.
away like it's nothing, man.
Hold on, the same way they convince you the Nazis in Ukraine were the good guys, the same way they convince you abandoning Ukraine was a good thing. The media in the West is more powerful than anything you have discussing among yourself. The same way they convince you Ukraine was a good guy, Ukraine was innocent, Russia was the aggressor, everything. The same way they convince you to agree to the new excuse.
Nothing to do with the topic, nothing. You're talking about media. I'm talking about the importance of world history, and you're talking to me about media. Who gives a shit about the media?
No, I'm telling you, basically,
Who is going to write history?
Your interpretation, the history does not matter what happened right now. History comes after it's done. Yeah, history is what happens after
right now, history, man. Right now.
Okay.
Right now. Second who passes is history.
Yeah, the history currently says that the West said the Nazis in Ukraine are the good guys. That's what history is saying right now.
Nobody's saying that. Who's saying that? Who's saying the Nazis are good in Ukraine? I never saw a Western media saying Nazis are good in Ukraine.
They have to say it. They have to tell you. They have to show these guys in the swastikas and do what the fuck they do, and tell you, oh, these are the freedom fighters against the Russian rebels. And
Nobody believes that, man. Come on, we are not child. We're not children. We know what is going on. We know we're losing, and that it's a very big blow to our economy, to our social way of life. It's not like we just put it away and something like that.
If you aren't acting on it,
because we have a brain, a lot of people don't try to think about all that. They just believe the mainstream media bullshit.
Okay. So again, majority always going to decide what happens in this war. So if they back up,
I'm just saying, if everybody would go like you said, then why, like the last couple of days, there were surveys in Germany and in France, and they asked the people, the population, if you actually want to go to the war, and 60 or 70% said no, because they know, man, they're not idiots. You can feed propaganda, well, it's not going to get
what's happening to you is two different things. What you know and what's happened to you is out of your control. So yeah, Europe it just exists as a caucus for Americans. Basically, they know they're being wronged, but they have to accept the wrong that's been done to them. Germany is a perfect example. Germany know the Americans and the Allies blow up their pipelines for their inconvenience, but they have to accept it because again, what you know and what's happening to you is two different things. You have two different controls over those two things. You can detect what you know, but you cannot detect what happens to you, and that's happening in Europe. So.
But after the Russia conquers, finish the war with Ukraine, nobody in the West will gonna talk about history about it. They'll just add another 50 million casualties of communists,
okay.
You know, for the propaganda case. That's it. That's only thing mentioned of the Ukraine after the war is over.
I agree with you.
That's what
for this
media is
one.
gonna do.
And they are just going to say that it the failure of the Ukraine war is a Ukraine is about Ukraine mistake. They are going to forget everything about the NATO help to Ukraine.
Hi, can I go?
Yes.
No,
do.
Oh, I was there before
listen.
you.
Israel first, I think.
I had my finger up before either of you guys came
sorry,
here. Listen,
Toby.
listen.
Go, Toby.
Keep a lid on it, Jura. No, okay. So upgrade. Usually, I sympathise with your rants, but in this case, I cannot. Look, if Ukraine was a big deal with Europe, we'd know about it by now. They won't even like join them economically. They won't even accept their imports. Ukraine will go out of the media cycle like everything else, and everyone will move on to other things. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal in the media at the moment in some circles, but it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. Now, about the F-35s, which I thought was kind of interesting, and we were going to talk about this, so I'm going to talk about the F-35s. There was apparently F-35s buzzing the Ukrainian lines, the front lines. That's kind of interesting because they weren't there for very long. I think they were only like in the theater for 30 minutes before they got out. But the big deal with the F-35 is it's got a big passive radar on it, and it's very good at picking up radar transmissions and getting locations on them. The reason that struck me as interesting was because, like, I wonder why the Americans and NATO wanted to get that information. I wonder what it is that they're looking for. But certainly if they're using that weapons platform in theater, that's a pretty big deal. Like, there's only 2 of them in Romania at the moment. They got sort of moved over there from the German base. But that is a pretty big deal to see the F-35 flying over Ukraine. I don't know if anyone else has got an opinion about that. No? All right.
I have an opinion about that.
No, you don't. You're going to talk about France. But anyway.
No, I won't talk about Macron. I assure you, I won't talk about Macron.
I'm going to use my authority here to pass over to Vaughan to talk about the F-35s, and after that, you can talk about France.
No. I mean, F-35 is that story only came up in Singapore. You never heard of that anywhere else. It's just a way for that Singaporean guy to sold the F-35, or more to, how to say, to make people in Singapore comfortable with the idea of buying a very expensive piece of equipment without asking any question. An equipment, yes, basically yes. An equipment which has not even made its proof, which is still in a state of prototype, which is still in a state of upgrading, which is still not finalized as an industrial product. I mean, Americans, NATO, they have satellites, they have AWACS, they have Global Hawks, they have... What the fuck are you talking about with those passive sensors of the F-35? That's bullshit. That's pure bullshit. So I want to talk about the point made by Upgrade about the face saving from the West in general. You have to understand that the master plan was China, China, China. I summon Drew. And to deal with China, you had in United States 2 ways of thinking. One, bring Russia closer to the West. And the second one, which was the Victoria Newland's plan, destroy Russia, weaken Russia, make it a failed state so it can't side with China. And it was the second option that was chosen. And that master plan has failed. Russia is stronger than ever, economically, industrially, technologically, influence in the world stage. And the master plan, which is, again, dealing with China, is just becoming more and more a dream or an illusion. that United States will never be able to reach, especially with the fucking strong Russia backing China. That was the master plan. It wasn't Ukraine, it wasn't Russia, it was China. And they miserably failed. They miserably failed with total incompetence, with total lack of knowledge about Russian capabilities. Because in the world stage, especially in an economic point of view, for United States, Russia is nothing. United States is way bigger, way stronger economically, financially, in terms of international institutions they control. Russia is a small player for them, which is true. The real big guy they need to face is China. China is a big whale, a big motherfucker that can destroy them, not kinetically, not by fighting, but just because they are stronger economically.
Are they coming for us?
Who is coming for you?
China.
I mean, China need your coal. China need your natural resources. That's true. That's why the first economic partner of Australia is China. They don't need to invade you.
As well.
What the Chinese will do with kangaroos?
And kangaroos could be dangerous.
They can get HIV by messing with kangaroos.
They make
it's nonsense.
Come on,
some kind of kangaroo flu.
It's a nonsense.
You have no good
and then I came to the conclusion.
Crazy things.
Upgrade. There will be no face saving. It will be a total, how to say, mess. A total mess.
I agree with you.
Of course, if you are living in Europe, you will live in a bubble, a media bubble that will tell you all the fairy tales you want to hear. But when you go outside of Europe, everybody will say, ha 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 ha, slap on your face. A historical slap on your face.
You are so right, Evan.
That's what I said. That's exactly what I said.
And now I give the speech to Drew.
Okay, thank you.
Voila.
Yes, I fully agree with RL's point of view that it is basically the final boss for them is China, and it's not because China is going to be aggressive to the US. They just cannot allow China to rise above them. China is just doing its own thing. If you go to China and talk to the people, they don't talk about the US at all. You watch their media. There's no, all of their media, if you click on all their free channels, they have a lot of free channels. You go there and watch their news. It's all about this town had a new water system put in. This town had a new filtration system put in. This town had a celebration of this thing. This town had, they won this, this math contest for, it's all internal stuff.
We have math contests in America.
They live in a bubble.
No, but in the US, like politics, or in the West, politics and foreign policy and all this is like your number one reality TV. In China, it's the other way around. It's all about how they are improving the country. Like we're installing new roads here. We are doing this new education facilities there. It's all propaganda, but it's propaganda to let people kind of understand their own people, that their country is improving, so they're happy, so they don't revolt and things like that. There's no mention of the US at all. I was there for 3 weeks in December. I watched a lot of China TV. Zero mention of the US or the EU for that matter. Zero mention on any of the TV channels. I was there on holiday. I watched a lot of TV. Zero mention. No, you talk to the people, they don't even know what's going on in Ukraine. They're like,
because you were being brainwashed, dude. Clockwork Orange style. They took you into the room and you were watching the TV of the propaganda 24/7.
No,
Now
I was
you're
there with my
here.
kids. We were on holiday. Anyway, I came on to talk about the U.S. political system because I think I got a different take than you guys. What's happening in the U.S. politics right now? Okay, my take is that neither the Democrats or the Republicans want the 61 billion to be approved, because if Biden had wanted the 61 billion to be approved, he would have just added 1 or 2 billion into that package for the border, and it would have allowed the Republicans to then accept that, and it would have passed. The Republicans are not that adverse to money going out because they get to see some of that come back as well. So the Democrats already know that Ukraine is going to fail. So they are putting a bill over there that Republicans politically cannot accept because it's got nothing for their main thing. So they cannot accept it. So then after that, they go and say, see, it's the Republicans that caused this to fail.
Exactly.
If we had got the 61 billion, it would not have failed. If we had got 100 billion, then Russia would be in ruins right now. But it's the Republicans that blocked this, and they're going to run that narrative for the election. But so there are two scenarios, right? One, they win, then okay, great, they can keep sending more money and then divert more money back to their friends, and then great, the gravy train continues. Two, they lose. If they lose, it's fine, because if they lose, they'll go, oh yeah, we lost, and we're now definitely going to send this money before before Trump comes in, because we are so committed to Ukraine. They send the 61 billion out, the 61 billion comes right back in. They pay all their friends and themselves, and then they quietly go into the night, wait 4 years for the next election. And they have the whole narrative prepped for that already. It's no one's going to say, no one's going to say, oh no, they're going to steal this money. No, they're supporting Ukraine. Yes, they're supporting Ukraine. They're so committed to Ukraine, they're going to give the $61 billion even though they lost the election. Yeah, it's just US politics 101. So neither side wants money to go to Ukraine, and yeah. So just a little bit of side note. So everybody thinks now, in like people that kind of notice notice the elections. Everybody thinks that Biden's going to lose, Trump's going to win, and I want to give a bit of warning here, because the way I see it, the reason Trump won the first time round, he was up against Hillary Clinton, and everybody thought Hillary was going to win. Nobody thought Trump was going to win. And the thing about US elections is it's voluntary. The only reason Trump won is because all the Hillary people, all the people that supported Hillary Clinton, is like, no, I don't need to go and vote. It's a sure win. Why? I don't even get a public holiday to go and vote. I have to go to work. Why should I go and vote? Hillary's going to win. There's no question about it. Trump is definitely going to lose. So a big, huge proportion of people who would have voted didn't turn up. But the Trump people are vehemently anti-Hillary. So they all turned out to vote. And it just about tipped the scales, and Trump got in. So this time, everybody thinks Trump is going to win. So the thing I'm worried about is that all the Trump people go, Trump will definitely win, and they don't go vote. So all the Democrats go in, no, we cannot have Trump in the second time, because now they know it's a possibility. So then there'll be a record turnout of Democrats to go and vote for Biden or whoever they choose to run, right? So I don't think the election is a sheer thing now in the US, and that's my warning. If you're in the US and you're a Republican, just take the day off and go vote. If you are, because I certainly don't think that I think I've said my views about Trump and Biden. They're both idiots, but Trump is better because he's not going to do anything. And we're going to have less wars globally because if he gets elected. So, yeah, I said my 2 cents. And I will give it to, who was it? Was it Vaughn or Upgrade? I don't know. Who was the one that had the finger up first?
I think it was me.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to talk about the F-35. Unless everybody else wants to talk about what you just talked about, then I'll wait.
If I may, I just have a brief thing to say in response to Drew. You said that it was, I'm sorry, Upgrade. I do feel bad. But I just want to say this, that in 2020, it wasn't so much that, okay, there was a lot of Democratic energy against Trump, sure, but a lot of that was simply down to the fact that we had mail-in ballots everywhere. and the Republicans were simply, well, a bit retarded, and they didn't have a good administrative side to the election. Let's just put it that way. Whereas the Democrats did. I think that the Republicans have learned their lesson this time, and I don't think that we're going to see the same type of democratic enthusiasm for mail-in ballots, if that makes any sense. Or rather, we'll see we won't see the same gap in enthusiasm about mail-in ballots.
I was talking about
Republicans have learned something.
I was talking about the Hillary election, not the Biden election. The one
Right.
that Trump won, not the recent one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that we have to look more at the 2016 election, because the 2020 election was an anomaly due to the mail-in ballots and the election, the strange circumstances with that election. I think we'll revert.
Oh
to
yeah, I got no
this time
comment on
around.
that. I have no view on.
Go
whether
ahead.
it
I'm
was
going to toss
good or not.
this upgrade.
Yeah. Drew, you should be Chinese president, because if you tell me that
Don't say that. Don't say that. Then I cannot go on holiday in China anymore. I'll go there and see you again.
now. Give me a second. Give me a second, Bob. Listen, I don't care. I say what I want. That's why we are here on the open mic. Because if you tell me you've been 2 weeks to China and didn't hear once about the US, man, I don't know what to do anymore, man. They constantly speak about surpassing the USA. They constantly speak about it. When the US says China, they're trembling. They're scared. Come on, man. Stop doing this propaganda. We need to be honest about
media.
how it is. They're rivals and they don't like each other. And they're two different view of life and view of doing things. And that's okay. That's fine. But let's not pretend that one is the evil guy and the other one is the good guy who is just doing his thing.
No.
And that's not how it's happening. Second, wait, give me a second. I listen to you. You have your take, and you can respond to me later. Just give me 1 second. About Toby, about Ukraine, that it's really funny also to say that Ukraine is not important. It's just fucking the entire economical globe and political way of life of the past years since the Second World War. But that's not a big deal. That's just something very unimportant, right? And about Biden and Trump, I need to agree with Archimedes. It's not the same, right? Hillary and Trump, that was true that many Hillary voters just stayed home because there was 99% chance that she won and nobody thought about to go there, right? But right now it's pretty still contested, right? It's not like Trump is up 99%, right? They're like 47, 45, and so on. These polls go a little bit more up for Trump right now, but it can change, right? Many things can happen until then. And let's not forget also, Hillary is not, Biden is not Hillary. Biden can barely speak. He can barely make a sentence. He don't know where he is, and he mixes up countries and presidents. That's a very tough sell, right? You can say, oh, this is a bad guy, right? But the bad guy just say, look, I can speak 2 minutes without falling apart.
Yeah, but he's not a woman, though. You talk about
that's
tough sell.
true. Yeah, sorry, man. Drew, you can respond to me if you want to.
Okay, yes. Okay, so I think you misunderstand my point. When I was there, the local media had zero things about the US. That's what I said. All the stuff you hear about China talking about the US is amplified by the English language media. When the Chinese government makes one statement about the US, it gets blasted all over your media. But you don't hear the hundreds of other statements they talk about other countries. They constantly have their press conferences and whatever. This is our relations with India. We talked about this. This is our relations with Russia. We talked about this. This is about yada yada yada. But when they talk about US, it's just blasted all over the place. Whereas China to the US is like its number one competitor. The US to China is just another country that exists in the world. That it's very irritating right now because they realize they're using Taiwan as the unsinkable aircraft carrier to fight them, and they have their vessel states in Korea and Japan to deal with them, and they know they are very powerful, so they do the political elite does understand and think about the US. The people of China, they don't really think about the US really. The most they think about the US is the NBA because they really like basketball. And I'm not saying the US is bad and China is good. I'm saying that China is not bad. And the US so far in its hegemony has proven to be bad. We don't know what China is going to do yet. I personally think, judging from their history, in the first few thousand years of them being the most powerful country on earth for a few thousand years, they didn't go out and kill a lot of people. They kind of conquered their whole region and then they consolidated it and then they kind of stayed put. But
they killed millions of
that's a few thousand years ago, a few hundred years ago, and right now we don't know what they'll do. So you cannot attribute what US will do to what and say that when China takes over, they'll do the exact same thing. It's a totally different culture, totally different way of thinking. They're not evil. They're not good. I'm
not saying they're evil. I'm
just
saying
not good.
You have records of them killing millions of their own people and putting.
I will just counter that. I just want to counter that one point very quickly. China start off only along the two rivers, the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then they started to take over Mongolia, then take over the Xinjiang region, and then the northern Korea region, then go to Vietnam. So to say that China do not expand over the past 1,000 years is not true.
No. Wait. Let me respond.
They just haven't had a chance to go overseas yet.
Let me make one point very clear. They did not take over Xinjiang from anybody. The people who you think were there in the first place, the Uyghurs, were actually invaders. When they came into Xinjiang, China was already there. The Uyghurs were the invaders. The Uyghurs came in, kicked out the Chinese political people, but then China didn't kick them out. It's the Mongols that then destroyed the Uyghur Khanate. So the Uyghurs originally came from the steppes, and the Mongols destroyed them. So then they kind of crumpled into like there wasn't any more political no political class of the Uyghur people. So they were just people living there. And China then kicked out the Mongols. Right? No, this is important because there's this whole idea that China actually invaded into Xinjiang, and it's not true at all. It was one of their original territories. They were there.
There were other civilizations there.
Before that, it was China territory.
Huh?
Before the Han
Dynasty, it was China territory. It's all the little tribes, all the steppe tribes.
They conquered the tribes.
There wasn't a
they subjugated the tribes.
No, not really.
And
really.
Paul is next.
But the Uyghurs were not there.
The Silk Road.
The Uyghurs were not Chinese are talking over each other.
Wait, the Silk Road because it was drying out. It was drying out.
Now two Chinese were talking over each other, but Paul is next.
Wait. I only come in for
two
that.
Chinese
I just want
talking
to
over each other.
stay that little part. We don't go deep into
but
Chinese.
Your little part is wrong. Your little part is wrong.
It's totally correct. You just acknowledge one.
They invited the Chinese to protect them.
Paul is next.
What?
Please. Paul is next.
Sorry, Prata, you were saying something?
I was saying
no, he wasn't saying anything. Paul is next.
They invited the Chinese to protect them.
Yeah, it was a military protectorate.
They invited the Chinese to defeat the current dominating empire over them. There's always an empire dominating that region. So one of the group asked the Chinese to come in, but that is only one small part of the history. The area is always fighting, and the Chinese home base is never there. That is a far away region from the Chinese. Yeah, it's not. It's never. So that's why it's an invading force coming from somewhere else.
They were invited by people to go in. They are not invading force. They didn't go in.
Once upon a time, in separate parts. Most of the time is always fighting different migrating tribes and whatnot.
They never invaded Xinjiang. There wasn't any case where they actually sent troops and invaded that piece of land. Never happened. At all.
Never happened.
In history.
Sure.
They fought among themselves after it became part of China. Then the Xinjiang was part of it, and then they fight among themselves and 3 kingdoms and all that nonsense, right? But they never actually had a big, like organize a big group of people and go and
wait. We need to get out of this this rabbit hole. Let's continue back to where you.
I want to say something about this subject. I think all the people dig terrible things in history, so this subject doesn't have a place. And now in 21st century, the way to occupy people is financial. Banking system is not to occupy them, because the demography of the Chinese people do not permit them to, let's say, they have only one child for a family, so do not permit them from take other lands, like Indians. The Indians have a lot of children. So I wanted also to say about the American election. I do not think, this is my own opinion, I do not think it is important who wins the election, because also Trump give them weapons to the Ukrainians. So I think there is a possibility to say the Ukrainian conflict wasn't my conflict, was Joe Biden conflict, to American to get out of this conflict. But in the grand scheme of things, I think the American has his own politics in different, or who is in the White House. Obama was the first president who say that China is a economically predatory country. Trump made the same thing that Obama do, but most intensively. Biden make the same thing. I don't think that the politics of the US is very important. Who is coming from the presidency? That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Can I respond to the super chat?
Can
I respond
to
the super chat?
Next one?
Yeah.
Paul, you need to name
the super chat said that China invaded Tibet in the 50s and attacked Vietnam in the 70s. So Vietnam is easy. Vietnam got attacked because Vietnam attacked Cambodia, and Cambodia had a defensive alliance with China, and Cambodia said, "I'm being attacked, please help." And China then attacked Vietnam. So they didn't attack them unprovoked. They attacked them because it's like if Russia attacks France and the US goes to bomb Russia because of the NATO Article 5. It's the same thing. They had a defensive alliance, and China was simply fulfilling its defensive alliance requirements.
Drew, they almost go to war with Soviet Union for some territory. So don't talk about China. Every country has good things or bad things. So
no, hang on. I'm responding to the super chat, right? So there was a super chat, and I'm responding to it. And Tibet is a little bit more fuzzy, because what the Chinese say is that when after the Second World War, the Tibetan plateau was basically ruled over by a bunch of Buddhist monks, and they had a theocracy there. And the problem with the theocracy is they treated all the Chinese people that were living there very poorly. So they had the same argument as Russia and Donbass. They're saying all the Ukrainian government is treating the Donbass people very poorly. In the case of Donbass, they say that the Donbass guys were going to invade. In the Tibet case, they were chopping people's hands off, and all the Buddhist monks, which were the ruling class, they were chopping people's hands off. They were starving the people, and they were treating them as slaves. So China said, no, we have to go and free our Chinese people. That's their justification. You can believe it, you cannot, but that's what they say. And if you look at the photos, and there are photos of this, you kind of believe it, because you see people without hands walking around. You see people that are like stick thin walking around in Tibet at that time. So, and then and it wasn't a big invasion at all. It was a few thousand people that kind of went in, because Tibet was undefended. It was like the monks. So not a lot of people died anyway.
But I can also add on a bit more. Because the border was drawn by the nationalists then, the enemy of the communists. So the nationalists actually is the one that drew the border, and it includes Tibet, the whole of Mongolia, the whole of the Manchuria, whole of the Xinjiang. So even if the communists lost the war, you're going to see the nationalists invading and also killing a lot of people. It's going to be the same thing, exact same thing. Because the nationalists are not the good guys also.
The nationalists,
the Taiwanese. The Republic of China, they are not good guys also during those days. They are also
they are not good guys. So China is not good, but China is not
there's
evil.
no good guys in China.
You know,
so Drew made the point, you see, heard that?
No, not that there are no good guys. China itself, you cannot describe it as good or bad. You have to understand the way they think to understand what they're going to do. It's not a good or bad country. At the end of the day, they're doing things for the interest of their people. And the interest of their people includes, you know, going into Tibet to free the people whose hands are getting chopped off and starved. They're going to do that. I always say the easiest way to get China to invade you is you have a Chinatown everywhere, right? Just enact laws that say all the Chinese are and discriminate against them. You will find the PLA at your doorstep within a couple of months.
Drew, that logic, then why do we immigrate to other country? To say our Chinese people there are mistreated? Stay in China if you have that logic.
Oh no, this was Tibet in the 50s. There's no such thing as immigration. They were slaves, like serfs. Like you can't even go out and not be killed, kind of thing.
Okay, but you have the logic. You have the logic. If they were Chinese people, that attack, we China intervene. But you have a very big diaspora all around the world. So you have Cassius Belli to attack any country. If they say,
go back to China, okay?
Stay in China if you have that logic.
So that's why that's why I disagree with Drew on that point, because there was racial riots in Indonesia. There is Chinese people getting killed, and China didn't invade. Of course, they also don't have the means to invade.
That's Christian.
But they
killed a lot of
Chinese, all Chinese. No,
all
Chinese,
but they were Christian.
So
it was Muslim versus
because
Christian.
it is all Chinese, because my wife is Indonesian, so the is a thing then. And the thing that happened, the only thing China was able to do then was to open their borders to allow the Chinese Indonesian to migrate to China. So there is some group of Indonesian Chinese now living in China that can still speak Indonesian, and they have Indonesian culture and whatnot. But they don't have the means then. We do not know what they will do now, because now they have the means. Now they have aircraft carriers. So
Not
just
really
have to...
China's
so the thing is,
doesn't really have the power to project, not like the US. They have what?
So that's why I say that if you say killing Chinese or subjugating them, China will come. I don't think so, because I cannot imagine China invading to, let's say, United States.
Like you say, now they have the means and they have the national pride. So I don't know. I'm not as naive about their aggressive aggression as you. It's now the opposite.
This is something, considering the China topic as the strategic enemy of United States. United States have to have an enemy in order to keep population down. This is one of the big MLK speeches about Vietnam War, how it affects blacks in United States. You should consider the Cold War as artificial creation to have an external enemy.
Yeah, but
this is what's China about now, because when we see that in a unipolar world, United States start to disintegrate because they don't have external enemy. This is what's happening with Trump and everything. Is because there's no external enemy. It didn't have. They started creating one by talk China, and then suddenly the Russia came in as the bigger enemy, immediate enemy. But now it's going back. They need it. They need it to keep the unity, because of such a huge inequality in the United States. Of course, Cold War was creation of the Churchill initially, but it was used by Americans and the whole West to keep it united against the East. So the whole Europe and the West was united. Not just Americans were united against communists and Soviet Union, but also whole Europe and everything all together. This is what NATO did and everything. When the threat of external enemy disappeared, it didn't pass 15 years for Trump to appear. And this such a huge division in a society in the United States. It's just, this is the main reason, because there's such a huge inequality. And actually, I would say some political unfinished procedures or rules that allows for this. So politically, it's not really sufficiently developed. United States as Europe, or as China. So this always starts up, and this China talk by Wyatt is very good for the Singapore because it keeps them united against China. China is an external enemy. This is very important for Singapore. Right? No. It doesn't matter, Drew. This is very important, and that's why China, the Wyatt is falling for this talk. The propaganda against the external enemy. This is very important. Keeping unity.
Okay, Euro, that is nonsense.
Drew, I don't care. You were talking. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, Drew. When you were talking, for half hour, let me speak now for half hour. Okay. Okay. So this is political thing about, for the West, making China enemy. They need it. They need it to keep it together. They're going to fight together. There's going to be civil war if they don't have external enemy. All this Cold War story is, being created for a long time, just talking bullshit against Soviet. But now these generations that lived through that propaganda, they believe it. They believe things against Russia. This is the issue. When the propaganda becomes so pervasive that next generation that don't have any experience will just fall for it and believe it. This is the big thing. This is my case. Okay, Prata should be next, not you, Drew.
Drew, give me a second. Now let me just make an introduction. So the idea of common enemy, it is true. When after the unipolar world, Russia actually presented itself like wanting to be part of the West. What the Americans did was the creation or the creation of terrorist groups. So it was not China at all. The creation of terrorist groups and the war against terror, which was invented by Clinton, the Bill Clinton, the secret war, where he actually created that monster called Bin Laden in kind of secret wars until it became very big, and they use it when it surfaced that they use it for big presentation of the US as the war on terror, the ones doing good things for people, for the terrorists, against the terrorists and so on. Now, what we see about China, and then I immediately give the hand to Drew. What we see about China is something else. About 2011, the Europeans were shocked with the fact that the Chinese could come to Europe and they were being sold by so cheap. They had nothing against China until that moment. And then they realized the Chinese are getting rich. They realized that Chinese were being able to game them out, but that was still okay. It was not too much. Around 2019, they realized, and that's when you have the first papers where they say the Chinese are stronger than we are now. We were sleeping. We didn't notice. And the thing about Russia now, as we probably have discussed it many times here, it's actually to go to China, to find a way to make that bridge. They still don't have the real grounds to go against China. So they thought that if they bring Russia down, the Chinese will be left without energy resources, and without energy resources, we can contain them or squeeze them out. So that's probably the idea behind it. It's one of my theories. I could be wrong. On the other side, it is also true that if they try squeeze China at any point now, the whole world will fall in extreme, like in economical black ages. It doesn't work. It will be like going back to the Middle Ages. We are not prepared in the world to survive without all the little things that China prepare for us. Still. So Drew, sorry there. Go on.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that the having an enemy is good for the unity of your people. But in China's case, even if today the West was totally unified, China will still be the enemy. China has been the enemy since the West started colonization. Since Napoleon said, "Don't wake the sleeping dragon." They have tried to take out China in a proxy war in Korea. That's why you have North and South Korea. The reason they fought, in Korea, and they fought to a standstill is because China sent millions of Chinese troops there to fight them. The reason the US invaded Vietnam was to stem China's growth. And the reason the US lost is not because of some farmers with traps. The PLA had 300,000 troops fighting on the Vietnamese side. And the Russians also were flying planes in Vietnam. Or was it in Korea? One or the other, right? All of these proxy wars, Korea, Chechnya, Vietnam, and now Ukraine, they are all happening on the fringes of the countries they want to take out, China and Russia. China is not the enemy because they created an enemy. They've always wanted to take out China. That has been their objective for hundreds of years. They are not able to do it, but they are going to keep trying. Ukraine isn't the last you see of this. Right now, Newland is gone, the Ukrainian hawk, and who's that Republican guy? The Republican head of Senate. He's also gone.
McConnell.
He's also a Ukrainian hawk.
Mitch McConnell, yeah.
Yes, Mitch McConnell, right? So all the Ukrainian hawks are being moved out of the way, and replacing them aren't China doves. They're all China hawks. All the people replacing them are the people that hate China and want to move the policy back to fighting the main enemy, which is China. Russia was a sideshow. They thought they could take out Russia in 2 weeks, like RL said, with the economic sanctions, and then China will be weaker for it. But in the end, Russia turned out to be much more than a sideshow. And even Russia they can't handle. So now they're going to go and lick their wounds. But in the meantime, prepare to see a lot more nonsense going around up in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. There's going to be a lot more nonsense there after Ukraine collapses. So yeah, China is not is not just because they need an enemy. It's always been the number one enemy that they gave to themselves. China doesn't consider the West their enemy. They actually want to trade with them. They want to create, that's why they have all these trade links and whatnot, right? They always wanted to trade with other people. That's not all they really want to do. I mean, yeah. And that point about Singaporeans against China, 70% of Singaporeans are Chinese. This doesn't make sense. But a lot of our people still read, their main language is still Mandarin. They read Chinese newspaper and they get the Chinese propaganda that way, right? So it doesn't make sense that Singapore, the government or anything will want to say, "Oh, let's us against China." No. We a lot of our grandfathers are still in China.
Estonia.
That is totally wrong. No. Okay.
I agree.
Was it
most of Singaporeans are not anti-China? Yeah.
Yeah,
that is not. We just don't like them to come here or disturb us. Yeah, we are very nationalistic.
As you will get. Yeah, Wyatt is about as anti-China as you'll get. Yeah,
and I'm not even very anti-China. I'm just anti-CCP, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So
like that. Yeah.
I got part to RL. RL seems to be like that very long already.
Yeah, about the United States needing an enemy. Yes. And in the unipolar moment, just after the fall of the Soviet Union, what did the United States? Serbia, Yugoslavia, breaking up that entity. Chechnya, number 1, Chechnya, number 2, Afghanistan, Iraq, number 1, Iraq, number 2, Libya, Syria, Ukraine, and all the other mess we saw in African countries with dictators being toppled by other dictators, and I don't know what. And now to have a real peer enemy, because for them, you can't face a nation in a sporty manner. United States elite are not mentally capable to think another way as enemy. So it's China, and China is a real shit. It's a real deal. It's a real opponent. And for me, at least, that's my point of view. China is already number 1 in terms of economy, of industrial capabilities, in terms of innovation, technology. That's why what Victoria Newland and her gang have planned has totally failed. That's why now they got kicked out. In the United States, they don't need them anymore. But by replacing them with who? For doing what? United States is in big shit trouble. Because they can't, the elites in the United States are not able to think otherwise. They are not able to think otherwise. It's impossible for them. Look at the border crisis. What are the goal of it? Flooding United States with future voter for the Democrat Party? And so what? What's the plan in that? To what goal? Especially if you look at it in the international level. Because it seems that for the Democrats, which want the open border thingy, it seems that issue is even more important, certainly more important than helping Ukraine, but even more important than helping Israel. They were not even able to come up with one bill specifically for Israel, because, I mean, Republicans are okay to help Israel, no problem. They decide, make one bill for Israel. Then for political arrangement, make one bill specific for the border, so the Republicans will be happy, and then making one bill specifically for Ukraine. No. What the Biden administration, the Democrats wanted, is to make one package with Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and no border at all. So they are totally degenerate, because the American elite are 9 out of 10 backing the Democrats. And now they are facing a real opponent, which they can't label otherwise as enemy, because they are mentally capable as that. And I give the speech to Archimedes, because.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make a brief comment and then pass it to Upgrade, who also has had his hand up. You know, you're right, Drew. Actually, I think Drew left, but Drew was correct that the Americans were very much anti-China back in the post-World War II era with Korea, and Vietnam was also towards that end to some degree. But really, that was an ideological opposition to China. It wasn't really the Americans thinking strategically. It was simply that the Chinese were communists, and that's how the Americans were really thinking about it. Most of the American elite, I think there were some realistic thinkers in the American elite at that time, more than there are now. But primarily they were ideological, and they were opposed to communism, they were opposed to the Soviet Union, and opposed to the Chinese Communist Party. And then as the Chinese Communist Party liberalized, and because of the intervention of Nixon and Kissinger, you had this rapprochement with China from the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. At the same time, I think that's why we had a period of good relations with China during that moment. But now it's we're going back to a time when it's not so much where the American elite is desperately trying to create this ideological division between China and Russia, and they're not thinking about this in terms of actual strategy, right? I really don't think that they are. I think that they're thinking about this in terms of blind ideological hatred, and that's why they're anti-Russia and anti-China once again. That's all I had to say on that, and then I'll pass it to Upgrade.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the United States actually created China in a certain way also by going there with this rapprochement, right? Like you said, Archimedes, they thought they can liberalize, make it a democratic country so they can use China for their means in Asia as a strong partner and as a cheap labor force. That's why also the United States started after the Soviet Union collapsed to actually go there and start to make deals with China. But what they didn't thought about that China has different goals, has different view of the world than the United States. And they saw their potential and saw that they actually can surpass the United States if they're making smart decisions. China is really, like RL said, it's nothing to joke about because they're very, very smart. I've been in China, I've been working there. I know how they are. They're great people, very, very hardworking people, very intelligent, very pragmatic, and they don't want to fight. If they don't need to fight, they will find another solution. But if you push them to the wall and tell them, now it's war or nothing, they will go to war. They will go to war. They will do big damage to the entire world economy. Because imagine Russia, who always people say around who are against Russia, yeah, Russia is smaller economy than Spain. But if Russia, with just their smaller economy than Spain, makes such a big mess internationally with the economy, especially in Europe, what is China gonna do? China is multiplied by 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever you want to do. It's the powerhouse of constructing cheap things for us to actually have not to buy things which is very expensive, which will be very expensive in European countries. So I think we did a big mistake to also throw the Russians to, I always say that, but I'm gonna say it again, that we throw the Russians to the Chinese. The Chinese need cheap energy. What does Russia has? Cheap energy, and they can sell a lot to them. So every time there's people saying, oh, they will come back, the Russians, of course they want to do business with the European Union. Of course they want to do business with the West. But if you can just change from the European side what you did to the Chinese side, they don't care. They're going to do money anyways. And that's why you saw that Russian surpassed like 80% of their oil revenues not so long time ago. So it's just a game of chess, right? Everybody's trying to put their pawns in the correct order to try to be number one. And what America is afraid about, I think, is losing the hegemony over the entire world, right? Especially financially, because they know if they don't have the financial part, they don't have a chance. I give it to, who was the first? Maybe Wyatt. Sorry, Wyatt.
No problem. Because I just waiting so that I can skip whoever was before me. Yes, so I won. So anyway, so I did mention during my birthday stream, I talked about this issue because someone asked the question. So the key point about China have always have this historical problem, I think since the Qing dynasty, is that China don't buy stuff. Yeah, they don't buy stuff. They only buy resources. And during the olden days, they don't even need oil. They don't even need all these resources because they don't even do manufacturing, right? It's a farming country. But then they have a lot of shit the West wants, which is tea, porcelain, silk. So the West, during the British Empire, the colonial era, the Europeans buy a lot of stuff from China, but they cannot sell shit to China because China don't buy anything. Maybe except guns and cannons, and even the Europeans don't really want to sell it to them that much. So there is this trade unbalance, and which means that the wealth keep going into China and no wealth come out. That means you are not. It's not a fair trade. There is no benefit to each side. It's a one-sided economics. So it's bad. That's very, very bad. And we are now seeing the exact same thing currently happening right now, which is why you see the rise of China coincides with the decline of United States, because all the wealth in United States is now moving into China. It is a zero-sum game because value is very zero-sum. There's only so much value, then this money will just transfer over, and it have to be circulated. That's how economics must work. So when it's not circulated, it all goes one way, then shit happens. And this is what happened which is why the British sold opium in order to make sure that they have something to trade, so that they have some kind of a trade balance. And opium is the perfect thing because it will create its demand by itself. And which is why they have the opium war, because when the China start to burn the opium, to the Europeans, it's not about, I want to subjugate the Chinese people. It's not about that. It's that just by pure economics, it cannot work. They have to sell something. And if China burn away all the only thing that they can sell to China, then this entire thing cannot work out. And they need the tea, they need the stuff from China. So which is why they invaded and forced China into signing I forgot what something treaty. So the unbalanced or ungood treaty. I only remember the Chinese word for it. So that's what happened, and this is now happening again because Chinese people have this trait. We always want to save money. We want to be self-sufficient and everything. It is a Chinese trait. Chinese all save a lot of money, and China as a country behave exactly the same way. So the first intention is always self-sufficiency. Even during communist China, before opening up, it's always about self-sufficiency. That's what they do. And this is a problem for the world, because if you are self-sufficient and you provide everything for yourself and you only buy what you really need, which is oil and resources and those raw materials, and you don't buy any other things, then you're going to create a massive trade unbalance. And that's exactly what Trump was trying to fight. And that's why there was there was this trade war because of this. Because if you allow this thing to continue, that war will eventually happen. There's two things that can happen. One is eventually the world have to cut off China from the economic system. They have no choice, because having China around is like cancer. It just sucks everything from you and it contributes nothing back to you. That's one problem. Number two is war. But then now war doesn't look possible because nobody can defeat China right now. Not even United States. Maybe not even Russia. Because they are too big. It will just be a never-ending war. It can become like some of the European wars. You go on for 100 years and nobody wins. So that is the kind of war that will be happening. So that is the situation, and likelihood that will happen is that they will cut off China eventually, but not now, because now nobody got the guts. Nobody have the balls to do it, and nobody can force China to be more fair in terms of trade. So it's not, to me, I don't look at it purely because the West always need to find an enemy. But because they didn't want China to be an enemy, because they bring China into the WTO at the first place, right? They want China to integrate, to become part of our world, to become friends. We all trade together, we earn money together. But China have their own plans. And what happened is that China become a Trojan horse. China still operates on a communist world way of management, a centralized and purely protectionist way. And it doesn't work. This is two different systems. Our democratic free world system versus the authoritarian communist system, it shouldn't mix. The moment you mix, what will happen is that everything was sucked into this authoritarian communist regime. If during the Cold War, why during the Cold War we have a Cold War? Because if USSR was able to sell stuff to the West, and the communist system, the USSR have the capability to control manpower, to build massive factories, to build stuff very, very cheap at slave cost, the Cold War will be won by the USSR, 100%. USSR will win the war. USSR will become the richest country in the world, just like China right now, richer than China and more powerful than China right now. The reason why USSR didn't manage to do it because the Cold War was so complete that there's no way for the Soviet countries to succeed. So to suck the wealth from the West. And then of course, eventually it will just be a lose situation. Everybody will lose because the world will become very poor. Eventually, this cancer will have no more resources to suck, and then it will collapse on its own. Just like cancer, the cancer will kill off the person. So China must know this. They must know and understand that our Chinese nature is actually very bad. We need to learn to let go certain things, which is what Russia did. If you notice, Russia under Putin never strive for self-sufficiency. They strive to trade. They never feel the need to be protectionist to an extreme extent. They try to import European goods. They buy European goods. Okay, we don't make cars. We buy German cars. That's what the Russians did. And then we sell you gas, because that is the trade relationship is what will keep peace and will build everyone and bring everyone together. But Europe decided to go against Russia and push Russia aside, and that actually breaks the system, and you push Russia to fund China. Yeah, so that's what I want to say. I'm going to swap myself for someone else.
So, if I may, well, I will go on with what Wade was saying, and he was saying that the Chinese were keeping a lot of the money they were doing. It is true, and they were having a lot of problems with it. The money, fiat money lose its value with time, and they were losing millions and billions of dollars because they were not able to invest their money. They were afraid. They didn't have any comprehension how does the Western financial system works. And then in 2099, they got Hong Kong, and they started to understand, but it took them a long time to understand how the financial system really works. And in 2011, when there was the big crisis in Europe, and I'm not saying the opposite of what Wade was saying. I'm seeing it from a different perspective, which turns everything a bit more fluid. So in 2011, with the European crisis, and the Greeks, the Portuguese, the Spanish, the Italians were selling their assets at very cheap for the market prices, the Chinese came in and were offering more. And what were we doing? They were trying to invest their money in something. They were doing what Wade was saying that they were not doing. They were investing their money. And the European Union got really scared. Many European countries even blocked those investments, even against their own rules. And the Chinese thought, well, if we keep doing this, if we force the barrier, they will turn against us. So let's invest someone else. And they went to Africa, and they were investing everywhere in Africa. Everywhere in Africa. They were giving people money, almost cheap money, really cheap money. But it was more than just buying American bonds. They didn't want to buy American bonds. They understood how problematic it is to buy too much American bonds, and then you are always dependent on the Americans somehow. So this is the problem about Trump. Trump problems is not that China is not investing their money. They are investing their money in Africa. The thing is that then the Europeans in 2019 wake up, because they were doing nothing for Africa. They were just saying, oh, we love Africans. We love Africans. Just don't come to us. But we love Africa. Be careful. The Chinese are coming. They're really bad. The death trap. It's all a lie. But it doesn't matter. They did do that. And in 2019, the Europeans start to get scared about Africa, about the Chinese investing so much in Africa. So it's a problem. And this one, I will give, if someone wants to keep in the Chinese stuff, who wants to go You
no, Hoptab and Toby and Voyen and myself had
okay,
fingers
then
up. So I'm gonna
you
toss
like
it to
China.
Treo.
Go on, Toby.
Oh, Trey, you go. I'll go after you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to quickly point out too. So the battle between US and China is different from the Cold War, because during the Cold War, the US and the USSR, they were engaged in conflict or proxy conflicts all over the world, as to where China is not engaging into any conflicts at the moment. So they are more self-centered in regards to the USSR. But also you see that the US is investing, what, $1.5 billion just to create anti-China narrative. So they actually use I think since 2021, they allocated 500 million out of the 1.5 billion to just educate the journalists and use influencers for creating an anti-China narrative, which is what you see on YouTube nowadays. Is everyone has been talking about the Chinese economic collapse for the last year or last 2 years. So the Americans are spending quite a lot of money just to make sure people hate China. And then I also would like to say that the problem from the US is that they wanted to rule the world without equals. And then that's actually backfiring now. It's because the US in the West is the only actual powerhouse, as to where the European nations are nothing near as powerful. But if you look at the Asian counterparts like Japan, Korea, they are also nothing near as powerful as the US, and they are actually more dependent on the US, if anything else. So a conflict between US and China is quite unlikely, because Chinese allies like Russia, or now India is also being pushed into Chinese hands. These are very, very big economies, and then also very capable countries with very big populations as well. So I think a conflict is probably less likely, but it's something that we should take into account, that the US definitely is getting itself into trouble, because there is no equal to next to the US. So they would need to fight a powerhouse without anyone that can keep up. So I think that's something we also need to take a look at. So take it, Toby.
Yeah, I was listening to what Wyatt said with some interest. I think I agree with him on the major points, especially that globalism is not really stable. I mean, trade is good, but it's inherently unstable because of what he was talking about. You know, if you get trade between two nations, it can be good in the short term and catastrophic in the longer term. If you have a look at Europe now and America now, they've lost their industrial base. On paper, it's great because their corporations are making great money by manufacturing everything in Southeast Asia. But socially, it's a catastrophe because you've eradicated the middle class. You don't have anybody earning wages, making cars. You don't have, instead of having engineers and welders and people actually making stuff of value in your own society, you have telemarketers and YouTubers. So the West is watching its industrial base. Well, it's gone, and we're seeing the inability of Europe and America to keep up with Russia. Russia is supposedly this economic tiny country that was going to be easily steamrolled. It's not proving to be the case. There are also demographic problems that you get. There's massive immigration into Europe and the US, but we forget that that's beneficial to the US economy. And like if you have a look at Germany's demographics, they need immigration or they're going to die out, right? These are serious problems. And I tend to think of war as the consequence of domestic problems maturing rather than any grand strategy on the part of politicians. I agree with Atreyo. There's a lot of money going into the China hate thing in Australia too, right? Because it's cheap and easy politics. if you've got a disaffected population, then you can sell them on an enemy. But the reason that the population is disaffected is because their children can't afford houses and they can't get decent jobs, and the middle class is gone, and the deficit is just going up and up and up. So I kind of think, you know, globalism and trade are good in terms of making people wealthy, and they're good for financial markets. But I think the West is facing some really, really large structural problems. And if we go to war, it won't be because of anything China does. It'll be because our civilization has dug itself in such a deep hole that so many people are so angry that some demagogue will come along and sell them an enemy overseas, and that'll be the solution to everybody's problem. But I think Archimedes was next.
Yeah, I want to make a historical observation building on what you and Wyatt were talking about the trade balance. You know, I kind of look at history as having sort of 4 or 5 periods in the modern age. If you look at the period before approximately 1500, 1550, you know, the great populous civilizations of the world, or of Eurasia anyway, are Europe, or rather the Europe Mediterranean world, the India and the Indian world, and China, right, the Chinese world. And these 3 worlds are kind of connected with some level of trade, and there's more or less a balance amongst all 3, I would say, at the moment of, you know, let's say 1350. But after 1550, or after about 1500, Europe discovers the New World, and they find an enormous quantity of gold and silver. And I think this is a truly historic event, right? And it precipitates something called the price revolution. Where because of this gold and silver, the Europeans as a whole were able to purchase a greater quantity of goods from China and India than ever before, right? Especially because not just the gold and silver, but also the development of the maritime technology that Europe had in that period. They were able to create a lot of credit, right? Ships create credit. That's how it works. And you have this massive purchasing of goods from China and India, which are very, very productive in terms of producing these goods, silks and textiles and cotton, and in India's case, and spices, and then porcelain and tea, and all sorts of other things from China's case that were exporting out to Europe, who managed the export and had plenty of gold and silver to back themselves up, right? And they had the ships to do the exporting. But then this period goes on until about 1800, 1750-ish, and you see another shift where all of a sudden industrialization happens. I mean, it doesn't happen; it is made to happen by the genius of the industrialists of Europe, who completely flip this model on its head, and Europe instead becomes the exporter. And the logic then becomes to find markets for these massive productions, right? And so India and China and the rest of the world, Latin America as well, have become seen as markets for these massively productive European industries, right? It's particularly starting from Britain and Germany and everywhere else, where maybe you bring in raw materials from these colonized countries or secondary countries. At best, you bring in raw materials and you sell them much higher value-added products, right? And so the rest of the world goes into a massive trade deficit, I guess, to Europe in that sense, right? And then this period, I would say, continues until about maybe the 40s or the 50s or the 70s, something like this. At that moment, we have another shift, right, where the East industrializes, right, and at the same time, America specifically discovers a new form of credit, right? Basically, the birth of modern monetary theory, sort of a new serudopitosi, right? A new gold mine to produce infinite money, right? And that's what the dollarization of the world is. It's just more and more currency coming into the system, which allows now the West, centered around America now, allows the West to purchase from the East once again. And so we've returned to this sort of period between 1500 and 1800. That's the period that we've been in since, let's say, 1970, right? Where the East is the industrial producer and the West is controlling the currency, the production of currency, just in a much more sophisticated way than with the gold and silver mines of Latin America, right? And that's now putting us in this situation where there must be a balance. A new balance must be found, and so we've gone from one unbalance to the opposite end, and now to the other end. And I think that we need to find that balance once again, the same balance that we had as world civilizations in 1350, where there's a sort of a balance of production and consumption amongst all three of the world civilizations, those being the Western, the Indian, and the Chinese. That's just an observation. I don't have a point with it. That's just an observation of, I think, where we are historically today. I'm going to pass it. I think RL, Prada, Paul all want to speak. I think RL wanted to speak the soonest, so I'll pass it to him.
I see it differently. As you mentioned, it began in 1500, 16th century, 17th century. The domination of the West in the world lasted for 400 years, and that parenthesis is closing in the scale of history. So the West will just become a periphery in the world affairs. And upgrade, yes, an upgrade. You mentioned that Russia has a GDP of equivalent of Spain, but that's a way to lie to us, because GDP doesn't reflect reality of economies. GDP, especially in deindustrialized country, where the core of the economy is based on services, and financialized economy is just an illusion. It's the difference of someone making a bread for eating and a prostitute providing a service. The prostitute will earn way more money than a baker who made bread. Europe is a prostitute. It makes a lot of money, but it's just sucking dicks, that's it. And it gives you pleasure. But at the end, eating bread is more important. And the first economy of Europe as a continent, is Russia. Especially if you analyze the power purchase parity figures, where Russia has surpassed Germany, and now Russia is at the 5th place and Germany at the 6th place. France is at the 9th place. Even India is at the 4th place or the 3rd place. And China is well ahead than United States in that specific metrics. Because PPP is better to understand the realities of economy than GDP, especially if your currency is not the world currency, because it's all about what is the cost of something. And in Russia, if you compare the salary, a Russian who earns 600, 700 euros is equal to someone in France earning 2,000 euros. Because everything is 3 to 4 times less cheaper in Russia. Simple as that. When I go to my gas station, I pay between 1.8 and 2 euros per liter. In Russia, it costs around 60 cents. 60 fucking cents to get 1 liter. So what? I mean, take Spain. What is Spain?
Papa, est-ce que tu peux
Attends.
ça?
Après. Does Spain have nuclear submarines? Does Spain have nuclear launch ballistic missile submarines? Does Spain have a space program? Does Spain have a GPS network? Does Spain have icebreakers? Does Spain have all that amount of natural resources? Russia has a bigger industrial output than Germany. How can Russian economy be as big as a Spanish economy? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's why you have to take other metric than GDP. GDP is just a way to not make people in the West panicking and being aware of their misery compared to the rest of the world. Especially when you go to a country like China, or if you go to Taiwan, or if you go to Singapore, or if you go to South Korea and see how they are developed. We are getting more and more backwards in Europe, and people don't realize that. They simply don't realize that. How the others are evolving technologically, socially, how they integrated new technologies into administration, into how to manage the societies. Especially if you compare it to France, I mean, and the administration here it's catastrophic. Just to finish there, the first budget of France has become to pay the interest of debt. It has become bigger than education, bigger than healthcare system, bigger than military budget. To pay the interest of debt, not the debt itself, but the interest has become the first budget of the French state. And 30% of the French budget is going into functioning. 30% of the budget just to make the thing running, paying people, paying I don't know what. Where the fucking money goes? Where is the fucking money going? There you see, there is something going very, very wrong. And then I give the speech to, let's hear Joe, because he just came here. Joe Yan.
Oh. Hello, can you hear me? Sorry.
We hear you fine. Let's go, Joe.
Okay. In terms of economics, I look at it this way. In terms of China, I always have this saying: is China the red dragon or red Ponzi? Red dragon in terms of they're the biggest manufacturing country in the world. They have, India recently surpassed China in population, but also they still have a very large population. Their people save a lot of their income, unlike in the West, where they are just in debt. China apparently has a lot of gold reserves, and the West is just in a fiat mess. So now that's the red dragon part, whereby China might be the next superpower. Now, red Ponzi. Yes, we've said the positives about China, but one, China also has a very high debt to GDP ratio. They print a lot of money. It's not explicit QE like in Europe or the United States, but also they expand their money supply in an egregious manner. Yeah. They have a lot of malinvestments. A lot of China's GDP is tied to property. Yeah. And I think we are all aware about the ghost cities. Where here there are some like 64 million apartments that are unoccupied. Entire cities built, no one is there. So that's a very huge malinvestment for China. I don't know how we can describe the Communist Party. Maybe I feel it's a bit repressive. I don't know. I know that's another can of worms I don't want to open there because there are diverse opinions. So in terms of whether China is a red dragon or red Ponzi, I say it's both. And it remains to be seen whether China will surpass the United States and become now the next global power. Because if you are talking about US and the fiat system and the debt collapse, China is just in the same type of debt mess as the United States. So if they are to collapse, I think they'll both collapse together because even the economies are so intertwined, the Western economies and the Chinese economies. But the advantage of China is that they still have a huge manufacturing base. So maybe the country to watch for me is Russia, because yes, Russia is not the economy. Even if you look at purchasing power parity, it's still not as big as the US or China, but it's big. As you're saying, right? You can't compare Russia to Spain. That is just gross GDP. But purchasing power parity is as Ariel was saying, is a more important factor to look at. Russia, like China, does not print money excessively. I think the Russian ruble is, if you compare it to gold, is the most gold-backed currency of all major currencies in terms of how much rubles have been created versus how much gold reserves Russia holds. Yeah, Russia runs budget and trade surpluses. Of course, we all know US runs massive budget and trade deficits. China's a trade surplus, but the budget deficit. Yeah, so the country to watch is, so me I just say China and United States are just, they look big, but they are fat big. Yeah, they're impressive in size, but they are bloated in terms of debt and malinvestments and overprinting of their currencies. Russia is the slim, small, not so big, not so impressive, but slim, but a much healthier economy. So I don't want to hog the discussion. So I think that was my main comment on that. And the pendulum shifts between East and West periodically. In the Middle Ages, it was India and China as the largest populations that were the biggest economies. Of course, now after the Industrial Revolution, the West took over. And now we seem to be slowly shifting back to the East. And maybe just as a meme, maybe one day Africa will be there. We all originated from Africa, so Africa was a superpower then. But that's just a meme. Anyway, that's it for me.
Oh,
I wanted to say something very short. I think Joe he has right, and I think the problem with China that if Europe collapse economically, also US have economic problem because of the petrodollar is collapsing. China would gonna lose his market, and China, if he looks the market of European Union and for the USA, gonna have a lot of troubles. That's it.
So, if I may, I've been having the finger for a long time over. So I was picking up what Archimedes said, and I was picking up some points from Merrill as well. There is a big moment in the history, in modern history, well, at least the one that defined a lot of what we are today, is the Conference of Berlin, 1884, 1885. Well, where the European powers, in order not to compete too much with each other because of the market, they decided to divide the world between themselves. Well, this is not the Portuguese-Spanish divide of world. This is much, much more comprehensive. They really, you see, the Europeans occupied most and foremost cities on the coast, mostly just the sea axis. They weren't in the hinterland, or just a few kilometers to the hinterland, 50, 70 kilometers the maximum. What happened after this conference is that all Europeans, like races, start running inside of the continents, occupying all India, the British, the Portuguese, the Spanish they were already there, but the French, the Dutch, the Dutch as well in Indonesia, they were just occupying a few city coasts, and they go inside and occupy all little piece of jungle they could find. And in this process, as we know, we had the First World War. when they were, because they didn't delimitate that so well, they were fighting against each other. They actually had the First World War, then they have the Second World War, whatever. It doesn't matter. Oh, of course, Paul. Good that you say like now. But it has a lot. The First World War has a lot to do with colonial history. It does. And the way
all I wanted to say, they colonize other countries to not fight each other for a piece of land. So that's why they to talk with each other. Okay, let's colonize. The war is big, so Europe has a period of peace.
Yes, it is also in order to have a period of peace in Europe, of course. That is the reason, so that empires would not fight each other and they will concentrate someone else. But what happened is a disaster for the whole humanity, because the Europeans went on track. Their excuse was to civilize the world, to end slavery. Well, they had lots of excuses, but they always had an excuse. Well, they just wanted to have profit. Actually, the run for colonizations during this period was quite costly, and somehow is why in 1950s, also because societies become more, colonial societies become more resistant to that stupid explanation why they are occupying those lands. And it was why on the 1960, more or less, the resolution 1475, if I'm not mistaken, and they decided to decolonialize all the territories that were not self-ruled. But the thing is that when they gave independence to these countries in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they were promising these countries, well, now you're going to be independent. We are not going to civilize you anymore, but you're going to be more developed. You're going to have wealth, but wealth didn't come. The Soviet Union tried to bring some of that promise, but once the unipolar world arrived, they were still promising the Africans, the Southeast Asians, the Latin Americans, that wealth was going to come if they do things like they were saying. They were going to be rich, and so on and so on. I know what you guys said, it's true. But the point is that these peoples, now that China outgained the West in the way that they manage the financial system, they invest their money, and do things and make corporations south-south, not anymore through Europe, the Europeans are scared. But the rest of the world is happy because finally they see an opportunity to change their lives, to finally bring some development to themselves, to cut that umbilical, that connection that they were obliged to have, be it through the money, like Joe was saying, be it through the supply chains, and so on. They can finally develop themselves, and they are waiting for it. But to finish what I was trying to say is that, and pick up the moral decadence of the West, is because when you listen to a guy like Zelensky, which is the big mouth of the West at this moment, many things he say, he talks about the West like the civilized world, and he's not the only one. He's not the only one. This peace conference they are using with Zelensky, also the Western countries are talking about the civilized world, the rule-based order, and so on. And when they are saying that they are civilized, the other ones are not so civilized. They need to learn the rules. So a new discourse of neocolonialism is coming. Of course, they don't have the strength to impose this new colonial civilizing idea. No, they don't. And that's why RL was saying these people live in a complete illusion of power. They don't have. And the world is very happy. Please, wake up. This is not going to happen a third time. I think it was Upgrade. Or, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Good points, Prota, good points. The point with the GDP of Spain and Russia was just to illustrate that many people take this as an example to show that Russia is weak economically, right? It was not my point of view. It's just many people take this as a first stepping stone to trash Russia, that it's actually a very small country economically. And if you see the purchasing power of the Russian people compared to the European, I mean, there's you can say whatever you want, but Europeans have still more purchasing power than Russia. Russia, of course, now is getting better economically, but because the European Union also inflicts themselves wounds which are unnecessary. They're buying expensive energy from the United States or from other countries instead of buying it from Russia, cutting off the system with one of the biggest countries who they need cheap energy. So there's all consequences to act. So to just say, yeah, Russia is it's getting better than Europe, yeah, and most of the countries in the world never stay at the same point in their history, right? Sometimes it's the French who are the best, then it's the best, the English, then the Americans, and so on and so forth. There's always different areas for each country. So to come to my final point before I go, it's just that of course Russia is right now great economically. Germany is very bad right now because they really needed this cheap energy from there. But we don't know what the future is going to look like, right? Maybe the sanctions after a while will have some impacts in the long run, you know. Even if the Russian gets the electronic goods from the Chinese and it's cheaper than get it from United States or from the Europeans, there's still, you cannot be cut off from entire part, both sides cannot be cut off from an entire part of the world. We need the global economy is working globally. That's why it's global economy, right? And we really should strive to work together and to increase all the people's wealth. And that's why I always defend the capitalistic system, because the capitalistic system, even if you like it or not, it took out lot of millions of people from poverty. It had some after effects. It was not always correct, or there was no equality in sometimes in the balance of trades and stuff like that. But honestly speaking, if we trade with each other and we get the most out of it, of deals between each other, we can get rich, all of us, and we can get a better life, all of us, and get better education and so on, all of us. We shouldn't just cut off some part of the world just because we think that they are not doing the right thing. We should strive to get a neutral way of thinking and trying to work together. Sorry, maybe Paul? Paul, yeah.
I want to say something really short. I don't think the West is capitalist. I don't, because the finance dictate the West. So he's not capitalist. Maybe in 20th century he was. Now he's not.
Okay, what I wanted to say about purchase power parity is specifically designed, PPP is specifically designed to compare buying power of the wages. So what's the prosperity, standard of living of different people? It's not designed to measure GDP. It's attempt to do it, but it's completely wrong. It's not a good thing, but it's maybe the best thing it's possible. Only thing to measure properly in what you're talking about, industrial power, is to quantitatively measure, to measure all the products produced, all the resources produced, and so on. That's what you would want it ideally, but that's so difficult. I mean, it's completely, absolutely, almost impossible, right? You will have to design a new system to measure just that. Why is GDP of Russia equal to Spain, but their actually production and standard of living and capabilities, military in every potential, is equal to almost half of the Europe, even though it's like 1/3 of population of Europe, it's equal to half of the Europe. It's because in communism, you guys don't know this. In capitalism, every trade is measured. It's taken in account. It's accounted for. So basically, when you buy groceries, it's accounted for. While in Russia, They produce them themselves. It's not accounted in a GDP. While it is being produced by people, they have in their own garden, and they create it, produce it, and eat it, consume it, right? That's not recorded in communist system, and especially in Russia and all over Africa, everywhere. It's not
black market
recorded. No, it's called gray. This is completely not accounted for in GDP. Another thing, to compare, let's say, U.S. price of one HIMARS system comparing to the Smerch. In United States, you have payments, because I would consider only economics rule as a law is income equals spending, or spending equals income. That's only economic law that should be considered as a law. Income equals spending. Total income equals total spending. Total spending equals total income. Also, deficit equals savings, but that's a little bit mute. In the United States, price of HIMARS, what, $4 million? You have recorded that price because it's accounted for, 4 million. But also you have the price of the workers, price of the supplies, electricity, everything, all the supplies. Everything is recorded. Even the loan, interest on the loan, is recorded as expense. So everything, it's not accounted in GDP as 4 million, it's accounted as 8 million in GDP. In Russia, you have state-owned corporations that produce it. So the Ministry of Defense, only there are employees of the Ministry of Defense, basically. So Ministry of Defense pay them the wages and pay the materials, pays the utilities. So it's about what, maybe 500,000 total expense for Russia, and that's their GDP. While HIMARS is $8 million, equal capability of Smerch system is $500,000 in GDP. That's what's not considered as GDP when you compare industrial power and economic power of Russia. This is the reason. Also, we saw from then they have free water in Sudyanka over there. It's not charged. It's not charged for the water in the whole city. It's for free. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's not recorded in GDP while it's being produced and consumed. But it's because there's no bill for it, there's no GDP record of it. That's a difference. That's a huge difference.
I can make it even simpler. So if everything that you see on DPA, right, there's only me producing them. Like, I'm the only person who produces them. All the design, all the beautiful banners, thumbnails, everything is me. But that's because I'm able to do it myself. But imagine a different YouTuber with totally no design skills, no technical abilities. Then he have to spend money. He have to pay for a designer, a video editor, whatever. Then he could be spending $10,000, $20,000 a month, and then his expenditure or GDP will be like $20,000 a month, whereas mine is zero. Or maybe $500 because of my food. So
that's not correct. That's not correct. Okay, so in for example, in Russia, when they produce their own food, it's not that they don't count it into GDP. For example, in Russia, if you grow an apple and you produce an apple, it's counted as maybe an apple costs 1 ruble in Russia. So the amount of GDP produced is 1 ruble. Whereas the same apple in the US costs $3 or $2 maybe. So the amount of GDP produced in the US is $2.
That's only if you sell the apple. If you don't sell the apple, it's zero.
Yeah, but in your case, right? In your case, where the GDP that you produce is the amount of money that you earn from all the ads.
Correct.
Watching.
So I'm talking about like, right? So I'm talking about like, for example, for the other
then you
YouTuber,
share this GDP with other people, right? And if you suffer a loss, those people increase the amount of GDP because you pay them, but you are negative GDP because you suffer a loss. So at the end of the day, what you create is the value of the good.
What I mean is
nobody connects a value of the goods, how much is produced. Only accounting numbers is recorded.
So for example, how GDP is counted in a way, let's say for what example, another YouTuber is that, let's say he got 3 person. He got a video editor, a designer, and himself. The 3 person, then the total cost for the other 2 staff is let's say $10,000 per month. So the 3 together is one country, and this one country's GDP is now 10,000. That's what I mean. But you pay them, yeah. But they're all inside the same country, so it's $10,000 because the money is circulated.
Comes out of your GDP, basically.
Doesn't matter where it comes from.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter recording it.
Even if you don't hire them, your GDP is the same.
You need a financial transaction to be recorded in GDP. If there are no financial transaction, then there are no GDP. And in the West, in the financialized economy, you have a product that is sold to someone, and the same product is then resold to someone else, and then resold and resold and resold and resold, and then consumed at the end. But then it inflates the GDP. And then you have another topic about Russia, just to finish there. A non-neglectable part of money exchange is made with physical money, especially in the place in the middle of nowhere in Siberia, where the money doesn't get into a bank because there are no banks around them. So you have people who are storing a lot of cash and exchanging stuff with their cash, but that cash never goes into a bank because there are no banks where they are, or they must do 500 kilometers or something to find a bank where they can put their cash. So you have a huge part of money transaction that are not recorded. Also,
unless they do accounting, unless they report it.
Average.
So
I want to say something, guys. Independent of the discussion, the GDP is not a good measure. Okay, we are both all agreed.
So I explain a bit. So I use the YouTuber idea again. For example, let's say me and another channel both earn $10,000 a month. Okay, both, no matter what we do. So we do exactly the same thing, but he hire people. So his hired people is under his country, and he spent $20,000. So his GDP for his country is actually 30,000, but my GDP will be just 10,000. So the GDP is not accurate in that sense. It is. That's GDP. That's how it works. Correct, Jury? Correct.
No.
Yeah.
No. Where do you get the 30,000 from? You only made 10,000.
No. The plus,
he spent 20,000. He earned 10,000.
Plus income.
Then where you get 20,000 from?
Total income.
It's negative 10,000 now.
No.
He made 10,000. He can only spend 10,000. Where you get the other 10,000 from?
Correct, because the other 10,000 is his staff earning $10,000 each.
From who?
Yeah.
So that's how GDP counts. Everybody's income, your income, your fellow citizens' income.
Where does who pay salary?
Drew, to be more precise, what White is point out. Let's say you have no employees, but you have YouTube income of $20,000. So that's your total GDP.
Yes.
Your income is $20,000. You have no employees. Wyatt, on the other hand, had the same income, $20,000, but he pays one auditor or editor $5,000. His GDP is $25,000, even though income from the business, YouTube business, is the same, $20,000. But because he has an employee, he has expense.
There's no value added there.
Yes, that's how it's calculated.
That's how it's calculated. That's how GDP is calculated.
Yes.
So I tell you what,
GDP based on value added.
So I tell you how GDP is manipulated very easily.
You take an apple, one guy sells the other guy, another guy puts a little decoration around it, sells to another guy for twice the price, another guy send it across the ocean, so they charge for the logistics, so that's value added. And then another guy then takes, and it goes on and it inflates that way. But
that's not value added. I'm sorry.
That GDP is not about value adding. So I can tell you how easy to scam the GDP. For example, now I sell you this apple for $10. You sell me back the apple for $10. We continue to sell like that for 100 times. Then we will have $2,000 of GDP. But no value is created. There's still only one apple. That's GDP.
With inflation value of it, but not added value. An added value will means that you take that apple and you transform it into something else, like a puree or apple juice. Then you add value because you made a physical process to it. That's real added value.
That's why GDP to the system to measure a value added, to have like is it resold 10 times or just once, right? You cannot measure that. Which apple was sold once or which one was sold 10 times? You cannot measure it. You cannot record it. So you cannot account for it. So that's why it's only income. Financial transactions are measured as GDP.
So that's why GDP numbers can be inflated by selling to each other a same thing for nothing. Then all your accounting is just that you earn so much money and you spend so much money, something like this. But of course, there's of course costs and losses and everything. Of course, I'm just saying that every transaction is just counted into the GDP, and it become very scammy, which is why financial markets, the numbers are also big, but that is actually not counting the values, which is why GDP numbers is very disturbing because it doesn't. It's not accurate. It's just
anyway, I want to just say one thing and then I'll run away again.
No, Drew, you have to say. I have a question for you.
Okay, let me get out my one thing first. I think just now somebody said that the property sector in China is a huge part of the economy. It's not. The property sector accounts for only 5.8% of China's GDP. The largest percentage in China's GDP is actually the industrial sector, which is over 30%. That's why the industrial sector of China is larger than US and Europe combined. So this whole idea that China was going to collapse because the property sector went bust, the property sector is a tiny proportion of GDP. It's just, again, a lot of Western media corruption. And yeah, so yes.
I have a question for you, Drew.
Wait.
If the West collapse, where do you sell your product?
To each other.
Why can't the Chinese consume their own thing?
In Africa,
At the end of the
in
day,
Africa, if the West collapse, China will sell their stuff in Africa, in Latin America.
After Second World War, Europe was destroyed. Basically, you can call it collapsed. Europe was collapsed after the Second World War. So what United States did was giving the money to Europe to buy products from them. That's what China can do with Africa. That's what it's doing, basically, giving them loans to buy from themselves. This is how hegemony is created and how a dollar became by printing money and giving it as loans. So printing money, this is all fake. Yes, only thing, if every money in the world today is fiat money, every country. But yes, recently Russia declared that ruble is going to be backed by gold. Yes, but nobody cares anymore. That was very short time. It was to reduce the panic. That was just for a very short time, really insignificant. No country in the world backs the money with gold. It's every money is fiat. There's no difference.
Suicide.
Can I say something? Wait, let me ask the question before Drew runs away. So we all know that GDP is not a capable or a reliable tool of measurement for the economies and the sizes of economies around the world. Is there something else that is more accurate and more reasonable to consider besides GDP or PPP?
HDI, Human Development Index.
It's notoriously difficult to calculate. So, if you really want to you have to look at each sector. For example, if you want to measure industrial output, you have to look at the number of things that they make, or the number of, you don't calculate the value of the thing. For example, if you make 1,000 vacuum cleaners, they call it 1,000 vacuum cleaners. You can't compare that to then 1,000 fridges. How do you make that comparison? So that the way that people make that comparison is to price each item and to say that each fridge is $2,000 and each vacuum cleaner is $100. Therefore, if you produce 100 fridges, it's equivalent to like 2,000 vacuum cleaners, you know. And that's why we end up with this monetary system of calculating this GDP, because people have to then place a value on something. But the whole trick of valuation is an art. It's not a science. Like if you give a glass of water to a guy in the desert, it's worth $5,000 to him. You give it to a guy that lives by a river, it's worth nothing to him. So valuation is what is the tricky thing here. And a lot of things in the developing economies like Russia and China, they are valued at very low. Therefore, when you produce them, the GDP that they create is very low. Whereas the same thing is valued very high. If you in the West, if you, for example, mow a lawn in the US, you might have to pay somebody $20 to do it. In China, you pay someone 20 yuan. The amount of work done is the same, but the GDP in the US grows by 20. The GDP in China only grows by 20 yuan. So the amount of the GDP is only a way to kind of determine the value of the products that you produce, but the problem is the valuation. That's the problem. And so no, that other than PPP, which is better than GDP, GDP PPP is still not good. So I think why all this need to compare? You know, just leave China alone, leave Russia alone, leave Europe alone, leave the US alone. Let them trade with each other. Stop fighting. No need to compare. All these are ego trips. You know.
Okay, GDP. Only good reason to use it is to compare your own country's growth from year to year, because you have different countries, different accounting methods, how they account it. So you can't really, I mean, not really too much different accounting methods, but there are minuscule differences. And we can see how US is changing the calculating method for everything, for all those kinds, for inflation, for everything. So it's changed. It's slightly different. So only good use of GDP measure is for your own country to measure from one year to another. That's it. Yes, you can use it a little bit.
Can I say something? I've been putting my hand
Assuming you
forever.
calculate inflation properly. So the US recently, they have been trying to trick you to say their GDP is going up and up because they have been mispricing their inflation. So when your inflation is, you say it's this amount, but actually it's this amount. When you report this amount, your GDP goes up by that amount. You know, so that's how they play with it. Yeah. So it's only useful if you actually keep the calculation of inflation the same. Then year on year you can see the GDP growth or reduction. If they had kept the inflation calculation the same year on year, right now US is officially in recession.
You're talking about perfection, but it's not so important to be perfect. It's just because numbering and calculating method didn't change for your own country. It doesn't matter the inflation. You can calculate inflation by doing that, by measuring GDP. Then you end up calculating inflation from year to year, comparing to the amount of products that can be measured. So because the method of measuring didn't change, that's what you can do it with it.
Can I say something?
Sorry, I got to run off again.
Before Drew goes, I didn't say that China, that the property market is the majority of the economy. Just said design. No, 5.8% is a significant part. Anyway, I'd talked about the pros and cons of the Chinese economy. I only talked about the pros of the Russian economy. The cons I see in the Russian economy is that it is not diversified. I'm guessing about 30 to 40% of the exports is oil and gas, and most of the industry is heavy industry, mainly in the defense industry. So I was thinking that where is the consumer electronics market from Russia? Where are Russian TVs, Russian dishwashers, Russian microwaves? Maybe I don't know, because us in Africa, most things are either from the West or from China. Yeah, I have talked to a lot of Russians. They tell me their locally produced cars are relatively crappy. So I'm like, how is that possible? First people in space, all these nuclear weapons, satellites, but crappy
Why not?
cars. I don't have their washing machines. I've not heard of Sukhoi washing or
Secrecy is
whatever. Yeah.
answer.
So maybe
Secrecy.
it's
Military
me who is not
secrecy.
maybe it's
No,
me, but I've talked
it's
to a
very
lot of
true.
Russians.
It's a military
Just
secrecy.
wait,
I noticed.
Jordan, let me just finish my point. So I'm saying in the terms of consumer electronics, Russia, I okay, you'll educate me. Maybe I just have the Western propaganda. And even in precision electronics, okay, let me ask, like right now, Sukhoi 35, Iskander, Caliber missiles, which microchips are they using right now? Are they using indigenous microchips?
Yes,
Yeah?
they are
I
actually.
think there's a sense that the West is generally
hold
better
on,
in
hold on. Every
yeah?
weapon
Russian
system
mobile
they make of
phones.
high valuable uses its own computer chips. They do not use computer chips from the outside market. That is a myth.
So they have their own internal microchips, locally produced microchips for their Iskanders, for their Su-35.
They have two companies in Russia that manufacture chips, specifically designed for their military industrial complex. They don't design chips for wash machine, microwave, fridges. They all buy it from China.
So yeah, so that has always been an issue for me, because I think the longevity of a state is determined much by military power. Like the USSR was a big military power.
Just to point out something, you talk about their cars. Their cars are shit. Yes, for European standard and maybe for African standard. But in Russia, in Siberia, in their reality, the best car they have are Russian cars. Because when it's minus 30 Celsius degrees, no European cars can function properly, except Russian cars.
I just about to tell you
Adapted
that
for their
Trio
reality.
Atreus is in the chip industry. So I wanted to tell him and he came on already. So no, Atreus, teach him about Russian chips.
Yeah, so Russia has about 15 chip manufacturing companies. So it's quite diverse. But you won't compare it to the powerhouses like the titans such as TSMC, Intel, or Samsung.
Yeah, that's
you have to understand that the chip manufacturing in Russia is sophisticated enough to be sustainable locally and then for their own produce. Also, if you include their military sector, but they also combine it with purchases from outside. So they buy or purchase chips from, amongst others, China, but also from Taiwan. So you have to understand that diversity comes with needs. So for the manufacturing of simple goods like dishwashers and such, they can actually produce those because you don't need a sophisticated chip for that. If you want to produce military equipment, you need to look at what the purpose of the military equipment is. Sizable machines such as satellites or radars and such. You don't need a microchip, you need a chip. And then you need the efficiency of the chip in order to make it work and function. If you want to go to smaller components where you are going to the realms of microchips, Russia is struggling in order to make it sufficient enough, which is where the imports come from. But they can technically produce it. It's just not on the levels of TSMC, for example.
Yeah, that's
so
what I meant.
we need to distinguish the markets and the needs of it, and then look at what the capabilities are. But Russia actually is quite advanced in chip manufacturing. It's just not comparable to Titans. That's it.
I didn't mean that they don't produce any chips. I just meant relative comparison between West China versus Russia.
I want to say one thing. Ursula von der Leyen told that the Russia have chips from washing machines, so I know he has right.
No, that's propaganda.
So for those that do not know, Atrio is literally in the chips industry, so he knows a lot. That's why he's in Taiwan. Yeah, because TSMC and everything, is mostly is in Taiwan. So that's why he's there. Yeah, I'm swapping myself up.
Okay. I just wanted to say, when we're talking about GDP and all that, are we talking about the viability of the state? Because if that's what we're talking about, then I think what we should be measuring is state revenue, national debt ratio. That's what I think.
That's completely unimportant. That's completely irrelevant. It's about power of the state to impose and collect taxes. Is there a legal system that's justified? That's how to say legal system? Do you have the army and justice system that provides the system that provides the justice? Sorry, is it providing justice or inequality, so that people feel they're equally treated by the state? If the state can collect taxes from the poor and from the rich in equal force, in equal right, people will feel the justice system works. So it's psychological effect on unity of people. The debt to GDP, it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. It's the
But
topic
we're talking about
it's the topic
we're talking about
to create
viability,
division.
though.
No, it doesn't. It's a topic for division of political sphere. That's what it is. That's what it's used for. But it's completely irrelevant. When we see Republicans are in power, they don't mention deficit. When they have a president, they don't mention deficit at all. It's not important. It doesn't matter how much it grows. When Democrats in power, deficit is every day, every minute presented. The clocks is always ticking. It's all the talk. It's just a measure for the political division. That's it.
Ignoring USA, what about other countries? Not USA. How about other countries?
I think
this is about for the empires. Yes, this is correct for the empires. And for other countries, it depends how much you're debt in a foreign currency, not in your own currency. Only how much your debt is foreign currency that you don't print, that you cannot print, that your banks cannot print. That's what it matters. It's enough 20% of debt in foreign currency to destroy a country. 20% is enough. There's examples with less than 20%, but that's enough to destroy a country when debt is in foreign currency. But US, Japan, Europe, Britain, Switzerland, who else? One more country, Canada, Australia, they don't have debts in foreign currency.
Yes, they have.
Those are former empires. Yeah, but they are supported by Fed. As long as they're together, working together, they are safe. Japan has a debt in yen, not in dollars so much. Japan has debt in yen, 250%.
It's not just that. It's who owns the debt. Who owns the debt?
It doesn't matter.
It matters. It matters who owns the debt. If the debt is owned by your locals, as in Japan, more than 95% of Japanese debt is owned by Japanese themselves. That means it will be an internal issue between themselves. So it's not an issue.
When you don't own
but
in foreign
when
currency,
your
yes,
debt is owned by foreigners, whether it's state, foreign state, or foreign private actors, then it might be an issue for your social situation. Just look at France. A big part of their debt are owned by foreigners. And to please them, to please the markets, they are making social cuttings. They are doing social cuttings. Doesn't matter if it's labeled in euro, because now euro is controlled by ECB, which is kind of independent, where the French state has no say about the printing of money, because it's not anymore Banque de France which is printing money. That is specific to Europe. But if take a country like South Africa, they have their own currency, but most of their debt, a big part of it, is not in local currency. is in, I don't know, US dollars or yuan or euro, that means that debt is owned by
US
non-South
dollars.
African entities. And that is an issue of
That's exactly-
sovereignty.
Isn't that what Jure say? Isn't it? You guys are repeating the same thing twice.
For him, it's not important. For me, it's important. Doesn't matter if it's in your own currency. It's who owns the debt, because most of the French debt is in euro, and because it's owned by private entities, foreign entities, to please those lenders, they have to make social cuts. And it has implications socially here in France. Don't say there are no social implications. They are.
Not
That's
from
why
that,
people are
it's what
getting
they
more
want to
angry.
do. It's what they want to do. It's not because of that. It's what they want to do.
I think
Okay,
for me the
so
best
next-
measure the best measure of economic viability or power is not even the gross PPP or GDP. I was thinking in terms of maybe PPP per capita. You know, you look now as an individual, how much? And then I think the ultimate is HDI, Human Development Index. You just don't talk about economics. You talk about the quality of life, quality of healthcare, lifespan. Because if you are looking in terms of GDP, Africa, the combined GDP of Africa is similar to that of Italy. Okay, Africa has a population of about 1.2 billion, which is slightly less than India and China. If Africa was to combine itself the way India and China are 1.4 billion, if Africa was 1.2, you see, will be in terms of raw GDP, will be a very powerful, relatively powerful nation, top 10.
Yes.
So, but you see, for us, per capita GDP, or per capita PPP, we are very low. And in terms of HDI, that was I was saying, it's not for everyone, and it's not universal for all of us in Africa. We are still quite low. So I was thinking HDI is the ultimate, because you're not looking just in terms of economics, you're looking in terms of quality of life, healthcare, longevity, living standards. For me, that's the ultimate HDI, Human Development Index. And if you're looking in terms of economics, you're looking at economics number, then you look per capita, not the total PPP or the total gross GDP. Anyway, that's my take on
Mehdi.
PPP is measured individually.
Before you go,
and then
Jerry, let me.
You get to by calculating PPP individually, then you go to PPP GDP, not the way you calculated it. Purchase power parity works by average income of population with average prices. So purchasing power parity, that's what it's named, purchasing power parity of the average. And then you try to compare GDP between, you calculate total PPP GDP, and that's now getting complicated. But it's created just to see how much your income in this country can make you a good living to comparing to other country individually.
Okay, Mehdi.
All right. Let me break in here because I put it in chat and it's just driving me nuts a little bit. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. All right, and I know you guys are bright. Is that GDP is a measure of wealth? It's just the wealth that's produced. It does not include what the cost is to the population for each product. So if me and Yuri go into a store, he's where he's at and I'm where I'm at, and I got $2 and I walk into the store and all I can walk out with a bag of chips. Yuri can walk out with a full tank of gas, a pack of cigarettes, and a 6-pack of beer, right? It's not the same thing because the PPP is the cost of your living, whereas the GDP to me is more about how much wealth the country is generating. It doesn't mean that it's going equally across everybody. It's all stuck at one end. If it's all stuck at one end, it doesn't spread around to the rest of us, which means our lives don't improve. Sure, people are making lots of money, but it doesn't mean it's us. And it doesn't mean that we can buy the same things a Russian can or a person from China can with the same amount of effort and payment for our dollar wage type of deal. That's how I see this. And when like if we broke it down to war, really, what does it matter? I mean, if you got shells that the United States is producing for $8,000 for pop, and Russia's putting them out there for $200 per pop, when you equal it out at PPP, how many more? Who's going to walk away with more shells? It's that simple, I think. And that's probably a very simplistic way of looking at it, but that's the only way I know how to look at it.
And we should change topic because we are going in very deep in this rabbit hole. Like, it's almost like so boring. We basically lost 60 viewers. We lost 60 viewers over the course of this economic talk. No, it's always like this. No, don't worry. No, every time we talk about economics, we start to lose viewers because people can't take it. The brain can't process.
The reason why they can't take it because everyone is poor and you're calling big money. Like, hey, what is money going to? They're broke.
Hey, Wyatt, you got 2 or 3 super chat thanks to what I've said with PPP before. So hey,
everybody loves you.
Drew is back. Oh no.
Can I ask a question to change the topic?
Sure.
Yes, please. Yes, please change the topic, please.
So my I always am curious. Okay, because I'm not a military guy. Like these guys we see in the trenches, right? They're standing in the trench and they spend days and days just sitting in there and then waiting for the enemy to come, right? Why don't they just dig? Like, I mean, why don't you are spending? Why don't you okay? If this is your trench, why don't you dig a tunnel in and then go sideways, and then you sit there? Then if the drone comes, it can't get you. You will just fly in, and then you're in the corner. Like, I would like to ask some military guys, why don't if you're in the trench, you dig in and then dig sideways, and then you sit there, and then wait there.
They are already built, like you say, if you watch on Telegram, where you can build
so many
and also I think I'm not a military guy, but I just out of common just thinking out. These things are not made to be permanent. They're made to get some cover and move over, to move to the next so you can get some next attack. Maybe because if you're going to dig, making up your own new comfortable places, then the next hour, once you're done building, the next hour, enemies on the front, enemies in the horizon, you have to respond to. And then you have to move forward or leave it behind. So
we see a lot of the lines now. They're a lot static. Most of the front line is static, and like Edifka is moving, yes, but they capture that thing and then they stay there. So
choose who to reply.
What you're saying cannot for drones.
Many is the only military guy here. Many.
I could tell you what. Usually, what has happened is when you dig a trench, you do it in a zigzag, so that if an object's coming from above, it can't just fly down the trench and hit you. You have a place to move towards it that blocks you from getting hit, and it also limits shrapnel just going straight down the trench lines when artillery comes in. When you dig a bunker, you usually do it with an L entrance so that if there's a blast, it hits the wall and not goes directly into the trench line. I mean, there's so many ways trenches are built. God knows what they're living in and what they're doing. I was a tanker, so we didn't do much of this shit, understand, but that's what you were trained to do, and that's the theory behind how to build proper trenches. Ron would know probably better than me.
Ron, do you do trenches during all days?
I was sitting in trenches. I wasn't talking about it at all. I was sitting in trenches. But it is the issue, why your question is a big issue. You have a lot of trenches that are having those gathering places, like where they relax and take the clothes off and have fun, private fun, and so on. They're protected. You see the drones trying to fly in. You see when there's offensive on it. You see it like attacking forces that's dropping like 10 of the grenades in it, because they are also built with the curves in it to protect in a case of the explosion. The real issue is rotation. Troops rotate every somewhere 3 days, 4 days. So everyone expects someone else to build that. It all depends on the individual commanders. How
So it's the commanders that are not
disciplined-
giving the instructions properly.
Yes,
And
not
and
every
if you
commander
ever
will issue that.
I was thinking,
if you
I'm
ever
not-
dig a trench before, you will know how difficult it is. I hate it. No, during my time, and I'm not infantry. I'm like I did my basic military training, and that's where we did, and my basic leadership training. So that's where I got my corporal. The freaking digging, right, is what we see is tremendous in Ukraine. The quality, the level of the trenches is huge. No, we took one like many hours just to dig one small little fire trench. It's very small only. Whatever we see in Ukraine is huge. They are expecting machines to come and dig. They are not going to dig it themselves using hand. It's crazy unless you have no choice.
Maybe
Like if you dig a hole, will it collapse? Like if your trench is like that and you dig a hole this way, will the whole thing collapse? Like if someone walks over it or something?
Yes. If it's a hole, it will collapse because you would need to have a wood or something to support the top.
To hold it up.
Yeah, because it's soil. The soil is loose. It will drop.
Maybe what Drew is saying might work for drones, but what about artillery? Oh gosh, these flamethrowers,
very long tunnel.
They just
Then you
collapse
sit here,
the entire.
artillery
They
here.
collapse the trench line in an entire area. So even
Then
if you
dig
say
another
deep,
exit out that way.
go some other layers. You
think
get
there's
that was one A flamethrower.
Like the Vietnamese, they dug so many tunnels all over.
Or a
The Vietnamese dug so many tunnels
You
that
can
they
see,
couldn't find them.
you can see some tunnels, some covers are actually in a straight line. So they place it on a straight line of the trench, the cover with tree trunks, and then some dirt and soil and so on. And they will dig the side spaces underneath that cover. Okay, and usually if there's a lot of small branches with the roots that will keep the soil together, you can dig something but not big. For something bigger, good size room like 5 by 5 feet, that would be good size room. You really have to cover it with tree trunks or something. So you would have I've seen deliveries of the construction material to the trenches a lot, and you can see some elaborate Russian trenches with the whole like decorations and everything, the kitchen, the storage, the dressing room, the weapon room, and so on. So you can see some elaborate things depending how much you've been seeing, but it's mostly about commander.
Guys, let's change the subject.
Wait. I want to add on to but one first.
Oh, I was just gonna say. I mean, they even had a sauna in that one trench. But yeah, I mean, the reason I was on tanks is because I didn't want to walk around in the mud and I didn't want to sit in the trench. I wanted to drive over the trench on a bridge layer. I fuck that shit. But I mean, if you think about it, I mean, we used to do like live fires and stuff like that, and we would shoot at entrenchments. I wouldn't want to be in one of those because even the Sabo round, even though it doesn't explode, it still digs into the ground and creates these huge gouges. I mean, you could dig down and hide, but we could still dig you out. We don't even have to use explosives. And then on top of that, I mean, those elaborate trench systems are amazing, but, I wouldn't want to be in one going against armored vehicles and tanks and shit. I mean, the artillery, you might be able to get in and hide and stuff, but not that shit.
So I can explain a bit about the construction of trenches based on my limited understanding, because I did dig trenches. So a fire trench is basically this shape, something like that. Fire trench. So basically, it's 2 firing positions. You would have 2 persons standing in foxhole, pointing in separate directions like this. So that trench, it looks like 2 foxholes, but actually there's a connection. And this connection, the top is actually not soil. It's basically you get sticks, get a lot of those branches or tree trunks or whatever, you cover, and then you cover with soil and cover with grass so that it looks like part of the ground. And basically that is the cover. So it's not really soil, real soil. It's actually just tree trunks or whatever. And then the bunkers that we see, those you need real engineers to come in and build, because everything need to be reinforced. The ceiling, the walls have to be reinforced. You need proper engineers who knows how to do. You cannot expect normal soldiers to dig those tunnels. It's not possible, because you don't have the tools. You need the machineries. You need the reinforcement, the things that build the roofing and everything. So those proper bunker like or what, those are specially built. They have combat engineers to do it. So normal infantries, there's no way you can do it, and you really can't do everything with hand. You'll go crazy. Digging a small little trench, we want to go crazy already. So it's not possible. RL.
And also, if you see videos with drones hitting a poor guy in a trench, it's because that poor guy had the mission to be there. And
Like
in the Ukrainian
petrol
side,
duty.
most of the guys who are lost in the trench just got 1 month of training or something, and then they get sent in the trench. And if they don't go in the trench, maybe they got a bullet in the head or something like that. No.
Usually, I was thinking if I was mobilized today and then I had to go next month, I would just start digging a hole, and then when the Russians or Ukrainians come, I would just cover the entrance, wait for it to get quiet, and then come out and surrender.
I don't know. That's one thing. That's one thing I've been trying to think of.
Settle.
That's one thing I've been, like you watch all these drones hitting these guys in their little dugouts and stuff, and I've been trying to think of a way to, like if you're out there, because you can't really set up anything too obvious, because then they come to you and kill you. But I'm like, could you hang branches and stuff around the entrances and stuff, or put sticks up around it just to try and maybe get lucky and the drone hits it before it gets you? But then you got to come out and fix it. And then they know you're there, so they just keep coming. I mean, that's got to be just insane trying to think of a way to not, to take a nap and not have to worry about a drone flying in and killing you.
I just want to discourage Drew. I just want to discourage Drew's idea. If you dig a hole, you go inside. If a shell hits, the soil will fall, and then you're buried alive. So you don't want to dig a hole and hide inside the hole.
Yeah.
And I got to get the real expert.
What the hell? Why did you just jump off?
Guys, let's change the chat.
You're the expert. Usually, when you see the drone hitting a soldier in an open trench, is because you usually have one guard on a stand, always watching it, while the rest of it is playing cards or sleeping in a bunker themselves in the cover protected area at one guard. Or if they're on a movement to replace a guard. So you will have few people moving to replace a guard. His time is up, and that they're going over there, they will not do it by themselves, or if they're going for an attack. But also, you will see the people in open trenches where they're expecting an attack from the enemy. So they're getting ready in the trenches open, and at the time, they send the drone. That's the most effective use of the drone. When you're people attacking, you send the drone, and anyone that's basically called suppression, right? Suppression of the enemy in order for you to move. That's what's the most effective use of drone, not individual killing and so on. It's just waste.
Guys, if any of us was in the Ukrainian trenches, let's talk about it. If not, let's change the subject. We don't know such how the warfare is made. So let's change the subject.
Dan can change the subject talking about
Dan
trenches.
can change the subject. He came here for a reason.
Talk
So
about
let's
the trenches you as an engineer, combat engineer did. What
In my
trenches did
opinion,
you?
if I was gonna have a battle space, if Russia said hey, or Ukraine said hey, this is your battle space, I wouldn't make my men dig in. I would just actually build up. Like we already know that they have FPVs. We already know that they can drop these grenades off of the quads, and actually a bunker on higher ground is actually a better thing, so you can look outside, so you have visibility, and actually building a better bunker is way better than digging in. This is why I hate the talk about drones and trenches, because the only reason why drones are so effective is because they're in fucking trenches. But if you actually build up, it's way better. Trust me. If you were to build an actual bunker with visibility and mesh for a fucking drone not to be able to fly in, you save yourself. You build a distance between your shooting position and your resting area, and it would never fucking reach. You'd have to fucking do a direct hit by airplane to destroy a real fortified position, because a fucking trench is caveman stuff. That's the only thing I have to say, is that drones are only working because they dug in. What's up, Paul?
I wanted to say, if you have a good, let's say, what you say, they gonna detect you, they gonna drop you a 1,000 and you are dead.
Yeah,
so
that's what
I
I was saying.
Yeah, that's the
that's why
point.
the
Yeah.
trenches are more practical. They change the position.
Yeah.
They stay in the bushes. So I think they know what they are doing there.
No, you just proved my point. That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
That's
You
what I was
just
saying also.
what the fuck? You just answered. You just made every sense of what I just said. Thank you very much, Paul. That was the whole
For the
point.
small, for the simple trenches, the drones are a problem. But for bunkers, you've seen what happens. Like in Bakhmut, Avdiivka, you just bring a TOS-1A flamethrower, or just bring a Fab, and you'll blow up the entire bunker
Yeah.
network. So
I guess
even
the
if
point is,
Drew has,
And it
he's
takes
talking about
longer.
those internal trenches, they just fab them, and the entire
no, I guess the point is,
I mean, you
underground
really,
network collapses.
there are not that many Fabs. There are not that many
Yeah.
toss ones. There are a lot of grenades and a
Even
lot
I
of
think
these
standard artillery
FPVs.
will
So
collapse
I
an
understand what Dan is
entire
saying.
trench
Yeah.
network. Yeah.
Build-up
get-
bunkers are perfect target for tanks. Yes, you can
Yeah,
put
they're
a
perfect
Fagot
buildings for
or a
tanks, but
Hornet in.
yeah. So if you don't like we know positions where Ukraine has built where Russia took forever and they still haven't taken, because they make minefields, because they build obstacles, because they build up, not down. That is the whole point of having engineers. And Russia built a line, a real engineer line, and Ukraine didn't even dent it. So what I'm saying is, if you had the time, either side, build right. Have your engineers build a perfect minefield, have actual obstacles, and have less people die. But in reality, Russia's the only one paying attention now. Now Russia stopped doing these retarded trench networks, and they're actually having use of their engineers. And people can shit talk the Ukrainians, but the Ukrainians also have very good fortified positions that have not been touched by the Russians. It's the truth. And I just like to look at this conflict. The only reason why we talk about drones so much is because hundreds of thousands of guys are digging holes. That's all I have to say.
I'd like to back Dan
yeah,
up
but the
because
drones have also
if you really think about it, what Dan's saying is true, because a trench is something that can be tactically dealt with at like a tactical level, usually when you have tanks and armor around. But a fortified position that's well built up requires a higher level asset that takes far more time for that asset to get in place to be used on it. And by that time, it's not like you're positioned in these bunkers all the time. There's other places that you're going to be, and and you may not even be in that bunker. There may be several bunkers there, and some of them are unmanned on purpose, just so you don't know which one to hit at all times. So they're spreading their resources all over the place.
I mean, the other thing too is these fortified places were built prior to 2022. They haven't been built since the war started. So once they're gone, there's nothing left for Ukraine. I mean, they're just building these bullshit trenches as they fall back. I mean, they're scrambling right now trying to build shit. And I mean, Dan's right in the sense that, the targets are plentiful because they're stagnant in the trenches. But at the same time, the drones have created a whole new way of looking at things and doing things, because I mean, we have drones that fly around with missiles on them. Now you have drones that are just the missile, and they just fly around and look for shit. And I mean, yeah, it's like Jura said, it's better to hit the fortifications. It doesn't really matter if you bag a guy here or there. It's just good for morale, I guess, and maybe demoralizing them. But they're really good at finding the artillery and the HIMARS and the mortar sets and stuff like that and taking them out. So that's probably where they really come into effect, especially when they start focusing on an area. Because once the drones find these fortified areas, then they get fabbed. I mean, that's one thing we were talking about earlier, how the Russians are specifically using the Fabs to target the fortified points that the Ukrainians are putting guys into, or the troop areas where they're, you know, collecting troops to deploy the reinforcements.
2 years into the war, by the way, 2 years into the war. So you have to think about how the progress, how slow or how fast it was 2 years into the war. This is not something that we saw early in the conflict. And I just think I'll say one last thing before I go. I predicted that the war will come to a fast end. Like as soon as the Ukrainians are breaking, it's just gonna speed up this process of losing. It's just it's a snowball effect, and we're starting to see finally a little bit of a snowball rolling down that hill, in way of the Avdiivka campaign, which is still not over. It will go down as the second most, or the second largest, second significant battle that in my head. Of course, to other people there were other significant battles, but this operation is the second one of the war, and we'll see what happens. What's up, Paul?
I wanted to say that they build fortification. We saw, but the biggest problem for the Russian, what I saw, was geography. If the Ukrainian was put on the hill and they have a good position, they make a lot of problem for the Russia. Also, the minefields they have, they were very much problem for the Russians. This is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I would say that the Russians, strategically talking, they talk about three-phase operation. So first was taking initiative on a front line, which happened by the New Year's. And after New Year's started this push. Second part of the strategic planning. Second phase, which is to try it as much as possible before the third phase, which is about to start pretty soon. I think they have to take Orlovka, Berdychi, and that line. I think that's when they're gonna start the third phase of operations, which is gonna be trying to find out, breakthrough, to open up after the Ukrainian forces are sufficiently attrition, which we see now. All the French, Macron talking about Putin, using the troops. I already read about reports about British police in Western Ukraine. They're coming from Britain. Those are the troops on the ground.
They don't arrest anybody in Britain, so I guess they don't need them, Unless you're going to write something nasty on the internet, you probably don't need them.
They're looking for anti-woke people.
If I can piggyback up, piggyback up what Jerry says, like I was saying at the beginning, this is a phase war. The initial phase is the meeting engagement. That's what they literally call it in their literature. And then there is the penetration phase of getting through the lines. The breakthrough phase is coming out from the other side. And the next phase is exploitation. And we're getting close to, I think, that transition between breakthrough and penetration, where the actual main armor is allowed to go out, because now it's behind the lines. There's much more maneuver room for larger units to actually move forward. And one of the things you'll notice is a lot of these Ukrainian salients are all in front of major road hubs, which are right behind them, and that is for a reason.
Mehdi jammed.
Can I ask something? I can ask.
Mehdi, your mic have no sound.
The reason why is because of the road hubs that are behind these salients. Look at them on the line. They are right there, ready for them to manipulate and use to blossom out for what we've always read that their doctrine is. Now, are they sticking to it? We don't know. Nobody knows what they're doing, what the plans are. All I'm going by is literature that I read. But right now, they're kind of following their script as prescribed. We just in the West don't recognize it because we don't practice the same type of theory of warfare. You know, and that's the whole problem with this, is that West tries to keep on pigeonholing Russian doctrine in its own, and it doesn't match up in a lot of things.
I was just going to say,
Can I ask something?
I was just going to say real quick, I don't think anything will happen in movement-wise until the summertime, just because the mud has to dry out. But plus, I think they'll wait till after the election to start making a little bit more. Maybe they'll be a little more risky and start doing that hard push. But yeah, once they get through Berdychi, I mean, there's really not a whole lot there to stop them. I mean, because think about it, what if they start pushing around Kharkov or Zaporizhzhia? Then they got to worry about that now, and still plug the big ass hole around Avdiivka. So I mean, Mehdi's right. There's a lot of places that are ripe. It's just how the Russians want to play it.
Can I ask
Who's next?
something?
One.
Can I ask something? After Avdiivka, there was all this optimism about some major push by the Russians. Yeah, and I feel like they won at Avdiivka, and then now they are a bit stuck on those villages. I can't mention those Tonenke, Smatove, whatever. They are stuck there. Yeah, so they have been unable to exploit that. Gosh, even the Ukrainians recaptured Robotine. Some of Krinky Bridgehead has never been small bridgehead. I don't understand why Russia has never cleared it. So this, I just feel this is a very long war, and the Ukrainians, despite their shortage of artillery, yeah, they're really putting up a very, very determined fight. Why is this? Because there's all this optimism. They'll clear out that salient for the summer counteroffensive, and they've already been pushed out of Robotina. So what
I
is
mean,
really happening? Yeah,
I think you need to be a little bit more fair about Robotny. I mean, it only exists really because the Russians fell back. I mean, they only penetrated the defensive screen and barely made it to the main line in that area. And then they got pushed back, and they've been sitting there ever since. I mean, yeah, the Russians haven't cleared it out, but it's probably not because it's a priority. I mean, it's already a dead space. I mean, there's no priority to push that salient out. And obviously the Ukrainians threw everything they had to slow the Russians down around that line. And right now it's working, but obviously the Fabs are going to overcome that before the Ukrainians can probably get enough force in there, and the Russians will push through. And the optimism is, it's not really optimism, it's just, it seems that like the natural progression, once they push through there, if there's no resistance really, they're going to keep going. And if there's resistance, they'll slow down and figure out what their next move is.
Paul.
I want to say something. The Russians do not fight like the Westerners. So the purpose of Russian is not to take territory. The purpose of Russia to destroy Ukrainian army. They go to one point, put pressure. The Ukrainian respond, deliver troops, deliver equipment. The Russian destroy equipment. Put pressure on another point. The same and the same. If they take, let's say, Odessa in 1 month or other city, they must feed the population. They have a lot of problem. The problem of the Russian is, if you remember, in Crimea, they have a problem with terrorists there, with attacks on the government and people. So I do not think the play of the Russian is to take land, to push the Ukrainian front. No, they want to destroy the Ukrainian on the spot. They do not want to chase the Ukrainian on the entire Ukrainian land, because if they chase on the entire Ukrainian land, they're gonna destroy all the country.
Naomi.
Yeah, so what better place to do that again? The rinse and repeat cycle is push through Berdychi, start pushing past it, then the Ukrainians come back again, and then you just start the whole process over. You got the bulk of your fighting forces in that area, so why wouldn't you just attrit them in Berdychi, push through? When you hit resistance again, stop and rinse and repeat.
Naomi.
I'm kind of worried about the Taurus missiles that in the leak we found out that Germany was planning on sending Ukraine Taurus missiles, which have nuclear capability, and Russia summoned the German ambassador to ask them why they want to nuke Russia. So I mean, Russia might on Monday, attack all the Western European
Tourists have no nuclear capabilities.
Germany has no nuclear weapons.
Yeah, some
Taurus itself,
nukes.
any cruise missile has a nuclear capability.
And they could decide to go ahead and attack some of these.
Joe, if you see a nuclear warhead on the Taurus, that means that nuclear warhead is American. Because Germany don't produce.
Talking whose is. Just is there capability for cruise missile to carry it?
Germany don't have nukes. The nukes they have in Germany are US, made in USA. That means if you see a nuclear warhead on the Taurus,
one of Putin's red lines is the West sending Ukraine any type of missiles that have the capability of carrying a nuclear payload that could reach inside Russia. So they're crossing a red line right now, which means
I mean every missile can bear a nuclear warhead. Technically, you can fit a nuclear warhead on every missile.
But now they're concerned about it. I'm just saying, come Monday, Russia might decide to bomb one of the NATO countries.
Because Taurus can reach Moscow.
For me,
other cruise missiles, Storm Shadow cannot reach.
A Taurus
Storm Shadow, Storm Shadow cannot reach Moscow. Only Taurus. So that's the thing. That's why it's more dangerous than Storm Shadows themselves. And with nuclear or non-nuclear warhead, Russians have to time to decide about it. That's the Putin was most of the time talking about dangers, about quick decision making, about nuclear use.
I mean, it's true that all of the missiles can carry a nuclear warhead, but what matters is whether it can reach as far as Moscow. That's the issue that they're concerned about right now.
Yes. Every time Putin was talking about, it's about decision, their own decision. Are they going to make mistake? Because they have to know if this missile carries a nuclear weapon or not. They have to make a decision to attack back, or if they cannot intercept it, they have to send their own missiles, nuclear missiles.
Yeah, but
in order not to be destroyed. That's what Putin is most worried about, by the nuclear arsenal being so close to Moscow. It's about 5-minute decision-making process. This is the crucial. Are they going to make mistake, or are they going to make a right decision? It's so difficult to deny use of your nuclear weapon if it's coming to you, if atomic bomb is coming to you, destroying that nuclear arsenal, your defensive capabilities. He has to use it if he thinks there's a nuclear attack. That's the
and the thing is, they made it clear that if something like that happens, they're going to hold whatever Western country that sent them those missiles responsible.
And now, basically, to answer your question, Putin have so many red lines that have already been crossed. So my own belief is Putin's red line is a physical NATO attack on Russia. But when it comes to Ukraine, I don't think Putin have any red line when it comes to Ukraine. Russia cannot stop them from giving Ukraine any kind of weapons. But of course, if it's a nuclear weapon, that's a whole different story. But when it comes to Putin's red line, I think it's just NATO directly attacking the Russian mainline. But I don't see Russia have any red line of NATO involvement in Ukraine, or NATO or giving Ukraine even those Taurus or any kind of missiles. Because what they've given Ukraine currently, many of them can hit Russia proper. So what's the difference does it make? So Taurus is no different from the Storm Shadow they already have. They can hit any of the Russian cities, and or even the intelligence they're giving to Ukraine is enough to breach the red line that Russia have so many red lines when the war started that I don't think any of the red line even remains as of now. So
but it's conventional weapons, they just have to suck it up. Okay, I wanted to ask something. I wanted to make a point ask something and then make a historical reference about this F-16 affair saga. Okay, I'm not a military. Okay, I am a military hobbyist, but of course I've not served the military. I assume even if they say they deliver the F-16 by the end of the year or early next year, the Ukrainians will not be ready to use the F-16s effectively. As they say, yeah, you flew the Su-27 and MiG-29, but there's that muscle memory. When you're being shot at by an S-400 or you are dogfighting some Su-35, they'll always revert to the F-6 to the Su-27 or MiG-29. So my question was, can the NATO introduce their own pilots? And let me bring out a historical reference. During the Korean War, initially when the Soviets provided the MiG-15s to the North Koreans, because they didn't have the experience of using the MiG-15, they kept on being shot down by the F-86 Sabre. So what did Stalin do? He secretly introduced Soviet pilots into the Korean War. Yeah, it was not supposed to be it. Okay, the US eventually knew they were fighting US pilots, but it was a secret thing. Yeah, it was like an open secret. And then Stalin had imposed conditions that the Soviet pilots were not to fly from North Korea to South Korea. If you are to be shot down, you have to commit suicide so that you're not discovered. And then the other challenge, you have been saying F-16 needs clean runways. So maybe they may not be able to fly in the rough runways in Ukraine that Su-27 or MiG-29 are used to. I go back to the Korean situation. When the Soviets and even the Chinese used to fly out, they used to fly out from Chinese bases, go to Migali, dogfight some F-86 Sabres, shoot down some B-29 fortresses, and then go back to China, knowing full well that the United States was not going to hit those air bases in China and escalate the war. So NATO might do what the Soviets did to the Americans. They say, oh, you did this to us in the 50s, we'll do this to you. We'll fly out the F-16s from Poland or Romania, go and
your point is so long,
fight.
Man.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just finish. Yeah, go and fight and then come back to the Western bases. Because we know, you Russia, you know, if you hit those NATO bases, it's nuclear war. Just in the 50s, the US knew if they hit the Chinese bases where the MiG-15s were coming out of, that would be a major escalation. So I'm suspecting that's what might happen. And then they call it what? Ship dipped. You can even take active
so there is no question,
pilots,
it's just a statement.
Pilots,
okay.
Active NATO pilots, make them CIA contractors and then have them fly those F-16s. What do you think? Can
Your question
airfield will become legitimate targets for the Russians. Simple as that. Nuclear war or not nuclear war.
No, but as I was saying, with
the guys who will fly those F-16 from Poland or Romania have to think about it twice.
The United
because
States did not
their airstrip will become legitimate target if they target Russian assets in Ukraine. You don't get it.
I don't think they'll hit Polish base.
Joey, you want people to answer or not? You keep interrupting.
Sorry. Okay.
You ask a question, then you also don't call the name.
This was a statement,
who continue first.
Right, Joey?
Okay, sorry.
No, I raised the finger. I talk first. Then remember to call the name of the next speaker. No, if not, then everybody talks all at the same time. And then no. And also, no, you have a question, let people answer. You go on the narrative, go on your own rhetoric and answer your own questions, and it's like a bit weird. Like, you ask a question first, let people answer, then you answer what's your own opinion. Then it will, like, if not, then we will all go we go very far. Then I'm not sure what to answer. So first thing first, it's not possible for the NATO to fly from a NATO country to fly into Ukraine airspace to fight war, because Russia, right from the beginning of the war, warned that if that's the case, it's war against NATO. So that would be World War III. So NATO will not dare to do that. Second point, it doesn't matter who flies the plane. Even if NATO want to send in their pilots, doesn't matter. F-16 cannot survive in the war space of Ukraine, because F-16 is not built to fight against S-400s or S-300s and against Sukhoi 57s. F-16 cannot defeat. The Sukhoi 57s are flying and we do not know because they are operational secrets. and they have already mentioned before, in the first year of war, it was already deployed to do some operations. They fired some missiles, it was successful. And of course, they will continue to use it because they need to test the system, and they will not talk about it because it's secret, because it's just an F-22, it's just an F-35. When they are used, they are not mentioned. So you'll never see the reports from in the Russian OSINTs, in Ryaba or whatnot. They will not talk about Sukhoi 57s unless the Russian Ministry of Defense talk about it. So F-16 doesn't matter, even you have the best NATO pilot, cannot survive in the airspace. They will be shot down the moment they make a single mistake. One mistake, you'll get detected by radar, then a missile will fly towards you. So that's how the Ukrainian pilots got shot down, because they have been already flying as best as they can. So F-16 is not much better than a MiG-29. It's about the same kind of shit. So no, it's nothing special about F-16s. The only main thing they are worried about is about it being the platform to fire certain type of cruise missiles or whatnot. I think that's the main concern. But I don't think it makes any difference, because Russia can hit any place in Ukraine. In fact, any place in Europe if they want. So yeah. So F-16, is just propaganda talk. I don't think it makes much difference. Paul.
I wanted to say to Jan about it makes the difference if they send the NATO country soldiers. Now they are NATO country soldiers, because NATO country soldiers, because all the sophisticated system like Patriot, they are not used by Ukrainian. They are used by NATO, but they are not wearing let's say, the flag of their countries. They are not official in the army, but they are militaries. If they, let's say, Macron go to fight the Russian with the official soldiers, I think the Russian, they don't gonna hesitate, and they gonna kill the Frenchmen where they are. This is my opinion. Thanks.
Call out.
You never say who next. Who's next?
I'll call myself up. Well, the F-16 is nothing different from MiG-29 exactly. Only the range is shorter for MiG-29, I think, a little bit shorter. But the real fame of the American weapons is the environment they fight in. Nothing is by itself there. And why F-16 in Ukrainian space, without all that environment created by the ICR, by the AVACs, by, that are needed to fly freely in that space, which they're not, it's nothing different than any other plane. Yes, you can put some electronic warfare systems in it that will better work in F-16, maybe some newest iterations of it, of the models, would have some electronic equipment, anti-jamming, anti-anything, right? Who knows what they have? But that can be placed in any plane, right? So it's all about, training of the people how to use that electronic equipment in any plane. But it's mostly the environment that's created. Let's say when the US attacked Iraq, it was the environment created by B-1 bombers, by Nighthawks, by those that destroyed all the AD equipment capabilities of the enemy, and then F-16 and other planes fly in. That's what it is. You have to create the environment, safe environment in it. Otherwise, it's no different than any other plane. Basically, it's not stealthy. F-16 is not stealthy. We see that Ukrainians can use Su-24, MiG-29 to do anything. So what's the difference? It's any other plane can do that. Same thing. You just fly it. That's it. Not much difficult, and not much difference than anything.
Just to say,
and
my question is
that Su-24 can also carry the Storm Shadow and Tauruses, so it became nuclear capable plane too. Okay, Arel.
No, just a question. Where are the F-16s? Where are they? They should have been there since 2023, end of 2023. They are still not there. We are in 2024. They have said maybe for summer. Let's see.
Okay, my main point was not saying that F-16 is a game changer, miracle weapon. Of course it's not. It's a 50-year-old airframe, so it will be easily be shot down. Yeah, whether it's a NATO pilot or a Ukrainian pilot. My issue was that comparing with the Korean War is that NATO might introduce more experienced. They are more experienced pilots, either secretly, covertly, or I don't know. They might introduce them. Yeah, and to aid the Ukrainians. And then maybe my other issue was flying from NATO bases, just like in Korea, the Korean War, the Soviets used to fly from Chinese bases, knowing that the United States will not risk a nuclear war.
So Joy, since you keep repeating that question, can you also answer it? Can you also answer it yourself?
So for me, personally, I think Putin will not risk a nuclear war on that. I think just like the way the Americans sucked it up, they knew planes were coming from China. They were not going to risk. That's why even Douglas MacArthur was fired, because attacking China was a definite no-no. So even Putin, just the way FCS was saying, but unless NATO nuclear attacks Russia, there are some things that the Russians will just, there are already red lines that Putin had put, and NATO has already passed those red lines. So I think this, it's a painful red line, but I don't think Putin, because if he attacks those bases, it can end up becoming a nuclear war. And I don't think he's going to risk nuclear war because F-16s are flying from Poland. Anyway, that was just my take.
Tell you, so it's just a game of chicken. So the key point is the West, Europe, US, particularly Europe. Do you want to test if Russia is bluffing or not? It's again the game of chicken. It's always been the game of chicken. Ukraine war started because they don't believe Russia will invade, and then Russia invaded, and then it was like, what the fuck, right? So it's always a game of chicken. And then Russia has always been very reserved. They try not to escalate. So then Ukraine keep poking and keep poking and keep poking. So again, it's a game of chicken. When will Putin retaliate? That's the main question. You don't know. And Russia want you to keep guessing. So, and eventually, when they escalate enough, eventually Russia will be in the moral high ground, which is becoming what it is right now. So, and I want to change topic. Anyone have anything more to add about F-16s? Paul, you want to add anything?
No, I wanted to say that they calculated the Russian, they will attack Ukraine, but they didn't expect that the Russian, they manage economically the economic war, and also they didn't expect that the Russian, the power of the Russian army, because if you see the position of European Union, Ursula and other guys like that, when Russia attacked, they were jubilating. They were making plans. So, okay, our plan working. I don't think they were so surprised as Russia attack. I think they wanted to Russia attack, but they didn't manage the conflict.
Yeah. So I'm going to change topic to Trump. So Donald Trump have a major victory 2 times. One is in the courts, where he was given no explicit rights to run in the election. So there's no way any state government can pull him off. And then secondly is that he won the primaries, the Super Tuesday, with a landslide, like massive landslide. It's not supposed to have a contest, but no, it happened. So Trump is 100% now the nominee for the Republicans, and now we have a rematch between Biden and Trump. Who is going to win?
Wyatt, you ask that question, you bring that topic while there were no more Americans now in this.
Don't ask the Americans.
That's good.
I think Naomi's American. I think
then so. Naomi is South African. She want to say something, Naomi.
I used to be
it's
American.
probably, yeah, I'm American, but I'm in South Africa. I think Trump is going to win. I think he is.
I think they'll rig him out.
No,
Elaborate.
Matek,
Elaborate. What after?
Matek is
What
this.
after
If
he wins?
the American election is legitimate, if it's fair, it's as the way they broadcast to the world, Trump will win the election.
Yeah.
But I can guarantee you, it will prove that the election is one of the most corrupt, one of the most rigged systems.
Yes. Yes.
And
I
Slava
think
Ukraine.
I think that the way
purposes.
he's going to win, I think that the way he's going to win is Kennedy is in the race, right? So it's going to end
Yes.
up being one of those. It's going to end up being one of those where nobody is going to win the majority, and Congress is going to end up deciding who's the president, and the Republicans control the House, and
But-
they will elect him. That's
but
what's going to
nothing-
happen. And then there's going to be unrest in America. That's my prediction.
Well, no, I mean,
No,
majority doesn't elect president in America. Majority never have. Clinton and Trump. Clinton had a majority of the population, but the delegate, Trump had more people. So majority never elect the president in America.
Yeah, but with
Naomi
Kennedy in
reminded
the
me
race-
though.
with Kennedy in the race, nobody is going to get the
delegate.
51%.
She
And
cannot
when
say.
nobody
See,
gets
she
the
said the wrong thing. No,
51%.
she's now getting attacked by CIA. So anyway, the
I'm already on the
the-
list. That's why I'm going to say South Africa.
so she reminded me about Kennedy because he's running as an independent, and that actually throws a spanner into the entire game because it's going to be very funny if an independent have more votes than Biden because he's supposed to be fighting for the Democrat side. So it's like, and we do not know, because many of the Trump supporters who are maybe just don't want to vote for Biden and may think that Kennedy is a much better option, and we may not know who may actually win in a clear sense. RL.
I might be wrong, but I think if Kennedy runs with Trump and Biden, he will take most of his votes from potential Biden voters than Trump potential voters. That's what I think. I might be wrong, but so if Kennedy stepped in, I think it will be a more easy win for Trump. But I might be totally wrong on this.
In my opinion, is Kennedy will take from both sides pretty much equally, because many Republicans don't like Trump, the establishment Republicans, and Democrats are kinda ashamed of the Biden and his act of being senile. It's act. We can see this speech a few days ago. He can keep up, right? It's just low energy, and he makes jokes. So many times he makes jokes. He pretends to be senile. That's so that he doesn't get so many questions, doesn't get pushed, right? They'll just discard him with questioning and so on. It's an act. I've been saying it for a long time. You can see on this talk a few days ago, it lasted for what? Over an hour? I'm not sure, but usually lasts over an hour. He can keep up, right? There was excellent joke in the beginning. He was capable of good joke, right? If I was smarter, I would go home. That's excellent joke. But they talk, that's a senile. No, it's an excellent joke. It's an excellent joke. He's joking with everyone. That's my thinking. Biden is joking with everyone, but also some Democrats are ashamed of it. And another thing, what Naomi said about having 223 seats or electoral votes, 220 something electoral votes in order to win. That's not specific number. That's just to win. That's a majority. So it's a majority that wins the presidency, not 220 electoral votes as we see in the media. That's my thinking. It's not a specific number of majority electoral vote, total majority, 51% of the electoral votes. But to win a presidency, you have to have the largest number, top number, right? This is the way that media present it as a quick result, to find a quick result quicker and to decide. That's why they put a number, 218 electoral votes. I'm not sure what number is. That's what it is. So it doesn't have to have 51%. Winner doesn't have to have 51% of the electoral votes.
No.
Paul?
Yeah, that's incorrect.
No,
maybe.
No, Joe, jury, I think guys, we got something to mix up. But anyway, my comment was those I mentioned Kennedy. On which ticket Kennedy is gonna run? He can't say independent ticket. If he does run an independent ticket, he will not even survive a few states. So this comes down between Trump and Biden. And as I mentioned earlier, if it's going to be fair election, Trump is going to win easily. But of course, the old American system, which the same system that worked in 2016, was it 2020 or 2020, will work again in 2024. So nothing new there. So
let me ask.
Let me just say a few things. Let me say a few things about the United States election.
Paul. Yeah.
I wanted to say something very short. I don't speak very much. I think that Donald Trump will gonna use the election because of the position of the Jews. They do not. The press do not ask Trump what is the position on Gaza. This is a very important topic because Biden lose vote because of what the Israel do, and Trump is more on the Israeli side. They do not ask him this question. So we see, even if he play, he's the underdog. He's not the underdog. I will think Trump will win. He's gonna be the same thing. But if the Trump win, they can pull off Ukraine. That's what I think. So I think Trump it's a sure win.
Paul, you never choose who's the next to talk. If not, they will start to talk all at the same time. Choose. Unmute. Call the name.
Mike.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. It's nice to see you guys again. Let me quickly brief on the United States election. I could guarantee you that if we ever have a mail-in ballot, Biden gonna win 100% win. Landslide win. Okay, that's one thing for sure. This America election, they don't have like to say it, but it's kind of funny. Everybody, even toddler, can tell that how easy for it to rig. It's like a frauding rig in the electronics. I mean, how will I put it on an industrial scale? Okay. To win an American election is with a mail-in ballot is so easy to fraud. It's the most easier way to fraud election ever in the world. Okay, because if I start breaking it down, see, they send you a mail to your house, and this is how they do it. We first project the thing. They tell people, don't worry, this certain group are behind you, right? Even they are not behind you, you first have to project to people's mind, let them know what is coming next ahead of time. And the next thing you do, you hack a DMV. When you hack a DMV, you got everybody signatures and the names. Because in the United States, when people go to register for driver license, it's automatically registered as in what do we call it? When you register at the DMV, you register as a whenever you get 18, you are automatically eligible to vote. Okay, it doesn't matter if you are citizen or not citizen. Okay, you are, but you have to indicate on that paper, in that form they give to you. You have to indicate that you are a citizen or not citizen. If you are not a citizen, right? So that thing it's supposed to get you out. But most people don't read it. They just keep signing everything. Yes, just to get their license and go. So now that means you are automatically eligible for votes. Okay. Now, if you can access everybody data from I was working, back in 2020, when this guy from Arizona tried to prove the election, I was laughing like this guy. The whole thing is in front of him, but he cannot figure it out. He was going the wrong way because this is the way they do it. It's simple. What they do is this. You see, mostly in they say color people or African American people, like between age of 19 to 22 or 23, they don't vote. Period. They don't vote. They don't care. Okay. So now all those people, you have to have them as your votes. That's what the Democrats are doing. They have those people because they don't need to vote. The machine will vote for you. Okay. You don't need to vote. The machine will vote for you automatically because they already have you as their voter. So and to get it is much simple. Like the guy was like, oh, the signature is so easy to prove. Now they have like a stepper motor with a little bit pen. You could just now everybody start to hear about AI. Okay, AI been functioning for a very long time. It's not something new that today now everybody start to hear AI. Like, oh wow, that's a new thing. No, the reason why it look more new now because back in what do you call it? During the COVID, the lockdown, so they have to push it to everything. That's why everybody start to see it more. This thing has been functioning since 2010. It's been wide used since 2010. So they start to keep it down, not to let people lose their jobs. That's why they've been trying to keep it down. So it's not something that is just new. And secondly, let me go back to the election thing. You see how they do this thing is that the young that don't vote, they already count their vote to their own vote. So that's why they say young people are supporting color people are
please
supporting.
Stop the bullshit, please. Please stop the bullshit. You're making stuff up, please.
You making stuff up?
Stop it. Yes.
How does it run? Can you explain to me how does it run?
Did you ever hear about voter registration?
You go to DMV, it's automatically registered.
Oh man.
No.
When you get your driver license, the question is there. Are you a citizen or not? When you say you are a citizen, you are eligible to vote.
If you want to register to vote, there's an option to check. If you don't check it, they'll mail you in the mail.
No, listen. Register to vote is different for DMV. That's two different things. You have to understand about DMV. Okay? I don't know about which state you are or which state you live in. Okay?
Since
on that state is there that are you a citizen? Okay? Check. If it's not say if you check it, even if you are not a citizen, you are eligible for vote.
The initial requirement to prove that you qualify for a driver license is either your passport, your residency card. These documents first prove who you are before even the questions whether you're a citizen or not. If you bring a passport, you're American citizen. If you
this is it. This is it.
Eligible. No, Mike. One thing is being eligible to vote, another one is to being registered to vote.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you here.
No, you're not. You're making same thing, making it as one thing. Okay. When you're a U.S. citizen, you're automatically eligible to vote.
Yes.
But you have to register to vote. So when you go to DMV, now stop it. Stop making stuff up, please. You have to do extra work. When you take your ID or driver's license, you have to register to vote. Also,
no, you don't register to vote.
When you move, you also change the address. So you have to register to vote in that district. Because if you're not registered to vote in that specific district, when you go to the election station, the polling station, you would go get the paper. You cannot electronically vote. You cannot get absentee ballot. You have to get specific ballot to vote. Stop it. You have to get that specific, and then that vote will not be counted the same day. it will be checked. Are you eligible to vote in that district or not? Are you eligible to vote? And then few days later, 3, 5, 4 days later, they can count that vote.
Listen,
That's
this
why
is how
you
it works.
see
When you go to
97% voters count.
when you go into DMV, this is what you go to you only go with your social security and your proof of address, social security and your proof of address. You go to DMV to register as your driver license or resident card. Whenever you get there, they give you the form to fill. In that form, it has a question: are you a citizen? You check, right? When you say you are a citizen, you automatically eligible. The only thing you ask you there is two questions: either you go for the party or not.
Separate paper, separate document. It's a separate document to register to vote.
No,
separate
this is
document.
Listen.
No, what Mike is
the document you are saying here, that is two documents.
Yeah, congratulations, Wyatt, for bringing up that subject. Really.
Wait. What if you guys? Wait. What if both of you are correct? What if you are talking about one state and another state and they have different rules? So both of you might be correct.
Okay.
Exactly. That's the mess of United States. Everybody knows rigged election is a national sport there.
Almost
you can look at fraudulent election in United States since the 19th century. I mean, especially with dominant voting machines and those mailing ballots. So let's change topic. I mean, fuck the U.S. election. Fuck Trump. Fuck Biden. Fuck them all.
Your life
Their time is up. Their time is up. United States is finished.
In every election,
let's move on.
You're wrong.
No. We are already fucked in Europe. Doesn't matter who will become president in United States. We are already in the losing side. It's active. The world is moving.
Naomi voted. She can confirm who's correct. She voted. I didn't vote, but I know everything.
Naomi explain. So everybody shut up. Naomi, explain. Everybody shut up.
You have to register to vote. It doesn't happen automatically.
I'm sorry, I vote, but it's automatically.
Mike, you voted in the American election?
Yes, I did.
Let me see. U.S. citizen? Are you a U.S. citizen, Mike?
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Let me show
you. Okay, so what's
I just wanted to ask, maybe he's just a spy. He knows too much about code and stuff like that. How to go around the corners. That's too much information, man.
I love the plot twist now.
Yeah. This is the voter registration form. After I renew my driver license in a state, this was sent in the mail because I did not register to vote at the renewal of my driver license. This was sent. I have to fill this form and send it back if I want to register to vote. Mm-hmm. So this form,
like I say, in your state, okay, in your state.
Yeah.
In your state, if they give you the form, okay, in the form, in the back of the form, if you didn't check it, right? If you didn't check it,
yeah,
in the back of the form,
Mike,
it will not automatically pull you through.
Mike.
Okay.
Mike, this is Texas, but when I lived in Arizona, you have to show your proof of residency if you're not a citizen. That's the first requirement. Then after you pass this requirement, before any other question is being asked to you, and even if you choose to not register to vote, even if you choose to during the renewal process, you can choose as a box, register me to in your register anyway. Then they will register you. If not, I never checked that box. They send me this in the mail. But again, this mail is I'm too far away to even send this one back to the state for registration. So I'm not going to vote. But anyway, long story short, Mike, what you're saying, in any banana republic, you can get away with it. So by default, the register vote. So if you don't vote, the Democrats steal your register voter registrations and mark you as voter for them. That's what you're claiming. That's what you want to claim to be. That's what you're claiming. But let's say in Arizona, that happens in Arizona. You stay in Texas, He's staying in Georgia. He's staying in. So no matter how, even if they elect, they still all the black 19 to 25-year-old vote in Arizona is not sufficient to give them the win every year. No.
Like I say, listen, the majority of those people are not vote that usually don't vote in the United States are like mostly not talking about the Caucasian. Caucasian always make this is like a Christmas to most Caucasian United States. Okay, they always get ready for that. But when you get to like a let's say color, they say color. Okay, all the color people in the United States usually don't vote. Okay, they don't care about it. They don't give a damn about what who vote about the election or not. Okay, they send it to them in the mail. They don't care about it. They don't return it. Okay, that is the standard thing here. So you have to understand how it works. Okay, and that way, when you get access to people's information, they use that to vote, and they will vote for them. The system will easily vote for them, and this is how the system works. It's so funny that you see the people that vote.
It's easy. It's easier to steal somebody that vote for you previous record to vote for you again than somebody that never voted for you before. So you could easily say, "Oh, we vote for our previously, or they're in our
listen,
blah blah blah." But to
listen,
say,
last time when I went to vote, right? Last time when I went to vote, there is a lady came there to vote. They was telling her that she already votes.
Yes.
The lady's like, "No, I never vote." They said, "Yes, you already vote." They said maybe she sent it in the mail. She don't even know.
I myself have seen. But
I was there when they was telling her that last election, presidency election. They was telling the lady that she's vote, and the lady said no, she haven't vote. She came with her friend to vote. This old lady, two old lady, and they was telling her she's vote, and the lady said no.
And yes,
what you gonna do?
I know one of them, and the follow-up.
They know who vote or who doesn't vote.
It was a mistake. Yes, mistake does happen. One of those people I know personally who went to vote and said he's already voted. He said, "No, I've never voted. This is my very first election." Again, after further increase, it was determined it was wrong information. They made a mistake. Names are very similar in this country, especially when it comes to black people. Yeah.
When the election is over, they cannot do anything. Matter of fact, that day I want to record that conversation about that lady was saying, claim that and that's the last presidency election. It's not that they told me or I was there.
Yeah.
When that happened.
You know, breaking news.
That was told.
Breaking news. That's the problem. Breaking news. Somebody want to vote. They already mark vote. But what's the follow-up story after that? And I tell you, one of them is here in Texas. I was voting them myself. It was marked as vote for us or down the storyline. No, it was so wrong. It was not. Something happened to his record after they corrected, and he was able to vote the past draw they had in America.
Yeah, but this is the thing. The vote is already over. That's the last. I'm talking about the people that vote in person. You have to vote that day. Once it's over, you cannot vote again.
It's unfortunate.
In America. You guys hear?
Sorry, Naomi again.
You can talk about a subject like this, you'll get demonetized.
100% is going to be demonetized. Actually, every open mic is the moment you finish the stream, automatically is demonetized. Like every single open mic. And then I have to click manual review for it to be no monetized again. And by the time most of the people will have already watched it, so I don't have much revenues from it. I got one question before I pass to Paul. Mike, who you voted for? Can you share? Is it your fault that we have Ukraine war right now?
I vote for myself.
Oh, you can? Oh, okay.
The president.
Okay. So it's not your fault. It's good job. If you say Biden, then it's your fault. No, Ukraine war is your fault.
Well, just one thing about American election. The last election in 2020, Donald Trump got 70 million people who voted for him. It was a record. And Joe Biden got 80 million.
Slava Ukraine.
Both of them break a record. How can you tell me those elections were not fraudulent? Where in the Western world you have less and less people going to vote.
Maybe you heard about
it's contrary to the trend.
For balancing purpose, there is it's totally not fraudulent. There's totally no election fraud, and then the January 6th is 100% insurrection. So Paul.
What I wanted to say, even before the Trump was in politics, every politician from the Democrat or for the Republican side, they say after election there was a problem. So I think the American system, the election, the American system of election is not perfect, and it never will be perfect because some people have interests. The problem is if they want to rig the election now, or if they don't want to rig the election now. I don't think they want to rig the election now because they have a way to get out of Ukraine. This is what I think. Okay, thanks.
Sorry,
never say who next. You see, everybody talk together again. Oh, choose one person.
Paul, who's next?
Or Joey.
Maybe I wanted to ask, who do you think Palestinian Americans are?
Oh, it's deciding. Come on.
To them, it's just a choice between two. But
let's make it double demonetized. Let's talk about Israel and Gaza.
No, I don't want to talk about Israel because they already don't like Biden. Of course, Trump is more fanatical.
Oh no, they love Biden.
Israel than
okay.
And then the second issue. Oh, wait, you're saying something.
Israel and Gaza is actually a very boring topic. But I'm not sure what Joey want to say, but I think I just want to focus on one thing.
I just wanted to say just Palestinian. I didn't want to go into the Gaza issue.
I just want to talk about one thing. Is the throwing of the aids down, the food to Gaza Strip, to where the humanitarian zone is. I want to know what's your opinion because I think it's kind of stupid and ridiculous, but no. And Biden did mention in the State of Union address that he's going to build a temporary pier or dock so that they can send in supplies easier. Do you think Israel will allow United States to bring in that dock or not? Who want to go first?
Yes, it will allow because yes, I think Israel will allow the pier to be to deliver the aid easier because that will immediately gather population, and that's really good targeting opportunities.
I wasn't expecting that. That was a good one. But seriously, fucking it. That was good. That's it. I'm done. Okay, that was completely blindsided. But anyway, my point is, why to answer your question, Israel is not afraid to attack anything America put. Israel have done in the past. They have attacked American warships. So they are not. If America go against them and put any pier that they don't allow, they will attack it. They are not afraid to do so. But man, Julie, that was a good one.
And Biden
who's next?
Oh, sorry. I think it was what's his name? The guy upgrade. Was your hands up or not?
Yeah,
that was just thinking. Michelangelo's thinking.
Hey, you're not upgrade, bro.
Because of you, man, it disturbed me. It was like, what the fuck is he talking? It was funny, but also disturbing at the same time. No, it's quite crazy, man. What's going on there? When you see these people just rushing for the food because they're starving, it's horrible. Horrible.
Nothing new.
What can you do? You can just say it's horrible if you're a human being. If you're not a human being, then you just say something else. But if you're a human being and you see people just rushing to the trucks, to get just a couple of, I don't know what they're sending them, maybe rice or whatever, just to feed themselves. And most of them, they have kids, who are still maybe there if they're still alive, or women. And most of the time, the problem is also that this. I don't want to put everything the blame on the Israelis. They're trying at least to get the help there, but when you get like some guys, like Hamas guy, I don't know, man. When I see them stealing the trucks, which all the food comes, and going around and just starving their own people and then pretending that they're fighting for their cause, I have a hard time to to put this together. You know, I really have a hard time. Doesn't mean that all Palestinians are fucking terrorists and crazy dudes. You know, most of them, they just want to live a peaceful life like everybody else, you know. But when I see these guys, you know, to starve their own people in this kind of situation, you know, and killing them also and stuff like that, I don't know. It's very hard. It's a very hard situation.
Just a quick point to that. I think what happened in Gaza, I think, was what the EU expected to happen to Russia. Hit them with sanctions, Russia crumble, push the Palestinians, they're running into Egypt, and they say, okay, this war, Egypt completed, will not let them go out. Now Israel is stuck in a bind. I think that's why making this war even more brutal, because Israel expecting them to just open the borders for this war, to just run and empty Gaza out. Now this, oh shit, the focus is not going anywhere. Now make the war even more brutal. So, sorry, go ahead, Paul. That was Paul.
What I wanted to say, the genocide in Gaza is not only to blame on the Jew, because everybody benefits. The Turks benefits, or Erdogan fueled the jets of the Israeli. The Arabia Sauditos also do nothing because they benefit. The problem is that the situation in Gaza unite the Muslim world, and Sisi in Egypt, he can be changed in any moment by the population, and that situation in Gaza make the whole Middle East very volatile. So I think is a thing that must be managed. I think that what Israelis do is not only genocide. They antagonize all the Middle East to bring a bigger war. So it's very, very bad there.
Paul, who next? Paul.
Upgrade.
Yeah, thanks. But is this not what?
No, he already called the name. Too bad.
Okay, sorry, man. Sorry, I will give you the word afterwards. Sorry, man. But is this not just a facade also that we always talk about unification of all Muslim countries or all Muslim people? But they always have infighting, always differences in each country, you know, and not just culturally, also otherwise. I don't really see the unity. When I heard about, oh, we all with you, poor Palestinian, but nobody takes any Palestinian in. Why is that? They should, but they don't do it. That's what I mean. They don't do it. And why they don't do it? Because they know by themselves. They know by themselves that there is some dangerous people around this kind of ethnic, you know, people. Doesn't mean that everybody is like, again, I'm not putting everybody in the same. Just give me 2 seconds, and I will give you back the word. Really, just give me 2 seconds. Just don't understand why you can say they're united, but then the people who get killed and according to some people, or if you want to say it, it's a genocide. It doesn't matter. They're killing people, right? So if you're killing people, and the only way to save them is to open your border, to take them in, and to take care of them, and really show the world that the Muslim world is united. Where is unity? Yeah, please go on here.
No, sorry, to upgrade to your point. Why should Egypt accept them when they're on their land, be more on their own land? Why should they leave their land to go to Egypt?
No, I'm not saying they should give them land. I'm just saying that they should take them in as humanitarian way. And afterwards, we can talk about what is going on.
How about you condemn Israel for even making them to want to leave their land?
We condemn, of course, that they're killing people. I'm not saying that, but you cannot say that all the Muslims are united and seeing your Muslim brother getting killed by hundreds and hundreds and women and children, and then tell me that you're united with all Muslims, especially when Muslims attack. Yeah.
Does that mean I have to take them? Because the ones I took before, they're still here, they cannot go back. The ones that in Egypt, been there for almost 50 plus years, they cannot go back. The ones in Jordan, the ones in other places that have been there for almost 50 years, they cannot go back. This will be another 2 million that cannot go back. So everyone that leaves Palestine cannot go back. So based on history, no, this one is not coming back here. The same reason you don't want people from this part of Europe going part of Europe is the same reason that we may like them, we may be in unison in some ideas, does not mean that they have to empty their country and empty into my country. They're on their land. They deserve to stay there. You want to murder them on your land, or stop murdering them. Simple. Sorry, Mike. Sorry, man. That was just one point. Mike, go ahead. Your mic is bad. Your mic is bad. Your mic is bad. We can hear you, but your mic is very choppy, just grinding noise. So sorry, Naomi, go ahead.
The Arab countries don't want to take them in because every time they bring Palestinians into the country, they try to overthrow the government, their own governments. That's why they won't help them.
Then Paul.
I want to say that.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes,
hold on.
wait. To speak my idea, I want to say that you can unite people easier with hate, not with love. So if they say if the common enemy is Israel, they will unite to bring Israel down. That's why I say that in the Middle East, the AG problem is a big problem. It's very volatile there. Okay, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Let me just say something that I say when the war first started earlier, right? The first week when the things start, I say something back in the open mic that this war to eradicate and take all the Palestinian people because they want the land. Okay, there is something going on in that land, but the people don't understand. They want to clear all the Palestinian people out. And everybody knows that's the goal. But when the Egyptians start learning that later, this is what they have to do. They're gonna clear these people. Once they say move, they're gonna move them out and they push them to Egypt or whatever else. So when they move them out, they want the land. And that land, there's something going on that land. Something still going on there. Like they have some gas, some there that they want.
Mike, your voice
now,
is.
But the only what?
No, continue.
So the only and again by getting all the Palestinian people out there, it will also give them freedom of mind. Now they will start pushing. Israel will push that land from there all the way to Egypt border later. All those Sinai, whatever they call it, Sinai, Palestine, Sinai, what do they call it?
Peninsula.
All those areas they will end up claiming it when time comes. Okay, and Egypt start learning that later. That's why Egypt start to refuse Palestinian people to come. Not like they don't like them, but by allow them to come means they're gonna get out of them. I tell them it's a one-way ticket. Once you leave, you're not coming back. Once you leave that land, that's it. No coming back there anymore. And that is the goal, and that is what they are doing.
Yeah, why?
Okay, huh?
Oh, okay. I thought you were done.
So, you guys say something about the Russia earlier. Russian. This war is about elite versus Russia. Okay, and again, this is about war, about money, about the finance. Right now, that's one of the things I want to say last week. That has put you in there on debt that Ukraine will never get out from ever, because now Ukraine don't know that all the things they've been giving to Ukraine, they thought it's free. All those equipment, the weapons that the West has been giving, they thought it's free, right? But the fact is, it's not free. It's a loan, and they have to pay them back with all those things. Same go with Russia. So that's about to say with Russia here. The West wants Russia to borrow money from them to finance this war. But what happened is that Russia make a U-turn and go to China, and they was even pissed more by Chinese finance the war.
You're changing topic. You cannot talk Israel, Gaza, then suddenly you go and talk about Ukraine, Russia when everybody is raising their fingers.
Okay.
Okay. Why? Go ahead.
Your mic is horrible. You mute when you're not talking. So I muted. I just muted you because your mic. I think it's something to do with your connection is no good. So I think the Palestinian issue is a very difficult issue because the Israeli make it really difficult even for themselves, because like I always say, Israel conquered the Palestine people as well. No, not just the land, but they conquered the people, but they refused to absorb the people. This is very rare in history where a conqueror conquered these people and don't want to absorb these people. It's a very rare thing. Usually, of course, they exodus, they just push out the people. But in the modern age, because of the modern border system, they can't push these Palestinians to overseas. Like in the ancient time, that happens. And when big groups of people get pushed out, what happens is that this big group of people will invade and attack another kingdom to take over those lands. So that's what also probably what happened to part of these Palestinian people when they were in Jordan. They tried to overthrow Jordan. They were in Egypt. They tried to make some trouble because that's a natural thing, because they are different people and they want to have their own agency in order to grow bigger and maybe have a better life or to fight back. And I think this is good. It's very difficult situation. Like, Israel is pushing the Palestinians, but the Egyptians are very smart. They also know what's happening, and they made it very clear. If you push it in, it's war, and Israel don't want to fight. A peer level military. So this is a conundrum, and Israel is as I predicted. They are going to go very brutal to make a point, but then there is no end point. That's a problem. There is no clear endpoint right now. We do not know how far Israel want to go, and there's no endpoint. I think this is actually very difficult. FCS.
Okay, yeah. For me, my point is, as you said, if anybody will take Palestinians and make Israel achieve a goal easier, quicker, and the status quo continue. Well, of course, it sounds brutal to they're basically sacrificing the Palestinians to prove a point. If I was the neighbor, I would not take the middle. So this can expose Israel as they have exposed Israel. What Israel is doing today in 3 months is what they've been doing in over the years. The same cessation of land, killing people, bombing hospitals. They've been doing this forever. That is nothing new. But this time around, it's so much as a major scale. Because if Egypt had opened the border, all the destructions, all this murder we've seen today, we're not going to see it. It's going to be another Israel-Palestinian war that just got swept under the rug. So this is why, if I was Egypt, I would not open that border. I would keep it closed. Either they wiped out all the Palestinians, killed either one of them, or in the process, the war got to see exactly what the Muslim world have been saying, that these people, they don't want peace and they don't know how to handle peace. In the context of the Palestinians and what I was saying, yes, it's easy, of course. If they took over the land on the bit, some God promised it to them, and they didn't promise it to the Palestinians. This is why they couldn't incorporate the Palestinians. They took it on the pretext of a religious state. This is why, if you don't belong to that religion, they could not absorb them. This is what created exactly the problem from the very first day of when they win the war. And something what I keep saying, just because if you conquered doesn't mean the war is over. And this is exactly the reason why. Since they didn't absorb them, the war continued. So it's this is 70 years ago. Okay, yes, they won the war 70 years ago, but the war have not stopped because they refused to absorb the people they conquered on the pretext that this is for our Jewish religious state. You're not Jewish. You're now a religion. You cannot be a part of the state. Forgetting to know these people live there. This were conquered. So until you kill every one of them, or you push them to another country, you're gonna have to fight them till the day 2 things happen: either you negotiate, or you have a border, or you wipe them all off. And I think after this war happened in Gaza, 2 things are gonna happen: either Palestine will cease to exist, or Palestine will have a state of their own. That is my own take from this whole hostilities. Of course, what is what's her name? Her name was up. Naomi. Sorry, that name is kind of confusing.
So the Israeli government has released a plan for the day after Hamas, which is they will be dividing Gaza up into different districts and handing over those different districts to local governments, to local officials who have no ties to terrorism or states that sponsor terrorism. They have no plans to take over Gaza, to keep Gaza, to occupy Gaza. And in the north, I don't know if you guys have heard, in northern Gaza, the family clans are fighting with Hamas. And in southern Gaza, the family clans have published a notice against Hamas. So I think that there's so much propaganda from the Palestinian side about genocide and Jewish Nazism, like you just said, like no, only Jews are allowed in Israel, and it's not true. 20% of the population are Muslim, 25% are Arab. So if you put all the propaganda aside and look at the actual plans, I mean, it's coming into play. The weaker Hamas gets, because their numbers are going down, the non-Islamic population are starting to rise up. So I'm optimistic about it, and I don't think there's going to be a genocide or anything like that.
It's already a genocide.
No.
Who's next?
No, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't a genocide. Okay, it's guerrilla warfare. And I'm sorry, I know it's tragic that there are a lot of civilians that are dying. However, I mean, this is what happens when you embed your military in your civilian population.
What do you put them?
Do you know that there's a lot of Gaza that isn't populated? If you look at the map, look at Google Maps. There's only Gaza City and Rafah that are heavily populated. There's a lot of
stop the propaganda. Stop it. Stop the propaganda. Stop it. 2 million people living in a small land entire place which are not inhabited. Oh, come on.
Oh, 100%. Because Singapore is actually more dense than Gaza. Wait. I have to qualify. Wait, I feel very offended because Singapore is actually more dense than Gaza. So there is open land. There is 100% open land in Gaza. True. But the thing is, of course, the land they are used for agriculture and everything is used. There are also lands part of the border that is totally no man's land. So now, it's not as dense as Singapore. It's not as dense as Singapore because our high rise is because our high rise is much higher. So we go for like 10, 13 floors, 20 floors. So whereas they are not so high, but density wise, Singapore is actually more dense. So it's possible to live. But I understand Naomi's point. But the thing is, it's a matter of perspective. Like for me, it's not yet a genocide, but it's very close. It's just a matter of whether they start to gun down civilians, like when the civilians are moving, they just start gunning them down.
If you look at the OCHR report, the number of civilian casualties decreases every month. So since they started the ground incursions,
but they're killing them off.
Excuse me.
If you have heard,
the numbers have come down. The numbers have come down. Okay.
Question quickly. Now
and you can't totally blame Israel since they keep their civilians in place, and the whole international community is against green corridors and safe zones. Every time they call for a section to be evacuated, everybody's like, no, don't, because it's ethnic cleansing, and the community that's supposed to be helping to evacuate these people are blocking the evacuation. So whose fault is it that those people
evaporate away?
Okay, Naomi, hold on. I have a question, Naomi. If the death is reversed, will it be a genocide or not?
What do you mean?
If the death is reversed,
killing 30,000 Jews, Holocaust 2.0. They killed 3 million Jews in Palestine.
So I just want to qualify. What happens when you fight against guerrillas? Okay, so if you look at Philippines when ISIS actually took Malawi, the number of ISIS fighters there is actually very, very small. Like I think 1,000. Very small amount. They fought for 3 months. The entire city was flattened. And that's Philippines fighting in their own city. So it is very difficult to fight a guerrilla war. This is for sure. And that is with the Filipinos civilians have been evacuated, most of it. So this one, there's a difference. The one I have to qualify, it is reality. It is how it is. Then, and second, there's another historical example is the fight against communism in Malaya. So in my region, so there was a Malaya emergency. We are fighting against the communists, the Malaysian Communist Party. So what the British and the local authorities did was that they started to zone towns and villages and cities. So basically they uprooted entire community. They will evacuate the entire community into entirely newly built village, and everybody is given ID and everybody is checked and make sure that they are all cleared. Then this area is protected by security. Make sure that the communists cannot get through. And one by one, village by village, town by town, that's how they cleared and pushed the communists up north. And the only place that the communists managed to survive was inside the jungle. But that is not doable in Gaza because Naomi mentioned, the civilians didn't evacuate. Despite the bombings, they did not evacuate. And that makes it very difficult. So let's say we assume that the Israelis are good, okay? Assume, how are they going to fight? If Hamas decided to stay within this group, let's say Israeli is not Israelis, they are the Arab coalition forces, they are trying to wipe out Hamas. It's the same problem. It's going to be the same problem if the civilians don't leave, the Hamas continues to embed within civilians population. Is going to be exactly the same problem. That's why I say I use Malawi as an example. Philippine military, of course, they're going to protect their own people, but the whole city is flattened. You can go and check. You guys just type Malawi, Philippines. That's exactly what happened.
It wasn't flattened white. There was some destruction. Flattened.
It's totally flattened. You go and check it looks exactly like Gaza.
No.
Entirely flattened.
The same thing happens in Syria when Assad and Russian forces try to take a terrorist stronghold.
Yeah, again, destruction is part of war. That's not our argument. Our argument is why I said you conquer the people, you refuse.
Yes.
You conquer the people, and you refuse to incorporate
them,
absorb them into your now created state. So what do you expect them to go? They will fight until either two things happen: either you incorporate them or they go their own state, and that's what the fight been about. Even if they stop fighting tomorrow, even if Palestine stop fighting tomorrow, Israel still doesn't want them. So what? Because
you're assuming that Hamas wants actual state independence.
Of course.
No. So
but they don't. What do you think they're fighting for?
They want it.
They're not fighting for independence.
What are they fighting for?
They're fighting to destroy Israel because they're Islamists.
And they're propaganda, right?
That's part of their doctrine.
They clearly told you what
propaganda. That's part of their doctrine.
No, the
doctrine.
Oh, you see, whose doctrine? Doctrine. The creation and doctrine of drugs are doctrine after. Right now, the whole of Palestine, I agree, Israel is not going away. They just want their own freedom to be recognized, and that's what's not going to happen. Okay, leave Gaza alone. What the West Bank do to Gaza, or what the West Bank do to Israel that they're being bombed and attacked every day? The West Bank. Hamas is not in the West Bank. What did the West Bank do to Israel?
Yeah, so no, FCS point is valid, which is why, because the main source of a problem is all the way in the beginning when Israel won the Arab-Israeli war, they conquered Palestine, but they did not absorb the people. That is the source of the problem, and this is continued to be a problem, which is why I would say I'm not pro-Israel, despite that I'm talking I'm being objective about it's not a genocide. Is it not a genocide? Is Hamas good or is it bad for the Palestinian people? Or is West Bank run properly? It might sound pro-Israel, but it's not pro-Israel because I cannot accept Israel's position by not absorbing the Palestinian people, because they can absorb, they can treat them well, and then break them up into autonomous regions, self-run, self-government, and it still works. No, it can be still a country of Israel and Palestine. But the thing is, they chose to do it in a totally different way and cause total chaos. So that's why I cannot stand with Israel in terms of that, but I also cannot stand with Hamas, because Hamas sending rockets. The reality is that if there is no Iron Dome, there's no this technology, we will see hundreds and thousands of Israeli dead, for sure, because of the rocket attacks. Just like what happened to Donetsk city, where the Ukrainians are firing, and Ukraine, I don't even think they are firing as much as the Hamas is firing in terms of rockets. So there's no good people. Both sides are fighting for their own self-interest. The civilians are the innocent people and the poor people that is getting played by all these elites that is playing all this game. It goes on both sides. Israeli civilians too. The Israeli civilians don't even know what's happening, because most of them don't even mix with the Palestinians. They don't even know what happened. They just they read newspaper. Oh, these are bad guys. Then they go and fight.
I just want to say, all the good people that I knew, they are good people. Okay, same as Palestinian people that I knew. They are good people. Okay, so some elite are doing this to destroy all these things. They are planning all these things. Even it doesn't matter which side in the world. It doesn't matter. It's characteristics of human being. Okay, the elite always try to eradicate the poor. Period.
I think Paul was up.
Upgrade. Support or upgrade.
I want to say a response. First of all, Gaza do not have an army because the Israeli doesn't permit to Gaza, to the West Bank, to have army, to have police officers. So you can say, oh, Hamas is between civil because you didn't let them have a proper army. If they have a proper army, you destroy their army. This is the war. But you do not let them. If you make genocide, what do you think is gonna happen? There will be more Hamas, more terrorists, and also the Israeli, if they do not absorb the population, they must give them borders. They must give them a way to communicate with the world, to have an airport, to have a port. But they treat them like animals, like go off this land. This is not. This is like a medieval times. I don't think Israel he's making a genocide in front of us. If you take the definition of genocide, he spoke about do you have to get rid of a group of person from a territory. He's not speak to go to a gas chamber. This is Hollywood. Genocide is if you go to the definition of genocide, exactly what Israeli do. Okay, thanks. Who want to speak next? Upgrade.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I just think we just need to calm down with this word genocide. I already said it long time ago in many open mics. I get it. There is emotion between these two parties, but genocide is a big word. Is a word we shouldn't use like every 2 seconds, everyone around. I'm just saying. I just want to calm the debate a little bit down and be more objective about it, right? So saying that Israel is clean or Hamas is clean, both of them are not clean, obviously. But to say that why the Israelis attack Hamas, I think everybody knows that. And before the October attacks, the Hamas was shooting constantly rockets, like Wyatt said, to the Israeli side. And that's why there's an Iron Dome. This technology was invented exactly because of this, because the Hamas uses the economical means which they get from other big states who sponsor them to actually build bombs, to make tunnels, to go inside the city, to kill people. I'm just saying, we don't need to glorify any side. If there is a wrongdoing on one side, there's another wrongdoing on the other side. It doesn't matter. It's not better to kill children and women with bombs than to kill them in going inside their houses and killing them. It's not. It's wrong. Wait, give me a second, man. Paul, I let you speak. Everybody. I was holding my finger for 5 minutes or 10 minutes already. You've all been talking. Now let me talk a little bit. I'm just saying that we need to calm down the debate a little bit and be more objective about it. Evil is evil. It doesn't matter where it comes from. If it's from one side or another side, we need to denounce it and be clear about it. And just to reduce the amount of hatred between each other, instead of saying he's making genocide, like it's something normal to say. I mean, like, guys, you need to calm down about it, You need to calm down about it. People are dying, it's okay, but also need to be a little bit more intelligent how you're talking,
People are dying is not okay.
I think it's all right. Then Joey, then Paul.
Yes.
Sorry, quickly. Upgrade the question.
No, wait, Mike. Wait. No. Question after. I mean, about genocide. I don't know, Upgrade, maybe you are shocked by that word, or maybe you don't like it because it's applied to a specific entity you're siding with or something. But there is, as mentioned by Paul, a clear definition of genocide. And what Israel is doing fit that definition of genocide. And what the Hamas did, Hamas is a resistance movement. It's not guys living in a place where everything is okay and decided to attack another entity. They were already living in an open field prison.
Okay.
In a very small land, without access to the outside world, where everything that goes in and goes out was controlled by their enemy, Israel. They were already living in an open jail of 2 million people in 300 square kilometers or something. So, I mean, Israel is a state that never, ever followed United Nations rules. And thanks to American veto, they continued. And they have a master plan, which is Greater Israel. As mentioned by FCS, look at what happens in the West Bank. There are no Hamas there.
Yeah, Aurel, but how many times we try to get two-stage solution? How many times they've been talking about it, and this never happened because two people cannot live together. You know, you can say again and again.
I just explained. The last UN resolution voted by UN Security Council was the 1967 border. Israel never applied that, and Israel always makes sure that never happened. They still continue their colonization of the West Bank. They made sure Gaza Strip is just a totally closed entity. And because you're talking about the Muslim world being united, you are confusing. You are confusing the Arab streets and the leaders of those Arab countries, which have total different interests. Because most of Arab countries are dominated by a gang of people which just look after their own power. Al-Sisi doesn't care about the Palestinians, but the Egyptians who are living in his country are caring a lot, especially with those all those footage of what they see, because they see things that we don't see. Especially when you see all those little babies being thrown apart by bombs and so on, and now with famine. But Al-Sisi, for him, it's taking his power. And his biggest problem is not Israel, is not the Palestinian, it's in its own population, because he's a dictator. And you can see the same with Abdullah in Jordan, where 80% of its population is Palestinians, which, by the way, are second-class citizens in Jordan, because they are not Jordanian from the tribes of Jordan. It's a tribal country, very specific. So it's a total mess, because international community, called international community, especially United States, but also to a certain extent European countries, always sided with Israel in their wrongdoings. And what will happen, I think Israel will try to get rid of the Palestinian issues in one way or another, and they will take their land, especially the West Bank, because the Gaza Strip is more about the gas field in the coast. Then you will see the narrative about, yeah, Russia taking land in Ukraine, we will never accept it. That narrative will have zero reach.
I think.
And then I give the speech to
Joey. I think
Voilà.
Joey.
Oh, it's just two short questions. How do you see this planned Israeli attack on Rafah going? Yeah, will they do it? And especially because even the US is a bit jittery about it, or supposedly they're a bit jittery. And also this new front against Hezbollah that I even had the Israeli defense minister talking about that they might want to deal with Hezbollah. And you all know that Hezbollah is far more powerful than Hamas. Will Israel risk it? That's all.
Who?
It was Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Mike.
Too late. I decide for you already, Mike.
It was Mike, Paul, then I'll go.
You're muted.
You're
muted.
Mike, you're mute.
My question to Upgrade is this: the same way I asked Naomi earlier. If it was the Palestinians that did as much as these Israeli people, will you say it is genocide or not? That's what I asked earlier. If the death is reversed, will you say it's a genocide? Or will you accept it? Will you say it's okay? That's my question.
I never said it's okay. I started with the facts that it's horrible and that it's not humane.
But will you say it's a genocide or not? Will you say it's a genocide or not? That's my question.
I would say the same what I said before. I would say we shouldn't take this word in the mouth like it's something very casual. It happens to people around the world who millions of people die. Not of course 30,000, 40,000 is a lot of people. For 50,000 doesn't matter. One dead is already too much. But when I'm talking about genocide, for me, it's like a huge motherfucking shit. You know, like millions of people dying. You know, not hundreds of thousands, not 500,000. It's like millions. You know, like for me, in my mind, it's like this. If the definition afterwards is different,
so you're waiting until millions die before you call it genocide? Are you waiting until millions die before you say it's genocide?
Murder, man. It's called murder, man. It's just called murder, and I told it's bad. I don't know why everybody start to stick with this word. Why I need to say it's the same like the Israeli side who say, "But you condemn Hamas, right, for their thing." It's the same bullshit argument.
My question is, how many percentage of Palestinians have died?
If I call it genocide, you ask me a question, you want me to respond to you, and you
how
don't
many
let me
percentage of them die so far now? How many percentage of Palestinians die so far?
Pardon?
No difference.
What's the difference? How many percent makes no difference? No, I my position is very close to Upgrade.
If Hamas,
it's a murder. Murder is murder. It doesn't matter what you do. If you kill somebody, you kill somebody, man.
Hamas
it doesn't matter. I don't know why we get. I'm getting emotional now because I need to. I try.
Now I'm answering. Hold on. You already answered your point.
I try to finish a sentence, but I can't. So either you ask me a question, let me respond, or you speak between.
You respond yet? Okay, then respond. I already responded.
I try not to get emotional about this because I try to. I think I need to justify myself to say that I'm not a bad human being. To say that people dying is horrible. What it has to do with me calling it genocide or not? It's a dead person. It's horrible.
No, you're stepping
on that from me as an answer.
So we should not call it genocide.
I call it a genocide, and what now?
You said we should not call it genocide because you don't say it as genocide. That's a problem.
No, I said we should be careful about it, how to use it. Not that we can say it. I never said. I'm here open mic to have a free speech. That's why I'm here. It's a free speech platform. Everybody can say whatever they want.
Why?
Pardon?
Why should we have an open mind about the word genocide? Why should we have an open mind about the word genocide?
Why we should have? Because for me, as a person, it's a quantitative thing. It's a thing who is really, really serious. Like, if we call genocide 30,000 people dead, then everywhere in the world there's genocides right now. You know, on all words in the world. So we should call everything a genocide. So Ukrainians died in Ukraine by the Russians. It's also a genocide by the Russians.
The percentage that die, the percentage of the people depends on how much the percentage to the people that die.
Okay,
let me answer. Wait. Let me answer. Because my position is very similar to Upgrade. Because maybe we are all from neutral countries, so no, we think very similarly. But genocide is not about how many people die. Genocide is how the people are killed. For example, do you know the massacre of My Lai? That is considered a genocide. In Vietnam War, the US soldier went into this small little village and they killed literally everyone. That is a genocide. But you see, there is only a few 100, 200 or 300 people, but that's a genocide. It's not about the number of people. It's about how you kill them. So
intent.
Intent, yes. So the thing is, now the problem is the Israeli intent is now very propagandized. We do not know what is the real intent because information is all dirty. Because we are depending on a lot of information coming out from Gaza purely from Hamas sources, and we can't tell if this is real or not real. Just like casualty numbers, we can't tell who is counting. The same thing happened in the Battle of Mariupol. I questioned the same thing. The Ukrainian mayor, who is not even in Mariupol itself, is claiming that the Russians are killing X number of people. I'm saying, how would he even know who is counting? Nobody would know these numbers. Hamas is definitely not counting. They are all hiding inside the tunnels. Who the hell is coming out to count? Oh, I'm from the Ministry of Health. I'm counting 1, 2, 3. Nobody is counting. They are just making the numbers up. So the key point is, only after the war, when they do census, then they see how many people left alive. We all know the numbers. Now, everything is, you have to doubt. You have to have a pinch of salt. I know Israel flattened the whole of the cities. They killed a lot of civilians that died. No doubt, 100%. Genocide is what? Genocide is now they drop cluster bombs and kill off 1,000 civilians all inside the refugee camp one shot. No, while they are trying to get the food, while the parachutes come down. That is a genocide. But if you're talking about they are attacking the
that's already happening. That's already happening.
No, wait. That is not a cluster bomb. That's not a multiple. Not one whole row bomb. There is a targeted bomb. We do not know why they hit it. No, that's you have to understand. We do not know all the individual missions, the operations that it was done by the Israelis. We don't understand. So
Paul,
if the battle is within the city, then there is no way that is a genocide. Similarly, if the Israeli have no Iron Dome, okay, the Hamas fired 10,000 rockets, which they have the capability to do so, and kill, let's say, 10,000 Israeli, I will also not call it a genocide. That's the point. That's not a genocide. That is just a retaliation attack. It's just a bombardment. People die. That's not a genocide. Genocide have a very clear intent of killing totally unarmed people. That is genocide. So there is a difference. That's why I agree because once you start to use genocide very randomly, what happens is that when the real genocide happens, you have no words to explain it, and that's very sad. You understand? It's like it's not that you cannot go use. I mean,
with the exception that the word the label of genocide has been brought to the ICJ.
Correct.
Which is the main difference, and the Ukrainians try to do the same against the Russian in the ICJ, and the ICJ said no.
So Paul,
not for you.
All right, hold
and
on.
To have their own jurisdiction argument.
All right,
about the Ukrainian war.
So I can explain a little bit. For example, the word racism. For example, I have my own definition of racism. We have, of course, the dictionary level of racism, which is like, no, you discriminate against another race. But the real reality is that everybody is racist. Everybody can recognize a race. I can recognize you're black. I can even recognize a Korean from a Japanese, from a Chinese, from a Singaporean. So you see, if I can recognize I'm a racist already because I'm not colorblind. So the reality is racism, the definition that we have is flawed. Similarly, for the genocide, it's the same thing. The genocide, people are throwing it as weapons. It's just like the Ukrainians have been throwing it at the Russians for 2 years already. They call it everything is genocide. From this is genocide, that is genocide. It's like they use it. You see, what happened is that they use it so much, nobody give a damn about the Ukrainians' words. That's my worry now. If we keep throwing words anyhow, the word lose meaning. Nazism lost meaning. Why? Right, like when the Russians say that the Ukrainians have a Nazism problem, nobody cares. Why? Because we have been throwing Nazism everywhere. You're a Nazi, that's a Nazi. That's why Nazism have no meaning. It has no impact because the moment they hear it, they think that they're just making excuses. Even though Ukraine do have real Nazis, but because we are just throwing it anywhere, and that's a problem. That's why me and Upgrade have this same, because we even met in person, in Singapore. We talk about this. It is about the use of the terminology. 100% Israeli have killed way too much civilians. Even my government, Singapore is a very strong friend and ally with Israel. Even we have condemned and said that this is too much. But you see, whether is it a genocide, it's a different thing. Genocide is really, lining people up and kill. That is a genocide. That's what the Japanese did to Singaporeans. That's exactly what happened. They line them up on the beach, they fire and throw them down the ditch.
Those are all.
That is genocide.
That's not genocide. That's just a part of it. You can't 200 people and show them that's genocide. That's a massacre.
Yeah, massacre. Genocide is like they clear out the whole area and kill everyone.
No. Their genocide is put in the law. Read the definition of genocide. Genocide is not something I think is genocide. I don't think is genocide. Please read the law. Genocide is established by the United Council. The genocide is not like a woke culture. Racist. No. Racist, if he is stabilized, you do something, but because you are racist, is defined by law, not by work culture. So if you want to find the definition of genocide, read the definition of genocide. You can't you can be genocide even if you don't kill 1 million people. Read the definition of genocide, then you speak.
Correct. It's not about the numbers. But the reality is, But the reality is, even now, there is still arguments whether is this a genocide. Even though a lot of people who support Palestine say that it is 100%, but there are people who fight against.
That's the problem, Paul. When there's no argument, then there is no free speech. Then there is no freedom of thought. If you speak like that, your word is very narrow, my friend.
No, I'm not narrow. No.
You're narrow. You're narrow. You're going
to me one thing I want to say. One thing I want to say.
More broadly.
Please, Jan, please read the definition outside of the genocide. Search it
it's
on
not about this, man. We can go backwards. If you constantly use the thing, it's like when they say the constantly Nazi. People will not attract anymore about this bad word. You don't understand it? That's psychology, man. If you constantly say genocide, like Wyatt said.
Let's talk.
Read the definition. Read the definition. I'm not subject. Please, Jan, read the definition for all the us to know. You can find the definition on the internet.
Paul,
all I'm saying is that
okay, if it was
hold on, it's my turn. I'm about to do my closing and going over. I'm very busy. My dog have to go out. But when it comes to genocide, South Africa made a case. It was in the court that have to prove the case is genocide. The case is already in the court. The court made a ruling and everything, so far and so forth. So the argument about what I'm going to say that freedom of speech. If in the same context of freedom of speech, you may not like the word genocide, you may not accept the word genocide. We're not up of what you want or what I want. If I feel the genocide is happening, the same way you feel it's not happening, I say genocide is happening. That's it. You don't have to accept what I say. You don't have to agree to it. I understand what you say. Okay, once you say the word somewhere, the word got downplayed, the word get devalued, as in the word of Nazis and genocide. Yes, that happens. But sometimes it's good to blow a whistle than to punch the enemy once again to your face. Raise the alarm. Whether it's genocide or not, I believe it's genocide. You don't have to believe it. I believe it meets all the criteria of genocide as defined. So that being said, now on the context of Hamas launching 10,000 rockets into Israel, again, we can start this war on October 6th, October 5th. We can start this war from this year. It will still not be clear. If we go to the very first scene, the invasion, occupation, dominations, what happens after that? As I've said over, if Israel did not incorporate the people it conquered, it have to create a state for them. If they don't create a state for them, they'll have to fight for their own state. You can be stateless your entire life. They said they were stateless all around Europe. They can't create their own state. Okay, no problem. In creating their own state, they create another people that become stateless. So what do? Either they have the same way they fight to create a state. Same thing the Palestinians have to fight to create that state. So either you incorporate them as part of your land, or you have to accept that they'll fight you. If Hamas lose 10,000 rockets to October 6, it's because in 1948 Hamas was not given a state as a bond. If Hamas killed 10,000 Israelis because they launched 10,000 rockets in January 1st of 2023, is because in 1948 Hamas Israel make them stateless and they have no state of their own, and they're fighting for the state of their own. I'm not saying they should kill even one Israeli or they should kill one Palestinian. I'm saying you create an environment where killing will not stop. And to stop the killing, you either agree they deserve their own land, which they can stay on, or you kill them all. So in the process of killing them all, you have to commit genocide. That's what they will come in. So if you can't commit genocide by killing them all, then you have to create a state. So you can't kill the status quo. You can't kill 200 today and wait another 30 days to kill another 200. The amount of people that have killed within the past 3 months, they have killed more in the past 30 years, in the past 20 years, I can say. I can even compare that. So this genocide, it did not start on October 7th. It did not start yesterday. It's been going on from the very first day they've been starting these people to seize that land. On the very first day they declared war, one of the very first people that lived that land was my great-grandmother from Haifa. She was even in Israel. She actually traveled and was never allowed back in. She died in Guinea. Never went back. Again, that's war. Shit happens in war. But just for reference point, in 1973 or 74, Portugal invaded Guinea. The Portuguese invaded Guinea. And the Guinea population basically rise up they did a lot of destruction. They did a lot of, but in the end of the war, Portugal pack up and run. So if Portugal had won that war today, that war was never going to end because the Guineans had intention to basically fight the last Guineans. So let's say Portugal has succeeded and created a pseudo state called Guinea-Bissau / Guinea-Conakry, and they have won that war. My grandfather fought in that war. My father fought in that war against the Portuguese back in the 70s. So that war continued. So were they be caught terrorists because they continue fighting the Portuguese invasion? No. Again, so the war continued because there was no resolution to the war from the very first conquer, occupation, whatever they want to call it these days. Me personally, I believe Israel should exist as a state, and so also the Palestinians should exist as a state. And nobody should think that it's already too late. Shit happens. They're already here. They can't go anywhere. The land my great grandmother left behind, to me, is for discussion. It's not any more reality. It actually is gone. But the ones that exist today, the ones that live there today, there's many more in exile. I saw one to say earlier, 80% of the population of Jordan is Palestinian. No, they were from Palestine. The one that was refugee never came back. So draw your boundary. If they bring back all the people from exile and put them in those boundaries, that's up to them to decide. But you can't tell me, oh, they have no boundary. Every year you keep taking more of their land and you expect them to just sit down and just let you do what you want to do. It's not human nature to accept abuse from anybody. It's human nature is to fight back. They will fight back, whether it be they hide among civilians, they hide in tunnels, but also concerning why point about the casualty numbers. So when the war first started, Israel raised out. They issued death and ID numbers to Israel to confirm numbers that Israel issued to the populations. So yes, Hamas, as you said, how can Hamas be under the tunnel and the giving numbers? No, there are people on the ground. They are not Hamas. But of course, in the idea of the West, everybody in the West in Gaza is Hamas controlled. They have no mind of their own. They have no will of their own. So these numbers is Hamas numbers. The UN gave the numbers. Even the Hamas Ministry of Health, because that's how I want to call it. It's not Gaza anymore. It's Hamas Ministry of Health. Gave those numbers. The Israeli issue identification numbers of the casualties for going to issue numbers. So it was incorrect. They to further verify the numbers, they added ID numbers to this number to confirm this is the number you have killed. This is the number you have in your own systems. Again, if they raise all those debris or everything, they will find more dead bodies than we're even talking about right now. So the death is not my point. My point is, from the very first day to today's day, is genocide. The genocide did not start October 7th. So if my calculation is that coming from October 7th, my calculation is that coming from January 1st. My calculation is coming from the very first day it was created, the same way as the genocide created when we go to Boke, when the Portuguese landed in Boke, when the French landed in the port of Conakry trying to invade West Africa, they committed genocide to conquer. When they go to defeat Wassoul Empire, the Sokoto and Samori rebellion, they committed genocide. So genocide did not start on October 8th when Israel retaliated. No, Jonathan started the very first day Israel stepped forth and said, we want to create our own land on your head. That's where my genocide definition comes from. So, yes. But anyway,
I just want to...
Thank you,
FCS. Don't be so emotional.
Thank you, man.
We love
Thank you.
No?
Thank you. We love you. We love you. We love you.
It's merely a matter of semantics and perception. So I think I just want to highlight a bit. I think me and Upgrades, we expect things to get even worse, which is why we want to reserve the word when the real shit happen. That is the reason. It's not that we think that Israel is so good. No, the reality is that it can get worse, and we want to reserve that word. So when me and Upgrade say this is genocide, you know that shit had hit shit has hit the fan. Yeah. So right. You guys keep saying it, no use. No, it's like no. When we say it, no, it makes power, which is why the word have to be reserved until the real shit hit the fan. And there's a high chance it could happen because Israel is getting a bit bloodlust. That's what I can feel. Like no, they are not stopping, and the operations become more and more murky. It's not as clear as it was at the beginning. At the beginning, it was much clearer what they are trying to do. Now it's getting murky. It's like you don't even know what the hell is they're doing. They created a humanitarian zone, but they're not doing humanitarian aid. So what the fuck they do? You create a humanitarian zone for what? So there's something is wrong with Israeli operation, and things might get worse. And which is why I don't want to cover the war, because people are very emotional, and I keep losing subs covering the war. It's just not worth it. Money matters. It's not worth it to lose money over that. So anyway, because we are going to reach 7 hours, so I want to do closing. So just now, FCS has done its closing. So let's go around. But also important thing to know: everyone is good person here. It's just a matter of perspective, slightly different. Nobody want people to die, clearly. I just want to highlight before we start closing, because confirm there will be some unhappiness about all these things if we talk about Palestine and Israel. It's just that it's just a matter of do you align yourself a bit more to this side or that side. But I think that Israeli side is starting to get a little bit too hard to side at all. But I'm sure there are supporters, but no. Yeah, I don't want to continue. So Joey, closing. You're muted.
Sorry, I came late, so I missed a good chunk of the discussion. The genocide debate, I just decided to keep out of it because, as I was saying on the side chat, it's a perception and semantics issue. I think we all agree that the mass killing is unacceptable. Yeah, and it's this topic of genocide is too emotive. I just kept out of it. But as we said, we're all in agreement. The mass killing is too much. It's unacceptable. And from there, it's just a personal opinion of what you define as genocide in your own mind. The economics discussion was excellent. Yeah, I always try to look at pros and cons. You can't just say China is the next big economy and there are no cons there. Russia is all good. And for me, it's like, where are the consumer electronic goods that come from Russia? I don't know any Russian washing machines, dishwashers, and all that. So there's no America bad, Russia good, China good. It's all a matter of comparisons. I wasn't there in the opening stage of the Ukrainian war, but they talk about trench warfare, F-16. Sorry, Wyatt, I went so much. You're a bit angry with me on that one. Sorry.
No problem. Continue.
I just wanted to bring out the historical comparison between Korea and F-16s in Ukraine and how Russia will deal with it. So, yeah, I think I'll just keep it that short. So, nice discussion. Sorry I was late, but keep up.
Thank you, Joey. Naomi?
Something that I hope that we will talk about at some point is what's going on in Africa, because with the war in Israel and Hamas putting out the call for global jihad, Africa is now being overrun by Islamists, and it's pretty terrible in Nigeria and Mozambique, which is right on South Africa's doorstep. So I hope you guys keep that in mind. There's a lot of women and children are being kidnapped and killed in those countries right now. So, anyways, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Naomi. RL. Oh no, RL got triggered.
Well, it was still a nice open mic. I like it. A bit challenging at times, a bit boring at times. But that's life. That's human life. And I like that. I knew new faces. I see new faces I didn't saw before. So keep it going, Wyatt. Even if you got demonetized and shadow banned. Let's see what humanity will bring us tomorrow as new shit. Because human nature, I mean, individually, you can find good people, bad people, clever ones, stupid ones. But as a whole, humanity has always been a mess. And I don't think that humanity will disappoint me in that. But on the world stage, with what happened in Ukraine, what happened in Gaza, what might happen in the future with Taiwan and Singapore, we are witnessing that big shift, that big geopolitical shift, that balance of powers shifting. And that time frame of shifting will take maybe decades and decades. And we will see more and more troubles, more and more wars, killings, and stuff like that. That's humanity, history of humanity. But now we are doing it with missiles and rockets. That's it. Voilà.
Thank you, RL. Mike, you are muted.
It's good to see you guys again and chat with you, especially RL. I think we still have our own debate. We have to go through it. I would like if you could hit me with your Telegram, so I have to debate with you personally. So I never forget about that. So let me just say it, the way things is going right now, only God know, because it's fight between elite and regular people. So all we have witnessed right now is just elite is taking over, and the way they are about to, they are changing the world. God's help us all. And I think in open mic we forget about Niger. A lot of stuff going on in Niger right now that maybe next open mic we could discuss about it. And last week I talked about Taiwan is China is not going to attack China and Taiwan. I think I might have made a big mistake. I think it might end up happening. I think hopefully it's not, but well, they will always say something like that. If the Moses don't go to Monte, Monte will go to Moses. Okay, I think even China don't want to fight Taiwan the way they are doing it. They are setting China up to fight Taiwan, and that's gonna cause catastrophic in this world. So may God help us all, and hopefully we live to see the next open mic. And I just want to say, good to see you guys. Have a nice day. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Paul.
Thanks for the invitation in the first place. And what I wanted to say about the definition of genocide, please read point 2 and point 4 from ICJ. When I talk about our subject, I know what I'm talking about. I have studied in this field. Read if you say something and you are not sure, say that I'm not sure about that. But if you say something is like that, please read before you make a statement, because in this space I'm in this space to learn the new things, not to say is like this or is like that. So this is what I wanted to say. Thanks for the invitation again.
Thank you, Paul. And finally, Upgrade. Closing.
Yeah, it was a nice open mic, like Aurel said. Many new things, many new people, new points of view. I'm not so dark-headed like most people. I think the world will figure it out like we usually did. And even in the darkest places, there is always some light, and we can all see it with our eyes. And that's hope keeps us alive, all of us. And I think many horrible things happen in the world every day, and I hope one day we can live in peace all together and be friends and drink wine, eat cheese, like French people do when it's a good, nice weather now outside soon. I think this is what everybody wants, right? Just peace, harmony, health, good education for our kids, and maybe clean world, right? And everybody's happy, but that's utopia. That's like Aurel said, it's a mess, the world. It's a mess, but we're gonna do it. We're humankind. It doesn't matter which race or which country you're from, we can do it together. We're strong. Keep it up, guys, and see you next week.
Yes, Mr. Frodo Baggins. Mr. Baggins.
Just one thing, because this is the number 69, isn't it? Where is Vojdopovo?
Yeah, he's hiding inside the chat.
Yeah. Oh, come on, 69.
Hi, Joshua. You want to do closing? Yeah, we are doing closing actually. Joshua, speak. You're muted.
My bad. Hey, sorry, jumping in the last second. I'm sorry to jump on, but I think I just want to stress the point that the entire reason we have the UN Convention on Genocide is to identify it before it gets to the point of kind of the mid-20th century characterized version of genocide that I think we all associate it with. So it really is identifying the intent. And I'm not sure, I was saying it when everything kicked off, I'm sure I was far from the only one. But when Israel was, I said they were going to send them straight across the, into the Rafah crossing. That was going to be it. And I don't know who can look at what's happening now and not see that that was clearly the intent. They were really hoping that the Egyptians would open the border, and that would be it. And that hasn't happened. That's where you're identifying things are murky now, because now what do? They're all sitting there, but they didn't get taken in. So I think that was the intent. I think it's clearly the genocidal intent, and it didn't work out that way. It didn't work out cleanly. So we're gonna have to see how clean or not it ends up from this point forward. If ever you can call 30,000 innocent people clean, But I think I really do want people. It may not be the version of genocide that we all, grew up in school looking at, but if you don't think so, just keep your head open for it, please. Don't just dismiss it, because like I said, I don't know how you can look at it and not see the intent. Anyway, that's that's it. I was kind of fuming myself in the background, so I just had to come in and say something. But other than that, you guys had a great. I was listening the whole time. It was fantastic. And that's it. There's Vaughn. I'll let him finish off too. Then I guess.
Vaughn, closing.
Well, I just want to say this is the best open mic because it's number 69, and we all love the 69. I don't care if you're from Serbia or Singapore or somewhere in Africa or even the far reaches of Siberia. Number 69 is a favorite. You all should like, subscribe, and share. It was a great open mic. I love seeing all the new people. I can't remember your names, but I'm sure you were great. And you'll become greater. Come to the open mic, because then you can come in the lounge and we can hang out and talk. And you can have talks with RL, and he will set you right. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you. 7 hours. Why? Why is it 7 hours? Oh, freaking God. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. I gotta remove. So, accidentally, we got into 7 hours again. It's all Israel's fault. So now you know it's all Israel's fault. And Trump's fault. No, these two, I shouldn't have opened my mouth on that. But it's okay. It's still real issues that we need to talk about. And I'm glad that we are open to talk about it. Is again the once we are fighting over semantics. Clearly, things are emotional. That's all. Because it's like, it's just a terminology. So it's, once we talk about semantics, people argue about semantics. Straight away, automatically, we know it is an emotional issue. So we just treat it as such, and don't get too affected by it. No, it doesn't. The way how we term the thing doesn't change the reality on the ground. So it's just that, like for my own case, where I don't recommend thinking it as genocide, because when the real shit happened, you may run out of words to describe what's to come. And I'm not feeling confident that things will not get worse. So no, that's the unfortunate situation that we are looking at, which is why, which is why I also don't want to talk much about it, because it's very hard to report, because everybody is so emotional. The videos don't do well because nobody wants to listen. Everybody just want to get their own feelings and opinion endorsed, and that's just so difficult. So anyway, that's the problem with being DPA. Being neutral. So that is what it is. So anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for participating in the live chat, chit-chatting, and discussing the issues and whatnot. And today we really have a lot of very good discussions. And just when I thought things are going to die off, I going to close, then suddenly we have more fierce discussions. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next update.